opinions kind of on all sort of, issues and stuff. So yeah.
Um, I'm willing to talk about whatever too. I mean, if there's something like, I guess, because I normally end up talking to a lot of people that I agree with, I guess. So if there's like something that you see in
Okay.
my beliefs or whatever that you disagree with, maybe
Okay,
something like
so we
that.
should
Just
focus um like on something I disagree. Let me see. Pro-choice, yes. Okay, we can go on that because I'm not like 100% pro-choice, so I don't know. Like, to what extent would you be okay with like abortions like at all stages of pregnancy in all situations? Are you like fully in favor of it?
I don't know if I am because the thing I've always gone back and forth on like the abortion issue because like I hear like at this point there's like the three main sort of I guess good arguments I've heard at this point. There's like the bodily autonomy way
Mhm.
of going, which I don't know if I fully buy that or not, with kind of like the violinist problem thing I think it's called where like basically if someone's like attached to your body, you have the right to, I guess, remove them, even if they are considered alive or whatever. I don't know if I fully agree with that. Like, I would probably take more of the stance of like valuing like sentience. I guess like there's a certain point where I would start to value life. Uh, at some point, like I probably couldn't point to an exact place where it starts because I don't think we can prove where like sentience starts or whatever. But like I pretty much value sentience, and if the thing's
Yeah,
sentient or
I agree.
like I can relate to it or whatever, then at that point I'm going to start valuing it. And I would imagine there's some point in the development process, probably like late second trimester, like that is officially the case. So
Okay.
I I
But
probably wouldn't be in favor of like third trimester abortions, but
okay.
um,
Okay. So
that
yeah,
would
so
just be my opinion.
you're not actually fully like pro-choice in terms of like, just being okay with any abortion at any stage. So I would kind of agree with you there. Because to me it's somewhat troubling, especially, there's this concept of like viability, right? Where you tell yourself, well, we could actually perhaps like induce labor and just have the baby be, the fetus become a baby, because now it would be outside of the mother's body, following like potentially as early as the early 20 weeks. So to me at that point you could basically consider it infanticide, right, since this is something that could be right, an infant that is just a person that is born and has like an identity. And so I think that is like a pretty strong argument against that. And I like that you mentioned sentience. I think that's really the key thing. And that's why I would disagree with like conservatives who say that, like the fetus, like, or the embryo rather, is alive since birth. I mean, since a conception. Since, I mean, a plant is alive too, right? So at that point, we shouldn't even be eating plants or killing, or like basically just would have to starve to death because we're heterotrophs, which means that we have to eat other living things to survive. Unless, no, we could eat something that's like recently already died or something. So, I mean, but you see what I mean. I mean, it's absurd, right? Like,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah. Now on the other hand, from what I can tell, I mean, I've sort of looked into this, and it seems that there actually is a brain as like sort of functional brain with actual like that actually like can do commands and like can command movements and stuff. Starting from about 6 weeks post-conception, which corresponds to 8 weeks of gestational age. And so I think it's likely that there is some form of sentience already starting at that early age, which is why I'm basically uncomfortable with abortions, even down to that age. But I'm not sure really what the best policy is. So, like, I would say I'm really against abortion past the age of viability, except like if the mother's like life is in danger. And then I'm sort of gray area in between like the like below the age of viability and above the appearance of a functional brain, and below. the appearance of a functional brain, I'm just all for abortion in any circumstance, since there's no consciousness, so presumably there's not going to be any suffering. So that would be my position on that.
Yeah, and I would pretty much agree because, like, for me, the only thing that I really value, I guess, at any point would be like the sentience because, like,
Mhm.
that to me, like, it's kind of arbitrary, but in my opinion, like, at some point, that's kind of the issue with abortion discussion. At some point, it's just an arbitrary, like, what you choose to value is what it inevitably comes down to because we can't definitively prove these things. Like, technically, like, there could still be some brain activity, but that probably doesn't alone count as sentience. It seems like at some point we start to value things more. Like, we don't value plants pretty much at all, versus like animals will kind of value some because they have some higher brain activity, and like it seems like there's a lot of like gray areas. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like, since it's not a fully provable thing, at some point, like every single argument I've seen, like all the best arguments, they all at some point make some just arbitrary assumption, and I tend to just make the assumption of I value sentience whenever that begins. But like I've also seen like the right at this point has started arguing, I guess, valuing the potentiality of life to try to say like we
yeah,
should value the potentiality or
that's
whatever.
absurd. Like it's like making you a criminal for jerking off or something. It's like I think that
Yeah.
yeah, like I think they just go overboard. And to me, even just the potentiality of sentience, like one, there's already life, but not yet sentience, and just the potentiality of becoming sentient life, which is the case at the early stage of embryonic development. To me, that also is excessive. Like, because at that point, you're not different from just like an oyster or something. So, like, it's, yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's, it's a
And it
bit,
seems
yeah,
like,
go ahead.
yeah, and it seems like valuing the potentiality of something, we don't do this in any other part of society, but for some reason people are wanting to do this with abortion. Like, I don't even think legally we ever do this. Like, everything we base our decisions on seems to be off of the damage that was done in the moment, or like what is provably there, not what could be. Because I feel like if you start doing that, like you start running into a lot of problems. Like if we start valuing like the potential of causing harm, like now you're kind of off in the land of like, well, you could argue anything humans do ever is immoral because it probably does something down the line
Yeah,
that's going to end some type of life for
yeah,
sentience, maybe potentially.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, then you're completely stuck. You're completely stuck. And
yeah,
even from the perspective of like unborn potential people that could have existed, at that point, you just have to, you just cannot like use any kind of contraception whatsoever. And you basically have to have as much sex as you possibly can. Like, it would literally be an injunction to do that. And you, like, it would be criminal not to from that perspective, which again is just absurd. Um,
yeah, yeah. That's the thing. That's like pretty much every single one of them. um it's like a fundamental assumption at some point, but like I think again the only one that like makes that seems to be like the most solid is like valuing sentience, because like all the other ones, like it seems like we would run into some like weird things pretty quickly, even with like the what was it, the I guess bodily autonomy argument. But I feel like there's some points where like we would run into some problems even with that. Like, it's this is like the best way to go on abortion is like just assuming that like at some point sentience starts, and it's probably somewhere in like the middle, like with in the second trimester somewhere. But yeah,
yeah,
it's
what
just
do you mean by, I mean, when you say sentience, does that correspond to consciousness to you, or does that have another
to me it is kind of consciousness, or like I guess it goes even more fundamental because, like, to me, sentience is even like the definition of it gets kind of arbitrary because, like, I don't even think that there's a clear 100% at this point. This is what we would consider sentient. It seems to be just kind of like an assumption in itself. Like, I tend to just assume that sentience is like Like I don't know if you've heard of this philosophy form, but like egoism is typically what I prescribe to. Like the idea of like I know what I know, and I tend to make prescriptions off of that. So like my experience, I consider that sentient. So like
Yeah.
conscious thought, reaction to stimulus, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I tend to just assume that's what sentience is, even though that might not be objectively what
Yeah.
sentience is, or like I would just assume kind of similar to what I'm experiencing is sentience, and then I go from there. Um,
Yeah.
but
I have a kind of,
yeah,
I mean, my conception is more a kind of binary, kind of discrete on or off kind of thing, where like either you're conscious or either you're not. Although you can have sort of lower levels of awareness, but like somehow fundamentally, I still see it as being a kind of yes or no proposition, where one either is or is not conscious. And so like that's why I also think that there's probably just some sort of cutoff where it's like suddenly there is consciousness, and I think that it is likely just related to the appearance of a brain. Um, because I mean we know that that is what is linked to consciousness, and so again, this is why like there is an actual like non-arbitrary biological cutoff, which is this the 6 weeks post-conception, which is basically under that I'm comfortable with abortion fully, and above that I'm sort of like yeah, I would sort of be okay with any policy actually on it, as long as we can always allow for abortion when the mother's life is at risk. So yeah, that's my stance based on that reasoning, really. Um, uh,
yeah, and I would agree for the like. Yeah, I would agree. Just like maybe like for me, I don't know if I could find like unless we could somehow definitively prove or like consciousness began, which we're probably not going to be able to anytime soon. Like we kind of have to just make assumptions and um, probably I tend to just make the assumption in abortion that it happens a little bit into brain development. Like I don't know if like right as the brain forms its consciousness, because like I don't even know if I would consider um like some animals to be like fully conscious per se, like in some organisms, and we tend to like not care about those. There seems to be like a point in brain development where like it becomes complex enough to have conscious thought and we begin to care about it, but I don't know where that is or where it starts. It could be right as the brain forms just as well. It could be like way into brain development, but I tend to
yeah,
just
yeah,
assume it's probably somewhere in the middle.
yeah,
But
yeah. Yeah, we don't know, of course, we don't know.
yeah,
Um, so okay, well, we still seem to mostly agree, even though not like 100%, but yeah. Do you want like okay?
yeah,
I'll just scroll down to see if there's other stuff I disagree with. Like I said, I agree with like three-quarters of your stuff, but I can still find a quarter if I want to agree. So pro open borders. Okay, are you pro? Like I'm just anti-country at all. I'm pro having a single, uh, global state. Um, would you be up for that theoretically?
theoretically, if we could achieve it, yeah, that would be like I guess like an end goal. But like in
Okay.
the sort of like present or like practical application, I don't know how close we are to even getting there. But yeah, ideally, like yeah, I think freedom of movement and going where you want in the world and like anti-country.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably consider
Okay.
me that.
Okay, well, good, good. Yeah, I feel that we should be pushing for that more because like right now, basically like I feel like nobody's talking about that. Like you see, I mean, there's lots of leftists talking about certain topics, but like that is something that is really not talked about, and I would just like to see more, advocacy for that really. So yeah, just to at least, because
Yeah, I
we'll
would.
we'll get there by changing the discourse and the mindset of people, and we do that through activism. And so I feel there's this idea that we're not close to getting there, but I think the reason we're not close to getting there is simply because we're not talking about it. So yeah, that's just my position on that. Um,
Yeah, I would agree. Probably should talk about it more. Like, and I think even like the left, even here in the United States, used to talk about it more. Like the older left in the United States, like a
mm,
lot of what united them was like we're all human, we're all on Earth, like we shouldn't have borders, we shouldn't be going to war
Yeah,
with each other.
yeah,
And we kind of lost that rhetoric in like the past 10, 20 years. But I feel like we could bring it back and push for it more. But I don't know. So I wouldn't disagree. I think we should probably bring it up more and
mm,
um,
mm,
just push for it, I guess.
yeah. Um, okay, let's see. Pro LGBTQIA plus. I mean, I guess it would depend what you mean. I mean, I'm pro just letting people do what they want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. Um, I do think to a certain extent, like it's actually some of this like rhetoric surrounding these sort of issues can actually be harmful kind of to lots of different people. I feel like, for instance, this trans issue is actually, well, what it is gender essentialist, which actually sort of fights against the idea that you can just be whatever you want. Like, it's sort of basically feeds into this conservative idea that if you're a man, you're manly, and if you're a woman, you're womanly. And like, I don't like that. And so bizarrely, I think people don't really realize this, but to some extent, that kind of activism actually is regressive and is actually hurting people and is actually just further enforcing traditional gender roles.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. Like, I definitely think there's probably some harmful rhetoric out there. Like, ideally, I guess I would be like a gender abolitionist or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
ideally,
that's
you
what I
can
am.
do whatever you want, and like, you're not determined simply by what you look like at birth. You
Yeah,
just do whatever you want.
yeah.
And
That's my
sometimes, like,
position.
we get too harsh into like we're kind of going backwards and like we're now starting to expect trans people to act a specific way in our
Yeah,
rhetoric,
yeah.
and it's kind of like going backwards and like kind of like reversing a bit. So yeah, I guess there is some
And I
bad
feel like
rhetoric there.
it's kind of forcing people to do something, and it's still a relatively invasive procedure to your body to transition. And I think, we're forcing these people to, I mean, we're not forcing them, of course, but, we are inciting them to do it just based on whether they feel a bit like, if you're a male and you feel a bit feminine, I mean, I feel a bit feminine. If I was more impressionable, I could be convinced that I'm actually a woman in a man's body. And I don't think that would actually be good for me to transition. So like, and I think lots of people feel like that. I mean, I, I think there are lots of people that don't like feel that they correspond to the stereotype of a man, and I don't think that that really means. I mean, just by being more sensitive, more emotional, I feel like I probably would relate more and correspond more to like the stereotype of a woman if I have to choose to be one stereotype or another. So I don't really think that that's actually the way to go. In the long term, what I actually support is like transhumanism, like through genetic engineering to like just improve humans and like eliminate disease and such. And one of the things I'd also like to do with genetic engineering would be to get rid of like separate sexes, so that we just like all have both like a male and female function, like some other like animals have. And that way you just don't have this issue anymore. You wouldn't have any of these gender issues, right? Because there'd be no question of being homo or heterosexual or trans or whatever or cis. They're just like, because there'd just be one sex, one gender, and that would be that. So that's basically
Hmm.
my long-term goal.
I mean, long term, that's interesting. Like, I don't know if I'd be completely opposed to that in the future, but like, I don't know. Like, I guess like that is kind of interesting to think about. I guess in the future, like um, being able to move ourselves using scientific advancement away from the problems we're having now. Like
Mhm.
that's um,
I mean, obviously we can't do that now. I mean, I'm obviously when we have the technology, which we don't now. Um,
yeah.
okay, so you say you believe in gender theory, so that kind of seems to go against what I was saying, but maybe I don't really know what you mean by gender theory.
Well, I think like I guess it depends because like I've been what I knew about gender theory, and now maybe it's wrong. Maybe this is wrong, but like modern gender theorists, from how I understand it, a lot of them were like gender abolitionists, and that they like kind of believe the same thing that you were saying, and that basically, ideally, you just it's arbitrary, like picking things and saying that people should do those things is silly. And that you should be more like people could kind of do whatever they want. And in theory, um, like gender should be abolished. So you should, like in the ideal society, move away
Mm,
from that and kind of be able to like just no specific roles assigned to anyone. You could kind of do what you want and choose your own destiny.
yeah,
And I think people probably a lot of gender theory is probably misconstrued and like people take it to weird places probably and like the original like academic way of it is probably skewed a bunch, but like that's how come I tried to like separate it. Like I have like the pro
yeah,
LGBTQ
yeah.
and then the gender theory of like a separate thing
But see,
because
I'm
like
not
one's more of like an academic thing and like
okay.
yeah
Like I'm not convinced that like I'm not sure that's the best terminology because I don't really even know what gender theory to me when I read that that seems just pretty vague. And to me it almost
yeah
evokes something like the opposite of gender abolitionism to me. Um and I think probably lots of people who read that would also kind of end up believing in the opposite and would end up thinking it's more like gender essentialism and sort of like more like about bolstering this idea of gender, which I'm opposed to. So, I mean, if you believe in bolstering gender, of course you should leave it, but maybe, or even then you probably shouldn't leave it because you should be more like specific, like, I don't know, like something that's to the layperson is sort of more intelligible. Um, so yeah, that's
yeah yeah. I'll probably change it to something different. I'll
just
probably have
some,
a more
yeah,
specific layout of my position. Probably
or just a bit more clear, maybe. Yeah.
yeah
Okay, believe trans and MB people are valid. I mean, I think people should be able to be whatever they want. I should be able to, identify as whatever they want. So, I mean, in that sense, I think they're valid too. Like I said, I do believe sort of in gender abolitionism in the sense of not trying to enforce particular genders onto people. So,
yeah
I mean, obviously, non-binary means that kind of goes into that. Trans, of course, if somebody wants to identify as something, of course they can, and if they want to say like I feel like the opposite gender or whatever, of course they can. So I think we probably agree with that. I guess that's sort of your perspective too.
yeah yeah. Just basically what I mean with that is just basically like inevitably I'm a gender abolitionist and you could do whatever you want and like I don't think we should be forcing people to do anything. So like I'm not going to complain about
Mm,
anyone or I'm not going to complain about trans people. I'm not going to complain about non-binary individuals. I actively encourage non-binary individuals and I try to stay consistent and try to avoid pronoun use and stuff
mm,
myself and like try to stay in that realm but like I'm just not going to like actively encourage anyone to do anything. Just basically figure out your own destiny. But
yeah,
and if it means if you end up feeling like you are trans and you like want to get gender reassignment surgery or whatever, as long as you came to that conclusion on your own and you weren't like influenced in it, which I think sometimes with rhetoric, some people probably are pushed towards being trans who like didn't make it or were like influenced negatively and probably wouldn't have made that decision otherwise, or probably would have just been non-binary or
mm,
whatever. But um, as long as you're making those decisions on your own, I don't care.
yeah, yeah.
Just yeah, but
BLM, I'm not sure. I'm not fully pro BLM because I think I'm neither fully anti nor fully pro BLM really. Um, because I feel like the most important sort of arguments and yeah, the most important like grievances of BLM I basically don't agree with. Um, I don't agree really with their interpretation of what's going on. And essentially, like the number one thing of BLM is this idea that, the fact that African Americans are being shot disproportionately by the police and shot and killed disproportionately is a result of systemic racism, and I don't think that's the case. Um, like there is racism, but and there's probably some degree of racism that is causing that, but I think, it's like a 2.5 to 1 ratio or something. And I think the majority of the ratio is not caused by systemic racism, by something else, right? We know that like black people are poorer on average, and so like that already can be one explaining factor. So it's like instead of looking at through a lens of race, I think we should look at it rather through a lens of more like socioeconomic factors. And so I would see it more as an issue of poorer people being shot more by the police. But even then, I wouldn't see it like in the Marxist perspective of like, capitalists shooting down the proletariat or something like that. I would instead basically point to the fact that in poor communities, I mean, poverty is probably the number one driver of violence. And in fact, we've seen that in I mean, like literally, blacks are 1/8 of the population, but 1/2 of all homicides. So literally, the homicide rates among blacks is 4 times higher. So in fact, like, there's compared to the homicide rate, it's almost like blacks are being undershot. And obviously, I'm not saying that they should be shot more, but like I think we should look at it from that perspective, from that kind of data, where it's actually the police that is more present in black neighborhoods as a result of there being more criminality, and that is actually good. I mean, they need more. That they need that extra police presence because I mean most black people are not being shot by the police but by other black people. And I mean I've looked at this that like there've been like I remember a particular poll that asked like people whether they wanted more or less police or the same. And basically it was pretty consistent among all races that about 80% wanted either the same or more policing, and only 20% of any race, like both among blacks and whites and others, there's only 20% that actually wanted less policing. Um, so I'm not sure how reliable that poll is or whatever, and I don't really have it anymore. But um, like basically, I don't think systemic racism is a thing. Like there's the issue that there's violence, and then the police is present to kind of quell that violence, and sometimes it acts in violence back because it's obviously sometimes to neutralize a threat it has to do that, and sometimes it uses excessive violence. But um, like yeah, basically the analysis I think is wrong, and what we really should be focusing on is decreasing the original civilian violence that by a civilian onto another civilian. And I think the best way to do that is to alleviate poverty. And I think the best way to do that is a UBI. So fundamentally, I think like BLM should really be more a pro UBI movement than an anti systemic racism and anti police movement. There,
Okay,
that's my take.
I I don't think I disagree practically with what you're saying, but there is an element to this. Why I come to the conclusion that I do on this, um, is because from what I understand about systemic racism, is that it's just simply like some sort of like system or institution that like produces a racialized outcome. So like if something is affecting one race disproportionately over another, like a specific law or institution, then we would typically call that thing like systemically racist. And I do believe that this does exist, and I think that there are some examples of it. Um, like the fact that black individuals are poorer in the United States, I think there's some utility in like figuring out why that is.
Of course.
And like the reason why that is because black individuals historically were in a worse off economic situation
Yeah.
primarily because of their race. So you could argue that like systemic racism, at least in the past, has carried over, and it's like
Yes.
black
Yes.
individuals are
Absolutely.
behind as
Absolutely.
a result. Like I think
It's a
there's like
legacy.
utility in say that.
It's a legacy
Yes.
of systemic racism. That is how I would consider it. It's a legacy of systemic racism. There is a moderate amount of pervasive racism still, absolutely. Just but it's not it's not the institution so much as just I think now it's people that are but lots of them. So lots of them so that it is a sort of pervasive phenomenon of moderate racism that is also holding black people back. And there's this issue of a legacy of past racism. But ultimately, like, I don't really care about like this legacy of past racism in the sense that okay, what we've got now is that we've got poor people who happen to be disproportionately black, but in the end, like why I don't feel like we should care more about the fact that some like lots of black people are poor than about the white people that are poor. I mean, they are equally like not well off, and they're equally not to blame for their position. Like at this point, it's pretty much equivalent. Like basically, poor white people typically they're born in poor families. Well, poor black people now are born in poor black families, and okay, that poor the fact that the family was is poor is a result of past institutional racism, but ultimately at this point it's meaningless because the white people are also just as equally not responsible for their predicament. So we really should be just focusing on poverty and not on race. I think it's a red herring. It's misguiding the issue. Mm.
See, I think that like at some point, because of how great the I guess the inequality gap is between black and white people, I think at some point, at least in the United States, it might vary based on country, of course, but like um I think at some point it's useful to
Mm.
look at it and say that black individuals, we might need to engineer some policies specifically for the black community to try to close that wealth inequality and income inequality gap. And of course, we should try to uplift all poor individuals. But like if I feel like if we continue to leave this massive wealth inequality gap, it's going to continue to cause more and more and more and more issues. Like at some point, we need to address it and bring black community up to the white community and fix some of these disparities. Now, you could argue a lot of this is going to be done just by focusing poverty to begin with, but at some point, we got to kind of, I'd say, look at specifically the black community and try to correct some of these inequalities and try to get it back up, and then move from there. Because if we
I mean
continue to leave this
I see
gap
what you
there,
mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, go on. Go on.
yeah, I think if we leave this gap here, at least from how I understand about wealth and poverty and equality, it's going to cause a lot of issues. It's going to cause, from how I understand it, there's correlation to crime and such that's caused by that gap. And if we continue to leave that there, if we literally do policies that just purely focus on poverty and never address like racial gap, I feel like what will happen is we'll inject just as much money into the white communities as black communities, and then that gap is still going to stay there,
But
and
is
it's still
that
going to continue
like
causing problems.
is that actually a problem? I mean, yeah, it is a problem. I would say to me, it's not a problem in and of itself, since I'm really an individualist. So all I care about is equality between individuals and not between groups of individuals. And so, like in and of itself, like the only thing that matters to me is increasing equality between individuals, and I don't really care particularly whether or not it's sort of there's a particular inequality along racial lines or not. What I would agree with, on the other hand, is that if there's a sort of persistent gap in like mean wealth between different racial groups, it will keep on like perpetuating this idea, like maybe that whites might have that black people are dangerous, and then that will lead to further like discrimination and bias towards them. So from that perspective, I would agree that it would be useful to closing the gap. Um, but even then, I'm not like the gap is not that huge, I think. And I think like if we can like the main reason that there's lots of maybe potentially even fear of black people is that there is more criminality among black communities. So I think if we can bring the criminality down, at that point there's going to be a lot less bias and a lot less discrimination. And at that point, if there's a bit of a persistent gap, I don't think it matters much. Another thing I like to point out is that like a wealth gap is, it's like it's a mean wealth gap, but it's not like the average white person is all that, is all that rich, right? It's the fact that there's, a sizable segment of white people that are really rich, and there isn't such a sizable segment of black people. But again, it's this sort of communitarian mindset that I don't really think is actually helpful. And also, well, like the income gap is a lot lower. It's like something like 1.7 to 1 or something. I mean, it's still significant, but it's a lot different. It's, a lot less than the wealth gap. And I mean, income, if you save for invest, then income becomes wealth. So I think if we can equalize the income gap more, then we'll also just automatically close the wealth gap over time. Um, so that's kind of my stance on that. Um,
And again, like probably like on the surface, I wouldn't fully disagree. It's just because I used to be like full on like I didn't even care about like wealth inequality between groups at all. But what I looked into it more is that it seems like it is actually something we need to be concerned with because like I've seen study after study after study every time I've looked into this, and I think I still have them, and I've brought them up on stream a couple of times. I should probably have that document open, but like from how I understand it, not necessarily income inequality, although there are some problems with income inequality, but wealth inequality and poverty inequality in particular both correlate with different forms of crime, and they also correlate with instability in countries historically, like increased revolutions, increased rioting, and just more instability in general. So it seems to me like it's probably not our top priority to close the gap, but it should still be in the back of our minds that that is there, and we should probably work to reduce it as much as possible. And it is something we will have to address because if we leave it there and if we let it get larger, and if we don't monitor that gap, um, at least from how I understand it, this is going to correlate directly with an increase of crime, which is going to be antithetical to what we're trying to do, which is trying to reduce criminality,
but
especially within the black community, try to reduce those stereotypes.
well,
Like
of
it's going to
course,
cause issues. So,
but
like, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I mean, my concern with this is that we're going to be doing racial policies. I mean, we're going to be basically doing racial specific policies, which means we're going to be treating people differently according to the color of their skin, which is basically racist. And we're already doing that with affirmative action, where like Asians are basically being held back, and we're actually penalizing them for being too successful, which I really think is wrong. I mean, it's basically just treating people as interchangeable members of a group and really only caring about equality between groups and not about equality between people. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be sort of artificially helping like black people, artificially penalizing uh, Asian people, and we would be doing also penalizing like Jewish people if we had a Jewish category, but we don't, so we there isn't that. And I think that that's not the way to go. That's going to create resentment, and I don't think it's actually a major problem. Like Republicans just run away with that and just make a much bigger deal of it than it is. But I just don't think it really is the ideal way of doing things. And so you're probably gonna also like you're not gonna like this take probably. I actually do believe that like there appear to be IQ differences between races on average. I mean, there are differences between individuals, right? So, like, why is it okay that there are IQ differences between individuals, but somehow between races, it's a terrible thing to say that that's the case. To me, that doesn't really make sense. Again, we should be focusing on individuals and not on groups. And so, like, there does appear to be that. Like, obviously, you could claim that it's based on like past discrimination and stuff. Okay, but like, why are Jews the people with the highest IQ despite having been discriminated forever? Like logically, Jews should also have low IQs if it was the result of discrimination that gave you low IQ. Um, Jews should not be more successful, and yet Ashkenazi Jews, and yet they are consistently the ones that have higher IQ. And what we're seeing is that they also tend to have particular like neurological diseases that seem to be correlated to particular like genes that basically seem to be linked to higher IQ and as well like and we're seeing this. There's a correlation between genetics and IQ results, and that seems to be very consistent. And so overall, the picture does seem to indicate that there are innate biological differences in IQ, which would then mean that this gap is actually largely explained by IQ, since typically like higher paying jobs require a higher IQ. And so I think if you adjust for IQ, what you see is that there's actually very little there's very little difference in like income between white and blacks, and also like Asians and whatever, like between racial groups, there's actually very little, which means that there's actually much less, precisely that's kind of the idea that there isn't really much systemic racism at this point, even though there's this legacy, of course, of systemic racism. And which is why, again, I think it's not the right way to go. So then you could argue, well, it's unfair that high IQ people are paid more, and I would agree with that. That's not fair. Like some people are lucky to be higher IQ, and do they actually deserve to be paid more? Like I don't know, maybe not. So, but then that would be the thing to focus on is maybe like advocacy for lower IQ people instead. Um, so that's my also a thing to sort of point out.
Okay, there's a couple of different things. So like, um, okay, so hold on, I gotta. So there are a couple of different things here. So I guess we could start with the IQ thing. Um, I've heard this IQ argument several times. I don't. The question, yes, I know that there is an IQ gap there. The ultimate question is always what's causing it. And from what I understand, there's two accepted theories. There's the 50-50 theory, and then there's the pure sociological theory. Um, probably buy into the 50-50 theory because it seems to be the most correct. The idea that everyone has genes, but sociological situations cause those genes to present. So inevitably, it's your choice as an individual. It's not just some inherent response by your genes. Like you might have like a trait towards aggression, for instance, but like it's ultimately up to you, like the friends you surround yourself with, the activities you engage with, the type of job you have, so on and so forth, will inevitably determine how likely you are to act on these genes. So like even if I accept the premise that like there are differences between like black and white people, which I don't think is possible. It's probably not the case, but like I could be convinced that it is the case because like um I would imagine like somehow to definitively prove that you would have to successfully like point out a specific gene or like fully sequence a gene that's directly present in black individuals and not in white or like the other way around to prove that. But like let's say if you could prove that and we know for a fact, uh, it's still we know that like sociological causes can lead to like IQ differences and all types of things. So I still think like that gap between groups could still be reduced, and a good portion of it, if the 50-50 theory is right, which I think that's probably the most correct theory, at least half of it's caused by sociological things. Like for instance, I believe like it's been a while since I've talked to anyone about this IQ thing. It's been a couple months, but the last I looked at this, like every year of education correlates with 3 to 6 IQ points in the average individual, which means that there's something clear right there. Oh shit! Dude, okay, yeah, he left. Um, but there's like a clear difference right there of like there's something we could control, and it's probably the case looking at like the way society is now. Black individuals probably don't have as good of schools as white individuals do. Looking at it. Like the culture within the black community surrounding education and stuff is pretty bad, and looking at
Of
the
course.
outcomes in the school system are also pretty bad. So like it seems like even if it were the case that there were like biological differences that were innate, which I can accept for the sake of argument, I guess, but like um there's still a lot that we can control, and I still feel like that racial gap between like at least when it comes to outcomes within society can still be reduced, and any amount of it that we can reduce, I still think we would all benefit from reducing it. Like from how I understand, wealth inequality correlates with murder and assault, while poverty inequality correlates with I think it's like rape and robbery. I think so. Like shrinking these things are still going to be beneficial to society, and it seems like if the 50-50 theory is true and we can control 50% of what people do, we should probably look to like cut the gap in half by 50% and
But
still try to like I think we'll still benefit from that. Like
do you think? like, do you think would benefit from it if we actually do a racial policy, if we actually basically do a racist policy to do it? I mean, of course we would benefit from it, but if it's at the cost of doing it through a racial, essentially a racist policy, I don't really think it would necessarily be work because you're going to create lots of legitimate resentment at that point. I mean, at that point, you'd kind of be making like the conservatives right, in as much as you literally would be discriminating against people on the basis of their race. So like, I'm obviously, I, it would be better if it could just there could just not be that gap. Yeah, but you got to sort of look at the consequences of how you achieve the closure of that gap. And okay, so I mean, I've already said that, so I'm not really sure there's much more for me to say. I've already said that, like, what I support is a UBI to just reduce poverty, for everyone, and I think that would really be probably the best thing to do. And at that point, we probably could just stop worrying as much about that kind of thing. And of course, yeah, you mentioned schools. So obviously, so another thing in that you don't actually mention here. So like, I'm very much pro like a single like federal taxation and against like local taxation. And because like it creates a ton of problems to have different tax rates in different places. What you have is, tax avoidance by like companies moving to places where there's less taxation. And also what happens is that obviously poor communities then, well, they can't pay, they don't have as much tax revenue, so then they don't have as much, government expenditure for the stuff that they need, like schools. And so what we really should be doing is just have a single federal tax that then gets redistributed. So some of that tax revenue will get used by the federal government, and some of that should get redistributed to smaller level governments in proportion to the population. And that way you could have like literally schools be funded equally everywhere. And so that would be another policy, again, non-racial policy, to just help everyone. So that would be another additional thing that we could do. Plus, another important sort of cause of the sort of cycle of poverty and criminality is the criminalization of drugs, which leads to both criminalizing drug users and drug dealers, drug traffickers. And obviously, if we could just legalize drugs, that would really tremendously solve that issue. Obviously, drugs cause health issues as well, but I mean, so much of like the morbidity and mortality of drugs is actually caused precisely by the criminalization, since people aren't able to properly, seek proper health treatment services, which practically don't even exist. So by legalizing that, we could really help, boost proper treatment services for people, and you'd probably actually see even the problems from drug use directly probably go down, as we've seen in Portugal already, where like things have actually gone better as a result of not even legalization, just decriminalization. I think probably legalization would even be better. Though I mean, obviously, I'm anti-drug, but I'm pro legalization. So yeah, that would be sort of my solutions to these problems.
Okay, and I don't. So with those solutions, like those solutions, I don't disagree with. Like I do think like part of the problem in the United States, criminalization of drugs has created a lot of problems, and that would help. And it's a non-racial policy, as you said, that you could do that could make everyone's lives better. Um, and I would say it's probably like the same thing with the unitary tax system and going or more towards a unitary tax system
Yeah.
and like trying to get like the federal government to distribute money more than local governments.
Mhm.
Like those are both great strategies. I probably wouldn't disagree with that. Um, there's one thing that we probably like the disagreements on, and like maybe this is going to be a hot take for me, or maybe it's just like
Mhm.
the way I think philosophically, and maybe this difference just won't like get resolved. But like, because I would typically consider myself like a utilitarian, and like if a policy, any policy, theoretically, at least in my opinion, if it generates, at least to me, if it generates a positive outcome overall, then I would be in favor of it.
Yeah.
And maybe this is about to be a hot take, but like that would technically include a policy that was like discriminatory. So like something like affirmative action, if affirmative action turns out to be a net positive, then those types of like discriminatory policies, I would be in favor of it. Now, if they're not effective, then they're not effective and we shouldn't use them. But I think when it comes onto this topic, some people are just afraid to admit like if there are useful, like quote unquote discriminatory policies, if they have a positive outcome,
Repost it.
I don't think we should inherently shy away from them, or at least they should be considered. Like things like affirmative action, which to me
https
it doesn't
colon
seem the
slash
only
slash
people that
discord
it
dot
helped.
gg
It looks
slash
like statistically was like white
kdmgft9.
women, so it was a gain for women. I guess white people for all is how I understand it, and like Asian people were hurt a little bit. So like that's probably not the greatest benefit. So probably not affirmative action. Maybe there's different forms that would be better, but like maybe this is a difference. But like I'm willing to try those policies, like things like affirmative action and potentially like I've seen some decent arguments for different types of reparations we could try to reduce some of these wealth inequalities. Like I don't disagree with your other solutions. I would implement those, but like I don't think we should shy away from quote unquote discriminatory policies if they have a good effect. But that's
Well,
assuming they have a good effect.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
of course,
obviously
and I agree
doing.
with. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with utilitarianism. Obviously, but like to me, like the three fundamental axiomatic like principles, which are like utilitarianism plus what I call like equitarianism, like fairness, and that would kind of that and freedom, like liberty, and so those are like the three fundamental principles, and basically the problem is that you'd kind of be going against the principle of fairness in the name of utilitarianism or beneficence. And I'm not like obviously overall I want to maximize beneficence, but I want to do it in a fair fashion. And um, I'm not sure that that really like based on these three axiomatic ethical principles, it's not necessarily clear if if it's actually better, to sacrifice fairness in the name of like total total well-being. Uh, so even though it would create more equality, it would create more equality of well-being, but maybe at the expense of fairness nonetheless. So like yeah, it's kind of hard to know, but I kind of agree. I agree with sort of what you're saying, the gist of what you're saying. What I would want to add is that basically like the policies, these
Ask him if he can
non-racial.
unlock the Discord voice chat.
Um, okay, I've got a friend here that's also would like to join. He's called Guac Lesnar 95. I don't know if you'd like to have him on also or not. He's just he's told me he'd like to join the Discord. I think he's already on your Discord.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, if you see him,
He's
I don't know if you can find him.
mm, what's the username?
Guac, guac like guacamole, like the avocado sauce, and then Lesnar, like the wrestler,
Yeah.
95.
Um, I don't think I don't know if they've joined the Discord yet. Because I could, if they hop in, I could bring them into the call, but I don't see them yet.
We'll just look when he hops in. Anyway, yeah, so what I'm saying is like there's like these policies that I've mentioned, like the thing of having a unitary tax, the UBI, and like the legalization of drugs. These are obvious policies that need to be done. This obviously the right thing to do. So obviously the first thing we should be doing is that, and only then would I maybe consider focusing on race. I mean, that's like to me, first you focus on like these obvious structural problems, and like and only after the structural problems have been dealt with should we focus on these more uh you know how how to say less concrete, less obviously solvable issues such as these racial disparities. I think we should first have the right system, and only once we have all the proper policies in place, the right institutional policies in place, should we even consider focusing on race specifically. That is my take on that. Obviously, we should definitely, encourage individuals to not be individually racist, but beyond that, you know, I'm not really a fan of these racial policies, and obviously it's creating lots of backlash among conservatives. And I think, maybe if you sort of drop that a bit, you might see conservatives be less radicalized. And that's
It's
another thing to
still
consider.
locked.
So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I don't necessarily
He
disagree.
needs
Like,
to
if
unlock it.
we could solve it with
Go on guest
non-discriminatory
first.
policies, and probably would be preferable. But like, um,
Okay,
so yeah, I
okay.
guess I don't disagree. Wait, the Discord
yeah.
link is not working. Okay, try that link. This is
Um,
not a healthy discussion.
okay, so
Okay, Space Dawning. Are you the one in guest chat right now?
no, that's my friend, Guac Lesnar. Obviously,
Okay,
he's
okay,
an
okay,
all of Boston strong. Um,
okay.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me pull them in. Hello? Hello?
Boston, you there? So yeah, I'm not sure there's much to say. He's Boston strong. He's born in '95. He's from Boston. He is black. Um, that's sort of what I can say. I don't know much, but
It's still not working. Oh shoot, you might just be kind of oh man, you might have that one glitch happening that just happens to random people. No, he's not banned. Um it's just like a random glitch that I've noticed. It
one
might
thing that
be
happens to me is when the jack of my headphones gets pulled out of my computer, then even if I put the jack back in, the sound never comes. So maybe it's like some weird thing like that.
it's either that or it's like a weird Discord glitch that kind of randomly happens to people that they can't join voice chats and servers at random intervals. Like yeah,
Yeah.
you might need to leave and come back.
Oh yeah, but it's actually
Um,
we've already had this problem with him where he like was trying. So yeah, Boston, no, Boston, what you got to do is you like make sure that your jack is properly plugged. Then you close your Discord tab. Okay, your browser tab that is has Discord. You close it, and then you maybe even close the browser. I'm not sure. Then you just reopen everything, go back on Discord, and then do the whole process again of coming into the Discord and going on the guests. Try that. That would be my recommendation.
yeah, you gotta like try to. It's something weird when you try to join servers. It like refuses to work, but like on regular chats, it will work. It's just some weird glitch. You gotta sometimes just reset to try to get it to work. Um,
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see. We can try. Okay. Well, so we already covered the drug thing, right? Because you said you're pro legalization of drugs. So, are you actually pro legalization, like full
I'm back
legalization,
in
or is that
guest.
um?
um, pretty much full legalization. Man, I haven't talked about this in a while, so I've probably a bit. Maybe some new stuff has happened. Like I know some stuff's been going down with Portugal for a while. Like, but from how I understand it, I'm in favor of most drugs being legal. Like, there's a lot of drugs that like inherently aren't as risky, like overdose wise, that like especially should be legal, like marijuana and like psychedelics, in my opinion, push you that direction too, and like some like basic like depressants, like common party drugs. But
hmm,
like you could get into the argument that like there's certain drugs that are like inherently very, very, very dangerous and might never be able to be legalized, like meth and fentanyl and things like that.
yeah.
In that strain, and like super hardcore stimulants like crack.
But even from
Um,
that perspective, I mean, we let people do like super dangerous extreme sports, for instance. So why wouldn't we let them do drugs? especially again considering the fact that like there's addiction, and then if we ban it, then the people won't be able to properly like seek proper health treatments and stuff. I mean, I think overall, and then you'll have like the illegal trade and the criminality that accompanies it. So I think overall, I just really don't see the utility of banning it. I mean, even though I'd rather people not consume those things, but I think banning it is actually not really helping. Oh yeah, Boston Strong is back if you want to try to have him join again.
Yeah, if appreciate the follow, Zero. Me, how do I get on list for calling? Oh, I kind of just stream whenever, and if you're here during a stream, you could call in as long as I'm like not getting ready to wrap up the stream or whatever. Um, let me. Hello, is it? Oh, there you go. Hello.
We heard a little
Uh,
something. Oh yeah, we're still not hearing you
this
very well.
Yeah, it's still pretty muffled, but could
oh,
actually hear you.
fine.
Well, it's kind of cutting off is the thing.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yep.
All right, but
Ah.
yeah, full force media. I was like, damn. I was like, who's that? But then like, yeah, I know exactly. I've been following for a minute.
Yeah, I thought I
Cool
recognized
dude.
your name in chat, but yeah, but so what's going on? So did you say something
I
in
mean,
chat like this isn't a healthy discourse or something?
No,
Was
that was
that?
somebody else. That was spaced on ink.
Oh, that
no,
was
that was
someone
some.
else. Okay, yeah, this guy. Okay, it was someone else spamming a bunch of stuff. Okay,
Do
fair
you,
enough.
yeah,
Yeah,
what would
I
you like
don't.
to talk about, Boston?
Um, I agree. I think everything should be legalized because at the end of the day, for the most part, the people using drugs are all adults. They're gonna make that decision. They're gonna make that decision. You know,
Yeah,
and nobody's gonna stop. Like, you see people that go into like rehab and like this and that and this kind of program treatment and all this shit, and then they come out and get right back on. If they don't want to help themselves, like, you know what I mean, like, if that's what they're gonna spend their money on, that's what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? It's gonna help. And I'm not for the police, but it's gonna help the police catch whoever they want to catch. It's gonna help this and help that. You know what I mean? It's not gonna help them because they don't even want to help themselves. So you might as well. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna
yeah,
commit the crime regardless. They're gonna rob whoever to get what they want. It's gonna happen. It creates more work for the police if you know,
yeah,
just legalize all the drugs. Because at the end of the day, I live in Boston and I've seen police officers just walk by people that have just like shot up in the middle of the street and nothing happens to them. But they see a hand to hand transaction go on across the street and then it's like start chasing. Like, if you legalize everything,
Yeah,
it
that's a
it
good point.
opens a window. It opens a window for police officers to see the hand to hand transaction and do something about it instead of forcing people to all go around the corner where nobody can see and stuff like that and all that kind of. You know what I mean? So it's like, might as well, because at the end of the day, it's something that you can't stop. The war on drugs is stupid. It's a waste of money. I think the only thing that should be criminalized, made illegal, football sentence in prison is fentanyl, because there's no like medical. There was never medical use for it or anything. Like,
Well, the thing
yeah.
that's
is,
just the way I
There's
see it.
but again, then you still have the same problems that you have now with having drugs illegal. You'll have the illegal drug trade, which will lead to criminality. You'll have the fact that drug users
But
aren't be
if
able to
you
seek
legalize
treatment properly.
fentanyl, what do you think is gonna happen?
I think there's actually going to be less
Everybody's
problems
gonna
because
die.
no, because actually
Everybody's dead.
no, because people are going to seek treatment. What you got to do is further develop the treatment services, which are currently just extremely poorly underdeveloped. You develop them
How do you
more so that
seek
people are.
treatment for fentanyl though? But by the time you use it, you're probably dead.
You're probably not. You're probably not dead. I mean, you could. I mean, it happens,
You know
obviously,
how
but
strong that shit is.
Oh, it's very strong.
It,
It's
it
very
when they say it on the news, that's just very strong.
it's very strong, but still
People die in
most
minutes.
people, okay, yeah, but most people still use it several times before they die. I mean, it's not like most people
Okay.
like because they wouldn't be like they wouldn't even
All
have
right, Nathan.
we wouldn't have an addiction to fentanyl problem, okay? We'd just have a problem of people shooting up fentanyl once and then dying, which is not what we're
That's
seeing.
the crazy part about it. That's the part that I'm trying to explain to you is people don't get addicted to fentanyl. They use it and die. I mean, you can get addicted if you don't die, but
I
six
mean,
times out of 10, the first time, by the time you use it, you're dead. Six
I
times out of 10.
I
That's
don't have this.
60%.
I like we could have a look at the statistics for fentanyl fentanyl first time
Well,
overdose death. Like,
and the thing with fentanyl is that does happen a lot because it's supposed to be, it was originally like an anesthetic. So it's meant to like not kill you, but pretty much stop all your major systems. So like you could argue maybe legalizing it, like we could maybe
You
like
can go by statistics, but it goes to the dosage. If you
yeah. Well, again,
use just enough, you're dead.
if you
And
legalize it,
that's
then
not
I
a
people can
lot.
think
know the dose. If you
I
legalize it,
don't
people
think
can
That
people
is
know
not a
are
lot.
people
I
can
don't
know the
think
right
people are
dose.
It
using
doesn't take a lot of
fentanyl.
fentanyl to kill someone.
Right. It doesn't take a lot of fentanyl to kill people. A lot of times it's just laced in shit.
Like
Like
the problem is that people
it's
don't know precisely because it's not legal. So people don't know how much they need to consume, and sometimes they like used
Yeah,
it
not a
being
lot.
you
laced,
don't need to
and
I'm
consume
just saying.
any fentanyl unless you're like under a medic like if unless it's a like anesthetic.
yeah, unless you're having surgery. Like that's the one thing with
There's
fentanyl is it's an anesthetic. Like that and propofol. It's just
But I feel
propofol is
like that's bullshit
expensive.
because there's
So
so much other stuff that people that's uses anesthetics in surgery, and
yeah, like
nobody uses fentanyl
yeah, like propofol is taken over fentanyl
unless they're
because it's
doing
less dangerous.
propofol.
like brain
Propofol,
surgery,
yeah, that
probably or
shit.
something
Yeah.
like some kind of crazy like neurosurgery or something, like probably. But
no, but
at this,
I mean,
even then, I feel like they have other other shit.
The reason
no,
why we
fentanyl
see
is
so
still
many
used.
overdoses with fentanyl is because like it really just it's used to kill people. Like that's the main thing. Like it's laced in so much shit. Like think about like how fucking Mac Miller died. It was because someone laced his shit with fentanyl because they thought he was gonna fucking snitch or some shit along those lines.
I mean,
Like it's not.
I wouldn't think that most deaths are caused by it being laced. I mean, I think it's still the fentanyl that's killing people and not some other like contaminant. But as
Well,
we
no, it's a
know,
fentanyl that's killing people, but they're lacing it like if you put coke and then you get fucking you put fentanyl in it. There's no way to tell fentanyl's in it, and it kills you.
okay, so that's like almost like in the opposite. Like you get coke and then it's laced with fentanyl, and so then the fentanyl is the contaminant. But I think that's kind of, I mean, that's almost like another issue. But again, with legalizing it, you wouldn't have that issue again because legalizing it, it could be then controlled, and you could like
Even if you legalize it, go ahead.
yeah, well, you can control it so that then you know exactly what you're getting. You're getting the pure thing, and so you know exactly how much you're supposed to take. And that
Okay.
way, you're not going to have all those issues of people taking too much because they're used to having it being cut, being diluted, and then once it's not diluted, and then it's too much, for instance, or this issue of it being laced with something else. And so you're going to get rid of that if you legalize it. So that's another good argument for legalizing it.
Well, no. Well, no, no, no.
Can't
I
that
think the
approach with
main reason
everything
why
under the
people use
sun.
fentanyl is to lace it and like kill an op or some shit. That's like the main reason why.
No, like I mean that is a I guess it's I wasn't even really aware of that. I'm not surprised that that kind of thing happens, but mostly I mean when we're talking about the issue of fentanyl, it's not because they took something that was laced with fentanyl, but when we're talking about the issue of fentanyl, it's mostly that people are taking fentanyl knowing that it's fentanyl, and they're still suffering from it. I mean that was my impression. Maybe like I don't know. I'd have to see that if. But I really am not under the impression that it's just
But that's the
other
thing,
stuff
like
being laced.
it can get through your pores. Like say if like like just like you said, if you want to get rid of somebody, you could put it on a doorknob if you wanted to.
Okay, but at that point, so what we're saying is that then it becomes a toxin. But again, if we legalize it, then it can be verified. We can have like a sort of, a company that like checks, or like a EPA kind of thing that just checks whether the drugs are pure and they're not laced with something. And again, then
So
you're
you're
not.
telling me you're gonna take your fucking? I'm really not trying to like call you out here, but that's under the assumption I'm gonna take a pound of coke, send it to a company for them to verify that it doesn't have fentanyl. Then I'm gonna fucking smoke that shit.
Well,
That
you're not going to send every pound. You're going to send
Oh
just like
no, that
some
was
pounds
yeah.
of, like some samples of the company. Like companies in general, we're going to expect them to have a certain standard, and then, occasionally there might be like a control because that's sort of what happens. Is like occasionally you'll have an unannounced team from the FDA or something that will come and control that everything is all right. Obviously, you're not going to check every single you know like kilo or whatever, but that would be the way to do it, just like with regular, like legal drugs, like medications, right?
I have a question. Do you know what I'm referring to when I say coke?
Like cocaine. I mean,
Right. So like that's a drug. So that would never be sent to anyone to check it,
Okay,
you know?
okay,
no,
Gavin, hold on. Okay, to be
What?
fair, Gavin, you're a little bit off base there. I'm just trying to. Okay, in this hypothetical, if it's legalized, like everything else that is legalized, it is monitored. The company that's manufacturing it, like if we legalize it, it's not just gangs selling it on the streets anymore. Because I would imagine if we legalize it, that would still be illegal. Like you would have to get like an official license to
I
sell it
mean,
and
it was never
manufacture it.
just gangs selling it on the
I
street.
know, I
Everybody
know. I
did.
oversimplified, but yeah,
It was like entrepreneurs, everybody, anybody who wanted to, everybody was doing it.
yeah.
the
But
idea is
like,
it becomes regulated. If you legalize it, you can regulate it, so you don't have this kind of issue.
yeah, like then the actual companies, like if you do this, when you go to the, I guess I don't know what the stores would end up, your local drug store, literally a drug store, and you go to purchase it, you know it was manufactured by that company and it was tested by the FDA. It's not laced with anything, so you
See,
know
but
it's
that's the double
safer
standard.
than
A drugstore could sell it and it'll be no problem.
like
Nobody finds that weird.
Well, I don't
like
understand the problem. What's the issue there?
So Rite Aid could sell fentanyl, but if an individual does it, it's breaking the law. But if Rite Aid does it, perfectly fine.
well, an
Well,
individual
Nobody,
could too.
yes or no? Like, does anybody see that?
I see that, but it's also an hypothetical. We're using it as a hypothetical. Rite Aid would never actually sell fentanyl.
You never know until you try. Because at the end of the day, we got dispensaries where Harvard graduates are legit dealing weed through a storefront, and it's no problem. But if a corner store in the neighborhood selling weed through the back door or whatever, that place gets shut down.
Well, I would compare it again with medications, right? Like you just any medication, even like over the counter, like paracetamol or something. I don't think, or acetaminophen, as we say in the United States. Like I don't think you're allowed to just like cook some up in your, kitchen and then sell it, right? Like they're only approved companies that can sell it, and that's because it has to be checked by the FDA. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But if you
So
if you grow weed in a closet at your house, you have to get it checked by the FDA.
no, no.
No,
If you grow it in your closet
and
for your
and
own
now
consumption, for your
nowadays
own
it's legal
consumption,
to do that.
for your own consumption, for your own consumption. I don't know. And the thing is that weed, in any case, is not
But
because
this
weed
is
is
the
just a.
thing with the government. If you take one simple step and jump through a loophole, you can do it legally. If you become a caregiver,
Well, yeah,
technically you can sell weed.
okay, but weed is somewhat different, I suppose, in as much as it's just like a
Technically,
plant
it's still
that
it's
is.
still a drug. It's still been given that that bad reputation.
It's true. I mean, you're right. Like there is. I mean, there's definitely a case for banning individuals that haven't been like verified from selling weed. I'm not really sure what the legislation is regarding that. I don't. Apparently, so you're saying that that is actually legal, apparently, I in it like in some places. I don't actually know.
But still, like, this comes back to, this is more of like a problem of like arguing over the specifics of how an ideal policy should look like who should be able to sell it, and so on and so forth. This doesn't get to like the core of the point of like whether or not fundamentally they should be legal. This is like who should be able to sell it if they are legal, which, you know, it should probably be like everything
I
else.
mean,
If
if
you
the
go through the right
government can't get
process,
to
you
the
could.
core of the war on drugs, then I don't think we can on Twitch. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah,
That's
I
why.
guess.
That's why you should just legalize everything.
Here's an
Portland,
interesting.
Portland, Oregon did it, and it seems like they haven't had a problem ever since.
Here's an interesting
Mm,
I
comment
just pointed that out.
by Res Call here. He's saying that fentanyl in certain concentrations can be fatal to touch.
Yeah, that's the true, because when people respond to a call and they know there's fentanyl there, they wear respirators and gloves. I know this firsthand because I worked in kind of like a bad area, and um like there'd be people that would overdose on it, and when we would call an ambulance, they would come up in like a full-on respirator and gloves, because if they inhaled it, they could potentially kill them. So,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
crazy.
just them like being lying there on the ground.
Yeah,
Potentially the fumes coming off of them, like they could potentially be excreting it. That could be enough to like maybe not kill you, but like knock you unconscious at least.
that's
So
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I was fucking hearing the conversation. So, from what I'm understanding, the disconnect is, I'm not really sure what the other person is suggesting. Like, do you want like individuals to be able to sell it the same way that the government would be able to?
But it's not about what I want. It's, you know, that doesn't really matter.
Well, then
But
what are you like? What's your prescription?
like what would you
What's
want?
my prescription? What?
Like no, what
Like you're making
what
like you're
policy would you
making a
want?
descriptive claim, but like what about a prescriptive claim?
Prescriptive in the sense of what would you actually do?
Why ask me? It
What would you
doesn't.
do?
I'm just here to like talk. Like,
No,
I
but
know,
like
but obviously you have a viewpoint if you're like here to discuss it.
okay, like if you were a policymaker, what would your policy be? That's what he's asking.
if I was a policymaker, what would my policy be? That's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I was a policymaker. My policy would be legalize everything, make it legal because people are gonna kill themselves regardless. I would just give the distribution. No, I would just legalize everything, like, because it just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
Without any
I,
regulation.
I would legalize everything, and I would put more money into like helping people that have a problem with drugs. That's where that's where majority of the money will go, is putting money into helping people that have drug problems and want to get clean.
Okay, but so you're saying that somebody can just cook something up
Aside
in a
from that, I would
kitchen
just
and that's okay.
legalize everything. Go ahead
So
and buy all the drugs you want.
somebody can just try to cook some meth in a kitchen and can just sell it even though we don't even know if it's real meth or if it's laced with something. And
I
then
mean, it all comes down to the customer. Do you trust that person? Do you feel like the drug dealer is an honest guy?
Why wouldn't it be better to have the government regulate it though? Like it'd really be safer and better for
You're
everyone.
asking me some heavy questions. Like, why wouldn't you help me answer your question? Why wouldn't the
Sure. So
government?
let's
You
look
know
at
what I mean?
existing examples. So, for example, in Switzerland, they have drug programs, like where you can go to a place and you can get like meth or like some other drug. They'll administer you like a safe amount, and they'll also offer you like programs to like get like jobs or like fight addiction. Like I'm pretty sure Netherlands has a
Hold
similar
on,
model.
hold on. So in Switzerland, they give you the drugs, right? Like you said.
Yeah, this is a program. I'm not sure if it's around
All
anymore,
right, so it's a
but
program where
yeah.
they
So
give you the drugs. Hold
yeah,
on.
you would go to like a
Give me a
doctor's
second. Give
office.
me a second, because I'm trying
Sure.
to understand what you just
Sure.
said. You said what you said is in Switzerland they give you the drugs, right?
Yes.
And then they help you find a job, right?
They'll like offer you like they'll like help you like get off the drug if you want to, but they'll give you like a safe amount if you like are really addicted.
I'm asking about the job.
I don't think
They're gonna help you get a job, right?
no, I don't think it's part of the same program. Like it's more about helping you manage your drug addiction. I
Oh,
actually
he
do.
said something about a job. He said they give you the drug and they get you a
Like
job.
I'm basically talking about like So like the program itself, it's part of like a broader program to help like rehabilitate people into like society.
So back to what I was saying. So a part of this rehab program, do they help you get a job?
Like
I
yeah, if
think
you're like unemployed, they have like
I would say
unemployment
there's
services, of
no, well,
course.
there's
Okay,
unemployment
now
services. It would be like a collaboration, right?
Jesus,
You'd
Yeah,
have the team that takes care of the job, and you
I'm
have
trying
another
to point
team
out like
that
a
takes care of the
problem that like
drugs.
or like a where that problem could be in their system, but like they give you the drugs, right? Just don't nobody say something. Don't say anything for like 30 seconds, please. So they give you the drugs, right? Yes,
yes,
and then they help you get a job as a part of this rehab program, right?
yeah. Like they basically help you rehabilitate into society.
Yes, yes or no? They help you get a
Yes,
job, right, through the
yes.
program. All right,
Well, not this
and
program
then
specifically, in collaboration with other like welfare programs.
all right, never mind,
But yeah, you're basically right though. You're basically right though.
never mind.
Okay, well, anyway, the point is, why can't like I feel like these rehabilitative programs are just simply way more like constructive for society and getting people like rehabilitated.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that is obviously the way to do it. I mean, the reason you legalize it is to try to minimize harm, and you're going to minimize harm more by, you're going to lessen harm more by, or reduce, or whatever, if you're going to like legalize it, but at the same time make sure that what you're getting is actually something that is, a measured amount that is deemed to be probably safe. Although sometimes, you don't necessarily have a dose-dependent reaction to particular drugs. So some people could, with some drugs, some people can die even if they have a dose that is normally safe. So that's an unfortunate aspect of that, and which is why, I mean, I actually, I was with one of the guys who was doing that program in Switzerland, and he said they don't give cocaine precisely because some people have fatal, like like heart attacks essentially from taking
Yeah, that
cocaine
seems
even
like a
at
little
doses.
bit of cap. Like the fact that the government is just giving out drugs. Like
Well,
you
the
don't
idea
ever see the American government giving out heroin to people. No, they'll give you methadone, but they won't give you the same. So that kind
Well, I mean, you can look it up. It was a real program
of
in Switzerland.
like
It's a real
bullshit to
program.
me.
It's a real program.
So they
They
give
give
you the
heroin.
real this
They give heroin, yes. They give
they give you
heroin
the same drug,
because
the real drug.
they give you
That's
pure
madness.
they give you pure heroin. It's not madness precisely. It's actually harm reduction. These people are
It's
taking
literally way better than what we do in America. It's like 100 times more effective and like more humane than what we do. It's not crazy in any way.
it's because these are people who need this because
I think it's
otherwise they're
crazy.
gonna no because otherwise they're gonna go on the street and they're gonna get a drug that they're gonna have to spend money on it, and they're gonna maybe they're gonna waste away lots of money on that, and they don't know if they're gonna get the real drug, if it's gonna be laced with something, so this is just much safer and allows them to live a decent life, and not be like stigmatized and have all just all these issues that surround drug use, and that is precisely why they're doing that. But it's only for people who
Yeah.
already have a drug problem. They're not just going to give it to me, for instance,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, it's not like they're going into
Exactly.
like it's not like they're going
That's
into
the
elementary
problem.
schools and like offering kids meth. Like no, it's like a more measured program.
Yeah. In any case, they don't offer meth. It's
No,
heroin. It's a heroin
nobody ever
program.
said that kids would be were given meth. I'm just saying that's like that's all like I feel like it's not too shouldn't really get involved with that kind of problem or think about it too much because if it's not your problem, just talking about it like makes it your problem or whatever. But
What do you
I get
mean?
what you mean.
Okay,
What do I mean?
no, never mind.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
anyway,
but
so
that's how that.
Okay.
do you want to like switch to a different topic
Yeah.
later? Or?
I was gonna actually.
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask if there was a specific topic you wanted to
There was
talk
one I was
about.
going to bring up.
Yeah, what is it?
Are any else of you like aware of the situation occurring in Kazakhstan right now?
Yes.
I'm not. I
What's
don't
going
follow
on in
much the news,
Kazakhstan?
so
So I've been looking at it. I could like shed a little bit of light if you like want me to.
Go
I don't.
ahead.
Yeah.
Just go ahead.
Yeah. So the situation in Kazakhstan is kind of
You laying
uh.
in your bed all day?
So let me start from the beginning. The reason like all of these like protests and like mass kind of political unrest originally
Almost.
happened is because the government started raising prices on LPG, which is like LPG is basically a low carbon fuel that like pretty much every Kazakh uses to like power their car. So originally, the government like set the price at like 50 tenge, which is like about 12 cents. but then they started jacking up the prices to like 120 tenge, which is like I believe like 30 cents. Now this doesn't sound like a lot, but keep in mind a lot of Kazakh people are like pretty fucking poor. Like, so these like rapid rises in prices are like kind of fucking them over.
Do you
And
think
like,
there could be a plan to reduce their carbon footprint as a country?
no, it's the companies. The government's just trying to jack out money out of people. It's not really like.
You don't think they could? You don't think that could be the goal?
I mean, no. I mean, the government is corrupt
How
as
old
shit.
is
They
this
don't really care
Ruka
about
kid?
that.
That's I don't know. I'd only be able to tell you if I lived in Kazakhstan and I was like there all the time, but I
No
can't tell you
idea.
anything.
Yeah, and also like that's only like one part of it too. Like another reason why people are upset is because the government is extremely fucking corrupt.
Does he stream?
Fucking what's his name? Nazarbayev. I
Don't
fucking can't
know.
pronounce his name, but like a lot of the leaders in Kazakhstan have been like serving for like decades and decades, and have pretty much unchecked power.
Ruka,
And now the Russians are
There's somebody in my chat is asking me, how old are you and do you stream? Do you want to answer that?
Sure, I'm 16. I don't really stream that much, but I have a YouTube channel where I talk about history and shit.
Okay, thanks. Cool.
Yeah, so I talk about like history and foreign policy from like a leftist perspective. So anyway, the situation in Kazakhstan.
Do you want to like tell us what your channel is, maybe, so some people might come in?
Ruka on Ruka. I made 2 videos about Israel. Just look up Ruka on Ruka Israel, and you'll find like both of my videos.
All right, thanks.
So anyway, Ruka space on space Ruka space Israel. So anyway, like ever since the fall of the USSR, Kazakhstan has been like getting very fucked over by like a lot of corrupt politicians. And like if you're like aware of what Russia's doing and like Ukraine, like Russia's pretty desperate to try to like reclaim a lot of its former power. So that's why
hasn't
Russia.
Elon Musk put like Teslas and like electric vehicles and charging stations in the Middle East, knowing how much they rely on like, you know what I mean, gas operated vehicles when they have so much sun. Like that's what I would do. I would sell a bunch of Teslas for a reduced price in places like Kazakhstan. You know what I mean? And I would try and get them hooked on electric vehicles.
Well, they don't really need that. They have so much fucking oil that they don't really care for like electric cars.
Yeah, but if you use like what's going on right now, like with global warming and everything, it'd be a good idea.
I believe global warming is a huge issue, but like these countries aren't really concerned with that. They're just like
If you're trying
to go back to
global warming, if you're trying to fix the problem, you would put electric vehicles in places like that.
I agree with you, but these countries don't care about that. It's not like It's not like Saudi Arabia is concerned about like global warming.
If you wanted to fix the problem, you would do something like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, but they don't want to fix the problem, so it doesn't really matter to them.
It doesn't matter to you.
No, I'm saying their position.
So how does
Saudi
it feel
Arabia
to be
does not care
bested
about
by a
global warming.
16-year?
How?
That's not their concern.
Right.
So yeah, I think what we really needs to be done is just like a global carbon tax, essentially. Other than that,
and that'll be better for like the economy over there too, because like you can have like reduced fare taxi drivers and stuff like that, and it might be a good idea. Thinking about it more, it might be a good idea.
A global carbon tax would be a little bit. I think that's a little bit kind of too broad. I feel like that's kind of would have unforeseen consequences if you did it like at such a large scale.
well, why would I mean that's kind of the only way to avoid
Don't when you're
So
arguing,
I
not
give some
arguing,
examples.
but when you're debating someone, try not to use the words "I feel." I think, I believe, I know, like that.
I mean, this isn't like a formal debate. We're just talking. I don't think it matters that much.
What's a formal debate?
It doesn't matter. Okay, so the problem of like a global carbon tax, the effect that would have is, depending on the country, a lot of developing countries, their economy is like 50% or more in oil. So if you put a carbon tax on them, that would pretty much destroy their economy instantly. So I feel like you have to be a lot more measured with this.
What do you mean by 50%? It's not like 50% of their, like, except for a few like these
Do
Gulf
they know
states or
about your
something.
universal state delusion?
Well, like countries like Kazakhstan, like a large portion of their GDP is in like oil.
Yeah, well,
So if you like
these actual oil countries, yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so like
but
so like
You know how much oil it takes to get a truckload of Cheez-Its from America to Kazakhstan?
I have no idea.
A lot.
Um, yeah. Look, the thing is that we're still utterly dependent on oil. So actually, I don't think that it would have such catastrophic consequences like you think, because we're still going to be needing their oil, and then it's just going to get oil sort of more quickly phased out. But it's not like
Well,
it's suddenly going to be. I mean, I'm not talking about huge carbon taxes, right? I'm talking about something reasonable that would just moderately increase fuel prices, and I think I mean, it's utterly doable in my opinion.
but we have to understand that like markets are like entire countries have been like destroyed by slight shifts in oil prices. You have to be very careful when you're messing with like such huge market forces.
We also have to understand that you can't put a pallet of Cheez-Its on a camel's back.
True, but
Very true.
countries like
You put
Kazakhstan
some, but not a whole
like
pallet.
or like these other like oil havens where they have like 30% of their GDP in oil. I don't think like they
Thanks for
wouldn't be very
following. Mark
flexible.
flows, dude. Sorry, I'm just saying. Thanks for the
Yeah,
follow.
yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to say they wouldn't be very flexible to like these types of taxes.
Yeah, well, I think. Well, I
But I'm
mean,
just saying, you can only carry but so much Cheez-Its on the donkey's back
another thing is that like these
until it
countries
gets tired and needs water.
are excessively dependent on oil. Like lots of these countries are, and they should be diversifying their economy away from just being like oil exporters.
Nathan, your hair
And
looks like a newborn baby's.
and so like maybe, yeah, maybe, obviously maybe just slapping right away a big, significant carbon tax wouldn't be the right way to do it, but gradually introducing a carbon tax over like a decade or two or something like that is probably much more feasible, and I think we could even do it globally.
And
um
what a lot of countries, nations, and governments do is they up taxes by a lot without stimulating the economy. So
Yes.
if you put,
So I see
and
what you're saying. I
you,
generally
you
agree with
didn't
it.
even
Like
think what I'm saying. You just started talking.
I've no.
If you
You're
put,
talking about. Okay, just go.
thank you. If you put electric vehicles into like places like that, specifically for taxi drivers, which is a big mode of transportation for
Your
people
hair is
that don't
thinning
have
like
cars and
crazy.
stuff like
Nathan,
that.
get some
You
Rogaine,
put more
bruh.
money into the pockets of taxi drivers alone, and then they spend money on other things like that person selling French fries on the side of the road, and that person selling French fries has money in their pocket, and they spend more money at the grocery store getting French fries and food for their family, and then the grocery store makes more money, and then the grocery store person, the person that owns the grocery store, might be able to donate $20 a week to that person that's starving on the side of the road,
Where's that pet
and the
cat?
person on the side of the road might have $1 to spare for the next hungry homeless person that they know. So it kind of works like that. That's kind of how
Okay.
you have to think about it.
I agree with you, but the problem is a lot of these countries don't have the infrastructure like for electric vehicles. So to give like another example of like Kyrgyzstan or like Tajikistan,
Well,
like they don't
if you break down the
like a lot of
word
these.
infrastructure, if you break down the word infrastructure, you got to include things like transportation, which goes back into the taxi
Better.
driving, um, you know,
Yeah, but we have to.
logistic routes to move
Yeah,
like goods and stuff like that. So you got to think about that.
yeah. So they'd have to build up the infrastructure before they'd be able to do this. Of course, though.
But you can, never mind.
Someone's hot micing. Or, hold on.
Hmm.
Okay.
Are
There's
you
somebody
still an unemployed
there's
Dr.
somebody
Nathan?
in staging. I don't know. There's Buddha Black in staging. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that person wants to join?
Yeah. Yeah. Might as well at this point. Get in here. Yes. Might as well. Here we go. Hi. Welcome to the call.
Visit call.
Might as well. Um. Just got here,
Yes.
but why are we talking about the carbon output of Kazakhstan? You know what? Honestly,
Why are we talk? Because that's the subject. That's what
well,
talked about right now.
It was
You
kind of
can't
more
change
about like Russians coming in to quell the protests in Kazakhstan, but whatever. Okay, it's fine.
Every
Doesn't matter.
every geopolitical discussion will always end like with oil.
Yeah, I guess that's how we got here. But yeah, anyway, it originally started with what was happening, what's going on right now with Russia coming in to Kazakhstan and
Can we talk
the
about
civil
COVID?
deaths.
Because a new variant did come out like a day ago.
New
If it,
variant, the one in Cyprus or whatever,
They
or
say it originated in France.
How
That's
can
um,
what I
that be
read.
during a
It's called
pandemic?
IA.
You just must not want to work or you're no more a
Shit,
that's
doctor
why you
than
don't
in a
Dr.
trust
week,
French
Seuss.
people.
in a week, Boston's gonna go into uh, it's kind of like a halfway lockdown. Say if I want to go to the gym, I have to be vaccinated. I want to go to a bar, restaurant, movie
Yes, I'm
theater, wherever, I
voluntarily
have to be
unemployed.
vaccinated. You can't go anywhere that's not a grocery store. Pretty much grocery stores. That's it.
That seems smart to have like these type of measures to make sure people are vaccinated.
yeah, probably. But like with new COVID variants, from what I understand, like there's
You're
no
depressed.
real like people are constantly looking at it, but there's like we're gonna be with Omicron for like the foreseeable future, at least for the next several months. Like new variants, this variant is so
Mildly
infectious. Any new
chronically.
variant is, unless it's even more infectious. Which
So the thing with Omicron, uh, it is extremely infectious, but like the one like kind of small positive note about Omicron is that it seems to be less deadly than other variants.
yeah, I think it's actually
At
like
the end of the day, they were all bad.
Like it
At the
seems to
end,
be a quite more mild,
at the end of
milder.
the day, none of them are better or worse than the other.
No, that's not true.
Never mind. You legit know everything under the sun, and I'm
Get some
convinced.
sunshine and
Now
exercise.
I'm just saying like there's obviously differences like in mortality rate between like the COVID variants.
but yeah, the Omicron is pretty significantly less deadly now. Like I think, well, we don't know yet because we got to wait a couple more weeks to find the exact number. But like currently, it looks like only about 0.2% of people who are getting it are ending up in the hospital,
Come
and
on,
of
Nathan,
those,
let's
probably
start
like
working on
the
those twig
majority
arms,
will
my friend.
probably die because usually once you end up in the ICU, you're in pretty bad shape. But like,
Well, unless you are vaccinated, because vaccinated have like extremely low mortality
At
rates.
Mark_blows
yeah, like
underscore
if you
dudes
get to that
LUL.
point and you're vaccinated, you probably will be released and won't.
But like on that note, there's still something very scary about hospitals being overwhelmed because a lot of hospitals are operating at like 102% capacity. So I think hospitals being overwhelmed is a really scary part of the situation.
Yeah, that's the really the major concern right now is because like right now it's like
Well, the hospitals. My bad to cut. Like,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
can I talk?
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't need your okay, bro. But anyways,
I was just saying I was done
um,
talking, so you can go.
no, stop, please. Um, yeah, like hospitals are overwhelmed because there's been a major shortage of workers because there's a lot of people that don't want to get vaccinated. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to be told that they have to get vaccinated. They don't want to be forced to get vaccinated because I've never gotten vaccinated, but I feel like yeah, they help your body fight it off, but at the same time you're gonna have to get another one and another one and another one. Now they have to come out for a new excuse me, they have to come out for a new vaccine for the one that came out the other day. And that's another shot. There's some people that have gotten like 6, 7, 8 shots already. Like that's ridiculous.
What's
Like
ridiculous
7
about it?
shots. Can you stop?
I
Like
mean,
no,
just like
no, seriously. You're really getting annoying. I think 7 shots is like way too
At
much in a year.
BSTNSTRNG95 good points, dude.
well, it's not just in a year. This has been going on for 2 years.
Okay, and it seems like it seems kind of weird because we have booster shots with several other well pretty much the vast majority of our other shots, like maybe this one's happening a bit quicker, but like no one ever complained about the yearly shot about
The
the
shots are
flu. Like,
endless.
still, the majority of people got that each year. Like,
Or like tetanus, or
I
yeah,
agree,
like
Mark. The shots are gonna be endless. I really do agree.
well, I mean, as long as COVID keeps evolving, people are going to need new variants. This is why we have a new.
Talking
This is why we
fools.
have.
Out to like Nathan in full force, please.
okay, but like um
I'm just getting annoyed.
the uh the variants, like every time a new one comes
It
out,
doesn't seem
similar to
like
why
a
we
good
do the
idea to
same
be
thing with
putting
flu
endless
every year,
amounts of
is because there's a
experimental
new wave of
mRNA
flu
technology.
each year that's like slightly mutated from the previous year, so we have to vaccinate again. With COVID's been very unique because, unlike what the flu has done, where it's been seasonal, COVID hasn't been seasonal. It hasn't given a shit about the weather at
COVID
all.
is a flu. And 2 years ago when COVID it came out around this time. It operates better in colder weather, and the thing that's crazy is it's always like it's constantly changing, which is like what makes it so dangerous as a flu. So when it's flu season, like right now, is when it's at its peak with its mutations. In the hot sun during the summer, might see a little bit of a cool down. But right now it's like boom, new variant.
Yeah, but okay, so one thing, this is a new virus. It's not the same as the flu. It's a different virus. It's not the flu anymore. It's
It's
not
quite
even
a.
related to the
It's
flu.
it's a type of flu though. That's
It's a
fact.
quite bit more
It is a
deadly than the
type of
flu.
flu.
It's not even remotely related to the flu virus. It's
Yes, it's
closer
not.
related
It,
to the cold virus, what causes the common cold. Because a
but
lot of people don't
this
know
is
this.
fact, not fiction. COVID is a type of flu.
In what way?
What do you mean? Well, there's some
Go to
corona.
Google. Go to
No, there's
go
some
go to Google. Go to Google.
coronaviruses. No, some
It is
coronaviruses
a
cause
virus.
a
Yeah,
cold.
it is a
Some
virus. I think it's
coronaviruses
both.
cause the cold, and so in that sense, you could say that, like it's a type of cold, if you will, because it's part of the same family of virus as one of the viruses that provides the symptoms of what we call a cold, I
But I don't
guess.
think it's anything to
It's a
really debate about.
respiratory
That's like a
infection,
tomato potato kind of debate. Like,
Yeah,
like
it's
the
a bit of
flu.
a contentious point anyway.
Yeah. Well, okay. Like, yeah, it's neither here nor there. It's really at this point semantics, which whatever. Um,
yeah, really
but
doesn't matter.
something I
Also,
do want to. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, one point I was also going to bring up. One of like the other kind of bad things about the spread of COVID is it's caused a lot of the supply chain shortages because people have been shifting over to a more supply based economy. So like before COVID, like our economy was very service based, but now cause, like, that's kind of fucked over due to like COVID. People are like isolating more. People are more like heavy on products, and because people are buying like more
At Mark
products rather than
blows
services,
dudes,
it's
thank
causing
you.
like
Look,
supply chains to get like really like muddied.
Mark like kind of gave it more like validation because I had COVID like before I even heard it on the news. Like I was living in LA and the classes I was taking was so close to LAX airport it wasn't even funny. But before I even knew what COVID was, before I heard about it on the news, I got really sick and I had all the symptoms that were like, you know what I mean, noted down. And yeah, it is a respiratory infection. It would I wasn't able to go to sleep for like nights on end just because I was up coughing. Like, but I still had a dry throat. My nose wasn't runny. Had a cough, like like coughing all the time. But I still had like flu, stomach weirdness, like the head cold kind of thing. But
Why get
I
vaccinated if you can
believe
still get COVID
like
and transmit
it
it? They
felt
say
like a
you have
flu.
less symptoms, so
But
it really should
as
be a
far as like
person's
in the
choice. And why
respiratory,
is
like when you
natural
have a
immunity
flu,
being ignored?
sometimes you might have some mucus or whatever. You know what I mean? Your nose will be runny, all that kind of shit. No, that wasn't the case. It was everything was like in the lungs, kind of, and that's what you know. That's why I call it
Yeah.
a type of flu because I've actually had it before. Before I heard about it in the news, first time I heard about COVID, I was moving back from LA back to Boston, and I heard this dude talking about it in the airport. Then, like hours later, on the airport TV,
Because if you're
COVID, boom, and then I'm
hospitalized, you
like,
clog
oh
up the
shit.
hospital, and
So
you're
that's how that
probably less
happened.
likely to
But
transmit COVID
I'm gonna
anyway
still
if you're
say it's a type
vaccinated.
of flu. That's what I believe. I
Yeah,
hear what
sure.
you're saying, but that's just what I believe.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fair enough. It's just
It doesn't matter
okay.
at all.
Yeah, it's like getting back to the other thing that was said. Let's see. It was like this virus. Like you mentioned something about like the flu has been seasonal, and this is acting the same way. They thought that at first, but it's looking
Well,
more and
what if I
more like
don't
it's
go to the
this
hospital?
virus isn't behaving seasonally. Like this isn't going to become a seasonal thing. Like we had one of the worst outbreaks across the developed world. Oh, I think the other guy took off. Okay, fine. Uh, the
But you probably will if
variants
you're really
are like
sick.
hitting the
And I
worst
quarantine when
waves.
I get
Like the
sick, you
most
know,
recent
like a
one was
normal
during the
person has
summer.
always done with the
Um,
cold.
and
But you got to think about how many people are trying to go to the beach and stuff like that. The bar. Like a lot of people wanted to socialize, and it's human. Everybody wants to, everybody wants to fuck in the summer. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like I could see why, you know.
yeah,
Yeah, especially in Florida, it's been like a hotbed for COVID.
yeah, probably because everyone goes there for spring break, which is probably why they got a huge summer wave. But
Spring,
like,
spring. How about to say spring break's not in the summer, but yeah,
but yeah, like going summer, spring, like you have like just
I
yeah.
had
separating
I
COVID
feel
cold
you.
thinks
I'm just
season,
natural
just
warm
talking
immunity
shit.
season.
is being
Yeah, I know.
completely ignored and COVID is really
But
being blown out of
yeah, like
proportion.
what's crazy about this is like because I was hearing a couple epidemiologists talk about this, like Dr. Michael Osterholm and a couple others who have been pretty
Many
consistent
healthy
since the
people have
beginning of the
died from
pandemic.
COVID.
Like they were kind of discussing that like this virus, it's not doing what the flu did, and like every summer it like kind of died off. This one
At Mark
doesn't
_
care.
blows
Like this one's
_ dudes,
going
I
even
agree.
in the summer, and it's mutating so quickly. Like it's pretty much become like weather's no longer a factor. Like warm countries are getting hit during their hottest seasons, and cold countries are getting hit during their warm seasons. It's
Hmm.
like, and then it's also happening in the winter as well, which is like
I had
really like
tonsillitis and it was
okay.
10x worse than
One
COVID.
thing I think COVID knows how to do is migrate through the earth, given different climates. Like you said, like the other parts of like like the world have like monsoon seasons, cold climates when during the summer, all kinds of shit. Like I think like the crazy thing about COVID, it knows how to move around with global warming, with all these, you know, climate uh
Why is natural
irregularities.
immunity being
You know,
ignored, Nathan?
Yeah, it's a very
Yeah,
adaptive. It's a very adaptive virus.
It's not.
yeah, which is kind of what's been causing it to go in like every couple months into a wave instead of like once a year. Like
Hmm.
this,
it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It reminds you like, and then Mark was even talking about it too. Like I feel like you can combat it like just by being smart, keeping yourself healthy, and
You get
there's some
vaccinated.
there's some people who have. No, I didn't say get vaccinated. Let me. Never mind.
You should have
Um.
said it.
Yeah, you
LOL,
No,
should
I've
have said
never
that.
heard anyone talk
no.
about natural immunity.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Let me speak, please. But just by I think some people just have a strong immune system, some people don't, and that's what it comes down to is like legit survival of the fittest. Some people are healthier than others,
I mean,
and the,
sure, that's true.
I mean the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine will help you fight it off quicker, but if you really have a strong immune system, then you have a better chance.
Well, it's
And some
just
people just
general
don't have that
advice
better
since
chance.
forever. Be healthy.
Well, the vaccine helps your immune system get stronger against it.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not good to tell people, oh, you have to get vaccine. You should have got vaccinated. I think I have a strong immune system,
Yeah, but why not get the vaccine and
and,
make your immune
and that's
system
what
even
I'm gonna go
stronger?
by. And nobody's gonna tell me different. That's it.
Okay, sure. You're just like kind of ignoring the data though, but that's fine.
I'm not ignoring anything. Stop being like that, though. For real. If you're gonna talk to me, talk to me.
I am talking to you right now. I'm just
But
saying.
you know, yeah, the whole just saying part, like it's really annoying. Like I said, you know, just
Boston, you are ignoring,
do do
okay?
do what you think is right. You know,
Well, the thing is that it's not right. Like factually, it's not right. Statistically, yes, I mean, there's a chance that you'll get sick or die from the vaccine and that you wouldn't from COVID, but it's more likely to be the
so
inverse
why would I take that chance?
because it's
Why
more
Wait, no,
you
likely
gotta
to
be
be the other
telling
way
me this shit?
around.
If
that's
you
not.
think
More
there's a
That's not
likely
even
chance that
right.
I'll die from the vaccine, why would I take that chance just because
because
somebody on
there's a
Twitch said
higher
so?
No one
chance
has. Wait,
That's
hold on.
that you will
bullshit.
die.
That's
Nathaniel,
bullshit.
Nathaniel,
I'm
you're
gonna say it.
you're
That's
you're wrong
bullshit.
right now. No one has died from the vaccine. No proven death has been from the
No, no,
vaccine.
yes,
That's
no,
not true.
they absolutely,
What
there
source are you
have been,
talking about?
He
absolutely.
knows everything. I'm telling
No,
you.
The
there are,
vaccines don't last
absolutely.
No,
forever.
who has died from the vaccine? I'd like
There,
an show me.
there've been, I look, I don't have like a register of all my. I've been starting to do that
It's
now
endless
of
wake up.
collecting like sources and stuff. I
You
don't
gotta
have a
put it on a
source at
flash
hand right
drive so you
now.
can find it
I am
like easily
sorry.
and shit.
I will
Yeah.
in the
So
future try to get that. I've
so
read many like cases of like clear, for instance, myocarditis.
That's a
There's
lie.
other stuff
People
too,
have
but
Yo,
like
died
for
from
Mark,
the
follow me on
vaccines.
Twitch.
myocarditis
you're
I
is
more.
agree.
Hold
caused
on.
by
You're more
Look
likely
at
to
the
get
Viers report.
myocarditis from COVID than the
yes,
At
vaccine.
Mark
absolutely.
underscore
I
blows
agree with you
underscore dudes
100%, Mark.
follow me.
100%.
Absolutely, but you still can die from the vaccine.
Some people might think I'm
It's
an idiot though.
unlikely. It's unlikely. It's less likely to die from the vaccine than from COVID. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Are you
Boston
talking? If you're
is
hold on.
wrong. I'm saying
If
Boston
you're
is
talking
wrong.
about the data,
For
if you're
sure.
talking about the data from theirs, that's all self-reported. So we don't. That's not actually like a proven death from the vaccine.
Yeah, no, I
So
look, I don't remember, I don't recall the sources, but I've seen like pretty convincing evidence that there are. Yeah,
You're
I
right,
know it's
dude.
self-reported, but there's still convincing evidence that there is, death from the vaccine. It would be surprising that there not be, in fact, but obviously it's
no, it
hard
wouldn't
to
be
tell.
particularly surprising.
Well, there is like myocarditis has been pretty much officially recognized at this point. I don't know the actual study, but it has been recognized to be not
We
from
aren't
all
crazy,
vaccines, but
these people are.
that like it has been recognized to be a consequence, and sometimes it has been fatal. We can't know for 100%
Follow
that it
our
was
end.
caused by the vaccine,
We gotta talk
um,
about this.
but it seems just very very likely that at least some of them were caused by the vaccine, and so some
The
people
way I
have died from the
see
vaccine, but more likely to die from COVID. Boston. So like it doesn't make
the way I
sense.
see people that really back the vaccine is kind of like people that really back religion. Like, oh,
It's fucking up women's
like
menstrual cycles as well.
Well, the
for
thing is that
example, I'm a
yeah,
Christian. I'm a God fearing man, but at the same time, like I'm not a church person. But like, you know, like when people say, "Oh, like God said that you shouldn't do this," it's like God said you should get the vaccine, and you guys are like, "Oh yeah, you got to get the vaccine, even if you're not." Like you guys have the
Another
Mm,
time,
craziest
bro, I
faith
gotta go get my
in
son.
medicine, but like probably not
okay,
that much faith in God.
so
well,
you're just wrong here. You're just
If
wrong
God
here. It's
told
not a
me,
religion. It's a hard science.
I'm just gonna keep repeating myself until you let me speak. But if
Well,
God told
you're
me
just
that,
wrong.
if God told me, because now I gotta talk to you like a child and keep repeat, like you know what I mean. Like if God told me that, I should go without the vaccine and not trust in man's, you know, you know, sorcery towards uh uh a natural disease, then I'm gonna go with that.
What's up, y'all?
Who are you to tell me to go against what I believe in?
So did God send you a text message to tell you not to get the vaccine?
See, now you're being childish
No, you're being
about it,
childish.
and I don't want to talk to you.
You're saying God told you not to get the vaccine. That's a little bit more childish than whatever I've said.
That's a little bit ridiculous, in my opinion. I don't believe in God personally, but
Yeah, this is a little bit ridiculous.
yeah, Boston. The reason we're saying to get a vaccine is not because of some blind faith in medicine, which some people undoubtedly have, but this is not why we're
That's
saying it.
and
Like
that's
there
what I think
is,
a
it
lot of
can
people
be
have is that blind
no,
faith in medicine.
like there is a bit of
right.
sometimes there can be a phenomenon of excessive faith in treatments that are unproven, but this is not that kind of a situation, given that there's just clear unambiguous data indicating that clearly mortality is significantly lower if you've been vaccinated, and so like clearly the odds are in your favor if you get vaccinated versus not getting
Right.
vaccinated. There is a
Yeah.
slight
Bet.
possibility that you will be unlucky and that you will be the one person who actually got killed by the vaccine and wouldn't have been killed by the virus. But that you can't know that. You can't know that. That is much less likely
And I'm gonna
than
speak for
being
myself.
killed by the
I'm not
virus
rolling that
because it didn't.
dice.
It's
But
not a dice. There's been no
you are
confirmed
Well,
deaths
rolling
from.
it.
technically,
It's
there's actually more sides to
No.
dice that
so
say
like
that you get killed if you get the
Who here is
virus instead of.
it's
unvaccinated?
like
Who here is
basically
unvaccinated?
Boston. If
I'm
Who here,
quadruple-vaxxed personally.
imagine a classic
who's
six-sided
unvaccinated?
die.
I got 3 boosters.
I got the two basic things from
What about the
Pfizer.
other dude?
I'm vaccinated, of course.
All right, well, I'm the only one unvaccinated. I feel like everybody. I don't know,
Wait, what?
but
Sorry, maybe I
at
missed
the
something.
same
Why are
time,
you
I'm not
unvaccinated?
getting vaccinated. I know that, but I feel like it's like, who are you to tell me to get vaccinated when I clearly told you? You know what I mean? Like, it makes you just like
I mean, you can
it
do
makes
whatever you want. It
When
makes
there
me
just
is
makes you
risk,
kinda,
wrong.
there should be
No, but
choice.
you're actually making a threat to the public if you're not vaccinated.
No, I'm not. Don't take that.
Unvaccinated
See,
here.
No,
I can't even
no,
hang
you're
around people like
You
that.
are. You
I'm
are
not
doing that.
making no kind of threat
no,
to
you're
nobody.
actually
You are
Whatever,
doing that.
causing damage
You are
to the
causing damage.
environment as
whatever.
well. So,
I
That
mean, you can do whatever you want. You're just objectively wrong, but that's
right,
fine.
exactly. You're acting like a nigger right now.
Okay,
wait,
that's
what's
fucking
I'm acting like
random.
what?
All right.
Wait, nigger.
Okay.
Okay,
Yo,
I think there's a fucking
I'm
random.
out of here, bro.
Seriously?
I'm not even saying nothing.
Jesus Christ! What the hell is that? I should have fucking known. Okay.
wait? Why should you have known?
Oh, it was a not. Oh my fucking god! I know that.
What have you seen that? You've seen this
Oh, I
before?
thought that was one of you guys that said you let him in here.
Well, we didn't know this person. Like,
Yeah, I didn't know this. That's what I get.
That's
for-
crazy, bro. Listen, that's just wild. Like, this is the internet, and I hate the
Yeah.
fact that it's the internet, but that's just crazy.
That is pretty fucking crazy.
Fucking hell, Jesus.
That's why I don't
Christ.
fuck with people say that. Oh, you gotta get in, you gotta get I don't gotta do shit.
Yeah, no one's saying that.
This is America. Like, nah, straight up, this is America. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, sure. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you wasn't saying that a second ago. It was like, oh,
No, I
you
said.
gotta get vaccinated. You should get vaccinated.
no, we're saying we don't
It's
want the
probably in your
government to
best
come
interest.
into your
No, this is
house and
America.
hold you
You gotta.
down.
Come on
Okay?
now.
We don't want the
Like,
government to
No,
come into your
my
house and
exact
hold you
words.
down and vaccinate you, but you should decide
and
of your
that's why we
spontaneously.
have the right to bear arms. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
To
I'm
resist
just saying.
vaccines is why we have the right to bear arms.
Gavin, you walked into something interesting. You probably shouldn't
Yo,
have
homie,
left.
did you change your
You
name?
missed out. Fucking
This,
hell.
yeah, sure, freedom when it doesn't impinge on others' well-being and freedom, yeah, but that is not that particular case because by being unvaccinated, you're okay. I don't
That is
know
I'm
the
a
the
grown
case.
man.
data.
That's why I'm speaking on it.
What do you mean? Like, if you're vaccinated, you're
But
definitely
you
less
brought up
likely to be hospitalized. You're
you
probably
brought
less likely to
you brought up
transmit
the
the
whole
disease.
scenario that hasn't even happened yet. Where people say, where you say, oh, the government will come in and hold you down and force a vaccine.
I said I don't support that. That's what I'm saying. I don't support
I
that, but
remember one time. I had to get the flu shot. My mother could like so my mother took me to go get a
Yeah.
flu shot, and I didn't know you're supposed to get in your butt cheek. I thought they were gonna put something in my ass. So they put like it took like 4 nurses to hold me down, and like they gave me the flu shot. My mother signed that paper. I should have been able to sign that paper and say, "Oh, I want this flu shot or not." I feel like nobody should make that decision for me.
oh, wait,
Yeah, no one's saying
were
that.
I
you?
was so scared at that time.
You're a child
If the
then.
government tries it, man, good luck.
No one here is saying the government is gonna like force you to get the vaccine.
But
We're
we
saying you
can
should
say
get.
no, but there can be like a
Nathan just
vaccine like
said
mandate.
that. Nathan
Okay,
just said that.
no, I
Right?
said that I wouldn't support that hypothetical
Okay, well,
scenario
I
which
have
is
no.
not being considered.
I have
Nobody's
no idea
saying
what
that.
I don't know.
he's
I
saying.
just
I
think
don't, I
that
don't
this is
agree with it.
America, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, sure. You have the right to do whatever you want, even if it's like a dumb decision. No one's stopping you.
I mean,
No,
you have the right
you
to
don't have
talk,
the right to do whatever
even
you
though
want.
it's
You
at the
can't
wrong
go out and
times.
shoot people, okay? You
Well, we're
can't go out
talking
and
about
shoot
this,
people.
okay? I
You
know.
can't go
Okay.
drive at 300 miles per hour.
Yes,
Like,
yes. We understand basic law, man. We understand that.
yeah, but like lots of these people, they just bring up this thing about freedom and completely ignoring the fact that there's actually tons of limitations on freedom to protect other people's well-being and freedom. Like
Okay. Well, that's okay. Sure.
so this concept of freedom, you can do whatever you want, is silly. Okay, you cannot do whatever you want. like no society allows people to do everything, whatever they
Yeah,
want.
we get that. We get that.
Yeah. But lots of these conservatives, they're willfully obtuse. They willfully don't get
We
it.
agree. We all agree.
Yeah.
We all
Full
agree.
Force Media said you're
Except
a
that
black
Boston
baboon
doesn't
lipped
see it.
coon lover.
Oof.
I
Yeah,
don't think
because
he's saying that.
because never mind. Because I don't even want to.
Moon cricket.
Starting. It's like something else I could be doing. I don't know. But yeah.
Nagger.
Oh, what's up, Gavin?
I'm gonna have
All
to
right.
get rid of you.
Some moderation. What's going on here?
We've talked about hosting panels before. I'm
The
more
shot
and more.
doesn't
The
protect
more
you and it's
these
endless.
things happen, the more I want to do it. So, like, might look into hosting a panel.
I'm down.
Because
Just
damn,
fucking vet your people to make sure people aren't fucking crazy.
yeah, that's my fault. Normally, I let them stay in chat for a bit first, which is how come I don't let people join right away. They were in chat, but then just and he was kind of like staying low with it, and then out of nowhere dropped that. So like,
Who said
there's
that? I didn't hear anyone say that.
I
Who
know
said
they don't
it?
even follow me on Twitch. Like they don't get to say things.
Who said
Yeah,
that?
that guy's a fucking weirdo.
Who said the N-word?
yeah, I
I'm-
think it was Puck the police in chat.
Wait, was he in Discord?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
He was
It's
in
some
the
weirdo.
call?
He doesn't
Yeah.
even matter. He's irrelevant. He doesn't matter.
yeah. It was just fucking, but yeah. But yeah, after this experience, I definitely would be interested in hosting some panels because shit, as long as it doesn't get to that point that happened. But yeah,
We're also gonna need some. You also probably need some better moderation. If
Hey
we're gonna
man,
do like an
listen,
actual.
man. I was doing some stuff, man. I'm playing Tarkov.
That's a good game.
It
I
is a
heard
good
it's a good
game.
game. I haven't played it myself.
It will fucking beat you to your knees, dude. It's tough.
Nah, I
Hardcore.
play Warzone. I get that in
Warzone.
Warzone. Warzone's the best game ever.
yeah. Anyway, but yeah, anyone got a different topic? Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean,
What about
I
Biden's
still
first
think the
year?
vaccine topic is
uh,
still hella relevant because at the end of the day, I mean, it like there is a mandate saying if you want to go to a bar, restaurant, yada yada, you want to go to the gym, you got to be vaccinated. So it's like you can't exercise at
The only immunity the shot provides is
the
to the
YMCA
manufacturer.
unless you're vaccinated. Like it's slowly coming to that point, I think, where people are gonna have to, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think the government
Stand up.
really has the power to generally mandate it. I don't think they'd be able to do that, even if they wanted to.
Maybe
okay,
some
I mean,
local
what if
governments
it
could
got to a
do it.
point where it became martial law and yeah, they had the right to. Well, not nobody. Them even if it's martial law, they don't have the right to come. I think it's slowly gonna get to that point because like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, this possibly could happen. That possibly could happen. But I don't think
I
that they're gonna have the right to come into your house and
I mean,
enforce a vaccine. And if that does happen,
I'd
man,
like to bring up
it's
so
gonna be
something
some like
regarding
kind of shit.
freedom. Like, you know how, like, basically an argument just to point out the inconsistency of the conservative position regarding freedom is that they claim that
no,
they
we
don't
already
want.
agreed with that. We already
What's
agreed with that.
another
Okay,
point?
yeah.
Well, to Boston, don't you want me? I mean, it's like, I don't know. I
Were we
want to.
talking about the fact that freedom is really subjective and we care more about the well-being of other people than freedom? Did we already talk about that one?
Well,
Yeah, kind of.
a little bit. We sort of quickly sort of touched on that. I mean, I did a bit. Um, I wanted to just point out a very obvious argument, a sort of obvious inconsistency here that I haven't mentioned yet, which is the fact that conservatives are actually extremely supportive of governments restricting people's freedom of movement in the form of a border and, for instance, even a wall that they're building to keep literally people out through government force.
My
Okay?
freedom doesn't end where
So
your
that's
fears begin.
actually a huge limitation of people's freedom that is being done everywhere on Earth in the form of a border that has restrictions
Yeah,
to
sure.
immigration. So if you actually believe in freedom, if you believe in freedom from government interference for things that actually don't particularly hurt people, you should absolutely support getting rid of all restrictions to movement through borders.
Well, this is kind of a different discussion, but
By borders, you don't mean you don't mean state lines, right? Because that lets you know where you're at. That's not really a border. That's
Yeah,
just
state
an
lines are fine.
indicator that you're crossing from one place to another.
That is fine.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Hold on, I got a question to see like where we're at and what our beliefs of freedom should be. Do you think you should have the right to legally drink and drive as long as you don't hit someone?
No.
Fuck no.
No. But
Yeah,
at the
I don't think I
same
want to do
time,
that.
one beer really isn't hurting anybody. But I don't support drinking and driving. But at the same time, like one beer is not a problem.
Okay.
I think what Anthony is trying to get at is that we people are so afraid of getting rid of freedom and oh you're trying to take away my freedom. There's stuff we already deem you don't have the freedom to do. So freedom is a subjective term to start with. So when we take away freedom, it's like I like Anthony made a really good point to me one time that he doesn't really care about freedom as much as he cares about the well-being of other people. And when we're talking about like getting vaccinated, that falls under the well-being of other people.
Mhm.
I was just reading chat for a second. That falls more under the well-being of other people than freedom, right? Sure, you can complain that you have a freedom not to get or a freedom not to get vaccinated, but if the reason why you're not getting vaccinated is because you believe people are trying to take away your freedom, there's like a bunch of shit you already don't have the freedom to do. So why is that like your moral standpoint on getting vaccinated?
Mhm.
I gotta pull out my phone so I can see like everybody's chat, like Full Force and Nathan's chat.
But
Wait, Nathan, what's
yeah,
your channel called?
My my Twitch or YouTube or what?
Your Twitch. Your Twitch.
Well,
Nathan's channel
Kiwi,
My
doesn't
that's
sorry,
what
matter.
he's
Twitch
What
is
my
just
saying.
channel is
it's just the
no,
same. Oh wait, no, that's
Okay.
Nathan L _ real good. Sorry, I changed it. So it's
It is called the freedom of
Nathan's channel
choice,
doesn't matter.
Kiwi,
Wait,
but
Nathan
like,
underscore what?
it's the
Just
thing that you see in Discord, the Nathan L _ real good. Like it's just together.
just
Like
just
Why'd you change it? Why'd you
just
change it?
type it in general chat. Type it in general chat.
wait.
yeah. If you
Nathan,
guys,
why'd you elongate your Twitch name?
There. Oh
I'm
no,
too
it says
used to seeing
message
the
moderator
Nathaniel.
only.
Like I feel like you should change it back.
Oh wait, I'll do it into the other one. Sorry. No, because I've got to change it because the reason is because
YouTube.
my YouTube is real good, and so in the end I want to just make it the same as
I
YouTube,
see. I
so I'll
see.
just make it real good.
All
That's
right, I
fine.
got both chats pulled up.
Did you type it?
Yeah, in the chat of Twitch chat.
Then Full Force Media. I'm gonna put up
Wait, no,
on
type it
this
in the
phone.
Discord chat. I
I
mean.
Boom.
can't. It says messages fail to load. Message moderator only. It
Okay.
doesn't let me unless maybe I have to click.
appreciate the follow, Mark Blues dudes. Appreciate the follow. Love the username, by the way.
Oh, everybody needs to follow me. All right. That's the government mandate right there. Follow me.
Follow
Okay.
me.
I'm the
Everyone
government.
shill themselves.
If you post your
I'm the
links in
governor.
chat, that's fine.
Everyone's shilling themselves now.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I should probably use this opportunity. If you're not in the Discord and you're watching, join the Discord. I do all my announcements there whenever I go live, so on and so forth.
Telling you, it's about to be the Walking Dead, but like the zombies, the people that are like gonna be trying to kill everybody is like the unvaccinated, and the zombies are gonna be like no, the unvaccinated. It can go either way. The unvaccinated are gonna be killing everybody, then the vaccinated are gonna be trying to hunt the unvaccinated down and give them the vaccine. That's exactly how it's about to go down. I'm telling you,
Good.
those days are approaching. Best in guns, I'm telling you.
Yeah. All right. Let's.
You don't have another topic that's maybe not as
You
contentious.
wanna? I mean, I was the original
It's not a
conversation
contentious
person here.
topic. It's just a movie that I'm
Um,
gonna end up writing.
and so I mean, I was just going back
It'll be
sort of over the my belief section, there on Full Force, And
Oh yeah,
so if
if you
you,
disagree with me.
I
Oh
don't know if you
shit!
just want to
I'll
keep.
be right back.
I don't know if somebody
Okay.
wants to discuss that kind of stuff. Uh,
I'm down to
maybe.
discuss anything.
So like we sort of looked at the social issues a bit, and maybe like I don't know if maybe the economic issues might. I mean, I would find that interesting if anybody is willing to like discuss those topics that are listed there, like single payer
Yeah, I'm actually
healthcare.
curious. Where does
Yeah.
everyone like fall economically?
Okay.
I would consider myself to be like a
Rich people.
socialist.
Okay. And what kind of socialists? Like, do you have more specifically?
Generally
Go
I
follow
guess kind of hard to describe. I guess
FBSTNSTRNG95
I'd call
bitch.
myself like a market socialist, maybe a bit further left than that.
Okay. Yeah. So by market socialist, would that imply like giving, like for instance, you'd have some sort of system
So
where
like let
like,
me like
yeah,
kind of describe it.
yeah,
I think
Hashtag the black dude.
necessity should be decommodified, and I
okay,
think every business should be democratically run. And I
yeah,
also believe like in a regulated
What?
market to an extent.
Every
okay, yeah.
business should be
So like, yeah,
democratically run. Please let me know what that means.
Just basically every worker has like a say in like the business. Because I mean, if they're all contributing labor, I feel like they should all have a say in how the business is run, instead of being bossed around by like a single guy who's like getting all the wealth.
All right, so you're saying the workers in Amazon should go and tell Jeff Bezos how his empire or establishment should be ran instead of signing up for the job and doing that job that they signed up for?
Well, I mean, it would probably be like more locally, like from business to business, like not like everyone telling
Because
everyone like.
that would make it constantly change, and that'll bring down Amazon. Like
Well, not necessarily if the workers
trying
have like
to
a shared
appease
goal.
every single worker.
I've got to kind of agree with Boston there. And that's why I'm not I'm not like particularly pro worker co-op in
That's
general and
crazy.
pro this economic. I mean, I've thought about it. I think it's a nice
I mean, it's not a bad
idea.
idea, but that's fucking
Like it,
crazy.
well,
I'm just saying.
I think it's a superficially nice idea that in practice is probably going to. I mean, it's feasible, but it's probably anti-economical. It's probably going to lead to
It'll work at
less production.
McDonald's. Like, yeah, there's a quicker way to do this, a quicker way to do that, like at a single McDonald's amongst the employees. But for other things, no.
Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah, that's why I'm saying like from business to business, not like everyone fucking like a part of the fucking huge hierarchy.
But even if you try that in one Amazon warehouse, that'll mess up a lot.
I don't think that
yeah,
necessarily
I
has
think
to.
it can. Well,
Yes, it would. Are you
the problem.
crazy? A Amazon warehouse? Do you know what goes? Everything's planned out for a reason. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
And for a
Yeah,
worker to go and try and change that,
well, it's not
first
like
off, they
every
got to be
worker like makes
successful in
every
doing it. But
decision.
yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, worker-owned businesses already exist, and they have like a lot of them are successful. They like function fine.
They do exist. One thing I like to point out is that most of these worker-owned businesses actually do have lots of employees that are not part owners of the company that do not have a say, precisely
Yeah, you
because
have
they're
like
like temporary people
yeah,
that,
temporary workers.
yeah, yeah, and this is what we're seeing in most of these businesses, and that's kind of,
Now
yeah,
imagine giving a temporary worker that much power to change their work just for them to leave in a month. Like,
yeah, that is
imagine
kind of the issue. That's kind of the issues that you're
how
going to
would
have
that
a
work?
hard time. You're going to have a hard time ensuring that all workers are going to have a proper say, and like as a result, I think it kind of, I'm okay with if a company wants to, if a corporation decides to be a worker co-op or something, I'm totally on board with that. On the other hand, I don't think we should actually be mandating that or even particularly favoring businesses that do that. I think we should just
Well, I
be
do think it
treating.
should. I do
Go ahead.
think it should be encouraged because I just do simply think it's more fair to the workers to have less of a like enforced hierarchy amongst them, just so they can have like a more of a say like in the place where they spend like most of their day. It seems like, and also like when it comes to like division of surplus value, to me this just
But
seems
it's
like a
not
more
like
fair way to
somebody's
function.
holding them there saying they have to be there. It's all they choose to spend most of their day there because they chose to fill out the application and chose to show up to that job.
I
Well, I
agree with
mean, you
that
kind of
too.
have to function. You
I
kind of
agree
have
with
to
that.
function in society.
You don't. Well, I'm so okay. Well, I'll just explain sort of
Hold on,
what
hold
my
on.
position is. Oh, okay.
The option is either like in America, the option is either get a job or be homeless. So it's like, is it really much of a choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you chose to work at that one job. I'm pretty sure there's other places you can work unless you have no skills.
Well, no, in any job, like it's gonna be hierarchical,
Yeah, but you can't
unless
Okay.
it's
choose. You can't choose
All
not
right.
to work. So I'll just say I'm pro
yeah. So why
UBI.
not make work? Why
I'm
not
pro
make working
UBI.
conditions better? Okay, just go.
Right.
Right. I think that's an even better way. You give a UBI so that nobody has to work, and then you do
Oh no,
literally
not
choose.
Nathan. Shut up, bro. Just shut up. Just shut up.
Wh-
Stop it.
You
He said,
you
not the
think people are
UBI again,
look,
man.
Buster,
The
you're
all
a person
the
who thinks that
world
we're gonna lift
famous.
people out of poverty through cryptocurrency. For crying out loud. So look, um, UBI works fine.
Yo, the
UBI
famous
works.
UBI, bro.
UBI. Well, there's nothing funny about UBI. Like UBI
Nah,
works great. It
UBI is
let
kind of
funny a
funny.
little bit. Nah, it's just funny because it's like I wasn't expecting that but I know how like you are about UBI, so it's like I wasn't expecting you to bring up UBI at that moment, so it just made me laugh.
UBI is way better. UBI is better because that way you don't have the government sort of interfering in anything. You just give these people money. It means that they can choose to work or not, and automatically employers will have to ensure better conditions, better wages, because otherwise people are just not going to work there. So it just naturally kind of
Um,
Well, I mean, even if we did have UBI, we still need like people to work for society to function in any capacity. So it's
of
like that
course.
doesn't really solve the issue. Only
Well, it does. It does because now workers will
no.
only no, it does because workers will only work if they're being provided with different good conditions, right? So that means that obviously employers will have to provide decent wages and decent working environments, obviously, and that's what they
Yeah,
will do.
but my solution does that anyway, and it kind of cuts out the middleman.
I would kind of see it the other way. This does it sort of more organically, so to speak, and it actually gives people more freedom because your solution, which is the problem with socialism in general, is that it actually forces people to work, just like in capitalism. I mean, both
In
socialism and
any society has in any society people have to work. That's not.
but you don't force any particular individual. You just some individuals have to work, but you incentivize them through offering them a salary. But you
Yeah, I
shouldn't
would
be
support
forcing
like
them a stick. There shouldn't be the
I
stick
would
of
support
poverty. Go
I
ahead.
would support like more like illustrious like welfare too, like more support. Like I literally support decommodifying like housing and food and stuff like
Shit.
that. But I feel like UBI is just like I feel like you can tackle this problem quite more directly.
Well, I feel like it's the opposite because decommodification, the problem is that it's hard to determine basically to allocate resources fairly with decommodification is very difficult because different resources are not going to be actually worth the same. And if you decommodify things, like some people are going to get a better house than others, for instance, or some people are going to just grab a ton of food for themselves. And so some people are going to basically benefit
I
more than
think
others.
UBI should be like given out based on the carbon footprint of your family and stuff like that. The people that are more green should get more money. And if you make modifications to your family, household, whatever, to
Hello.
make yourself better on the environment, you get more UBI money.
Hey.
I think I think that's a decent idea.
Again, I wouldn't really agree with that because on UBI, you're actually going to have pretty much the same footprint since everybody gets the same money, and money kind of more or less corresponds to the amount of stuff that you can buy. So it's sort of going to correspond more or less to your footprint. I mean, obviously, some things that cost the same are going to have more or less footprint, but it's a rough proxy of your footprint.
Well, one of the other problems though,
Rascal asked me a question. He said, "How can you be a crypto bro but care about the environment?" Who's the crypto bro?
I guess
Thank
you
Oh, he
you.
are.
didn't
Yeah, he's
ask
a
me.
crypto bro.
Shut the fuck up. All right. So, I mean, how can I be a crypto bro but care about that? I feel like this is gonna go left, and it's, you know what I mean? I like crypto, yeah. Do I care about the environment? Yeah. Are you gonna tell me I can't? Probably, but I don't care.
Okay.
hmm. Um, yeah,
That answers that. I'm
interesting.
not going back to that one.
But something I can point out right away is that something just to add to this conversation is UBI, because right now it's kind of like what solution do we use? UBI versus worker cooperatives, essentially.
Yeah.
There's more evidence of worker cooperatives being effective than there is UBI. Let me just
True.
like objective evidence. Like I could probably because
And
I've
UBI would be good, so that say if like a person gets UBI, they could be incentivized to work using crypto. Boom.
Replace currency with crypto.
I mean, you can, yeah, something like that. Work out some kind of plan.
Make
Why?
everyone
That-
paid.
Like, there's
There's
Make
places
everyone paid in
that you
Dogecoin.
can work at, and when a part of your 401k involves crypto in some
Okay, but what happens is
terms.
when you get your
I knew Rabbit
401k,
just
when you
keeps
reach your retirement.
smoking.
Okay, so what happens when you reach retirement and all your Bitcoin like decreases in value? Then you're fucked.
How do you know it's gonna be Bitcoin?
It doesn't matter. Any crypto
You don't.
could decrease
Crypto
in value. Could.
crypto is
Yeah,
too
that's
unpredictable.
true, but you don't know if it's gonna be Bitcoin. You
Okay,
you know,
It
any
doesn't
crypto,
matter.
any crypto.
Anything on the blockchain.
there's
is
way
considered.
more out there than Bitcoin. Just saying.
Okay, name a
Okay.
single crypto that will never decrease in
I'm not
value.
naming anything. You're not just gonna ask me a
Here's
question
what I'm
after
saying. Here's
question.
what I think I'm saying. No matter what, they're gonna have to like your 401k. They're gonna have to choose at least one crypto, right? They're not just gonna give you a bunch of GPUs and go, all right, time to mine yourself when you when
Well,
you have your
if you have a
401k.
solid
So.
understanding of how it works, like you know, you'd be
Well,
able to.
I do. For the most part, I feel like I can say I have somewhat of a solid understanding. I think the point is that any crypto at one point could decrease in
Nice.
value.
That's
At one
obvious.
point.
Or all crypto, because crypto is not
That's obvious.
correlated
That's
to
how it
anything.
works.
Crypto is not correlated to anything. If in a regular 401k, you do like some investments in some companies, so overall it's just going to track the overall economy. Whereas
That's
with
like working for
crypto,
Starbucks. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. That's like working for Starbucks. A part of their 401k is Starbucks shares.
No.
What's the difference?
because
That's
Starbucks
Yes,
is
it
an
is.
actual
the
thing.
benefit.
I used to work for Starbucks. Yeah,
Starbucks is an
I
actual
think
material
I
company
own
that
some
produces
Starbucks
things.
shares.
also you could leave
Oh,
the
he just
who left?
he probably had enough. I don't know. Fucking.
It was someone different. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was who was in the conversation. I'm like, don't leave. Anyway, I think the reason why you get a share in Starbucks is because
Of the 401k.
of the 401k, right? Because it's Starbucks. Because you're working for that company. They're not going to give you a share of, like, I don't know, Walmart. And that's not all of the
Hold on. Do you see
401k.
what you just like? Why would they? Why
Well,
would Starbucks give you Walmart shares? Why would they do that?
they wouldn't because it
Like,
would be dumb because it's
isn't
their
that
company.
kind of obvious?
Right, but now on the other end, instead of giving a share of Starbucks, they give you a share of Bitcoin. They have no control over that. So why would they give you a share of that either?
Yeah, never mind.
Does
Okay.
anyone else hear that right now?
Yeah, it's just someone randomly like hot mics from
Okay,
like
I
every
thought that was
couple minutes.
mine.
But no, you're good. Wow, this has been. Yeah, I definitely want to start hosting panels after this. Fucking hell. I definitely do, but yeah, this is. The other guy left, but I don't know if they had to leave or.
Ruka.
But fucking.
Are you getting
I don't know.
are you sort of getting saturated? Are you feeling a bit tired at this point from this?
Yeah, probably a little bit. This has been going on for a couple hours now,
Yeah,
so
yeah. We
it's
can
probably almost time to wrap up.
yeah. You don't fear to say so. I mean, you're
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say something in like
host.
another.
You're
Yeah,
the
I was
host
gonna
here.
limit it. Yeah, I was gonna limit it like another maybe 50 minutes once we hit the 5 hour mark. But
If as you will,
honestly,
we
probably.
can stop right now, or if you want, we can keep going. Just tell us what. I mean, you're the boss here. You're the.
I'm not saying keep going, but I'm like it's not too bad. I mean, I think more people should, or at least keep it to me, you, and one or two other people. Like me, you, Nathan, and one or two other people. Because I can't talk to like four people at once. It doesn't really work
Well,
that
that's what I was
like
talking. I
that.
was talking to the guy who just left in chat. I'm like, It was a bunch of people in there.
Yeah,
And,
why
like,
did he
we
leave?
went
Why did
ahead
he
and
leave so suddenly? 'Cause I feel like he could have
uh,
stayed, but I don't know why he left so.
I don't know. I was just saying in Discord, like, you want to keep the chats meaningful, so you can't have too many people in there.
Yeah,
True,
that's the
true.
thing. It's kind of like that's the issue with panels, but I like them for that reason because it turns into kind of funny. Like
Here's what
people
you
end up
do.
just
If
like,
this Discord gets big enough, you can do the Discord screening. You know what I'm talking about, right? You guys know what I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think it's better like this though. That way, nobody really knows who's talking. Like nobody's gonna know that it's me and that I'm streaming on Twitch. Nobody's gonna know that you're you, and they're just gonna hear a voice and they're gonna hear the idea that comes with that voice.
Yeah.
I mean, people will know that I'm
That's it.
motherfucking Gavin CMD.
I don't know. Like, we could keep going a bit longer, I guess, if there's like another topic if you would want to.
Well,
If
we
you
Oh,
started
if you
disagree.
need topics,
we
I can come
started
up with
going on
topics. Like
to
write down this week. I'm gonna start writing off a list of topics, but yeah, you guys keep talking.
Hello.
But yeah, I guess we're kind of going off on the economics. I don't know
Hey.
yeah.
how much
And then
we're
when
gonna
there needs
disagree
to be
on.
like a topic change, like I'll bring it up. But people in the chat, like get involved, like with this shit. Like you guys are there, like
How's it going?
what do you guys think? You know what I mean? Like stop putting out some topics so we got shit to talk about. Because everybody wants to wait till we're
I
talking about something good to try and change the topic and ask me why I like crypto because I invest in this working for me, and I care about the environment. To for Rasco, like I don't get why that's an issue. Like okay, you can invest. Elon Musk cares about the environment. Dogecoin is a more environmental friendly cryptocurrency. Like what the fuck are you saying, bro?
I guess the objection to crypto is that it doesn't actually, it's just like
please
pure
talk about the
wastefulness.
WEF and the
Like
Great
there's
Reset.
like there's literally it just
But at the same time,
consumes resource.
human beings are purely wasteful. They'll drink a bottle of water, walk by a trash can, and throw it on the ground. Why does it matter when there's people doing that
Well,
shit?
hold on. I
Why does it
also
matter when
disagree
there's
with
people
that,
wasting their
though.
lives shooting up in the middle of the street and overdosing? Why
Those
does
are
it
all
matter
bad
when Johnson
choices.
That's
Johnson
not a
is
thing.
making baby powder that gives you cancer?
But all of that is
Like, come
also
on.
bad. That's you're kind of gish galloping there because like those are also bad things. No one's arguing that any of what you just said was
So is
bad.
crypto
But it
better or
is.
worse?
Better or worse than I would say it's on par with some of those things.
It's on par with it's on par with baby powder that gives you cancer.
I said some of those things. I was mainly talking about like
Be
drinking
specific.
water and throwing it into like missing the trash can, littering, for example. I would say it's on par with that. And I think when they mention pure wastefulness, the only advantage, it's only a personal advantage, right? So if you're mining yourself, right? So if you have a rig out
But
that's
at the
that's
same
pulling
time,
all
someone
those.
else's personal advantage shouldn't matter. That's like we live in a society that uses capitalism. What's wrong with getting ahead?
Well, so
Other
here's the
people
thing,
do.
it doesn't
Other people
matter.
do it like for example, name someone that you look up to that's like up there, or somebody that you like that's up there.
Um, let's use an example that a lot of people
You
know.
like
So
George Foreman? You like George Foreman grills?
I was gonna, well, at first I was gonna say,
Yes or no? Do you like George
sure,
Foreman and
sure, sure,
George
sure, sure,
Foreman
sure,
grills?
sure,
You do.
sure, sure, sure,
All right.
sure.
So George Foreman made a product that he sells to people,
Mm-hmm.
and he got ahead doing that. Does that make him a bad person?
Nope.
All right. Then so like, why does crypto even matter?
The big
Because at
reason
the
why
end of the
people
day,
say
George
crypto
Foreman grills
matters.
use materials that come from the earth. He mines materials that come from the earth to make those grills,
Sure, sure,
and
sure, sure.
uses plastic.
But you
Is he
want
a
to know
bad
what
dude? No.
George Foreman gives back?
But if
He
I do
gives
it,
back
I'm
a
a bad dude.
product. So here,
He
so he
gives
gives
back a.
back a product that you and me can buy and use.
All right,
With
and I'm not
if
giving
I'm
anybody, and I'm not giving back. I'm not giving nobody back shit.
well, and
Well,
that's the thing.
that's the problem.
That's the
I'm not
problem.
giving shit to nobody. I'm
So
not giving
when
nobody a
George
handout.
Foreman makes his money from selling stuff to me that I agree to buy, right? So the thing is with crypto, you're or the group
All
of
right,
people
I'm
are the only
investing in
ones
crypto,
who
and I'm not
agree.
giving you any of it.
That's
How am I the
okay.
bad guy?
So I don't think you're a bad guy for investing in crypto natively, like itself. Where the badness comes from is that crypto itself, there's nothing good out of it, right? So like if I buy a George Foreman
Oh
grill,
my
I'm getting
god,
some
bro.
tasty ass food, right? And George Foreman is profiting. That's fine, but at least I'm getting a product out of that.
But it's
Nothing
not
comes
about
out
you.
of crypto except you making money at the
It's
expense
not
of the
about you and it's not
environment.
about me.
So like if crypto destroyed the environment, but it also had something to give the rest of the world, I'd be fine with it, or at least more fine. But since crypto doesn't, it is only for personal gain, and it destroys the environment while doing it, that's where the problem arises, at least for me.
Alright, well, I don't mind being a part of that problem. It's not too
Foreman
bad in
took
my
his
opinion.
title back 20 years after he was
To
defeated
each
by
their
Muhammad
own.
Ali.
I just personally don't. I guess
He was
I
well
would
in
rather
his
not be a
40s.
part of that problem.
Alright, you know what? I'm fine with that one.
https
I like the way you worded that
//
one. Yep, that works for me.
www.youtube.com/watch v =sign Pele and
Outside of
Rix 2pk.
crypto, is there another economic topic?
Oh, I have one.
I
I have
mean,
one.
I think
Why
crypto's
the fuck?
I think
Go ahead.
I
So
think
here,
crypto's.
go ahead. You go. You go.
Let me know when you're done. But you gotta let me know you're done for me to talk.
No, you go. You go. You're good. You're good.
No, you gotta say I'm done.
Can't watch
Okay,
at
I'm
same
done.
time.
All right, so I think crypto's a perfect topic because that's literally the direction
The
that
story is
we're going in.
amazing.
But the problem,
I
Boston,
So if you
understand.
what
want to
you
be out
don't
the loop,
realize,
if you Nathan, let me talk, man. If you want to be out the loop, then that's your choice. But if you guys don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Like,
it's
but
not even that it's out of the loop, it's that it's not actually doing anything. Like, it's not actually creating any wealth. So you're not gonna at all alleviate any kind of
oh
poverty with crypto
man,
because it's not an actual, it doesn't correspond to material wealth. Like, it's like cash. You can just create cash. It's like money printing. Somebody who just creates bills. Like, that person's not creating any wealth, right? All it does is it'll depreciate the value of the currency. Like, that's literally money printing, and that leads to inflation typically, unless you've got other changes that go on at the same time, right? That's all it does. That's all it does. There's no actual progress. Okay, there's nothing.
all right. With that being said, follow me on Twitch if you ever want to talk crypto. Use my referral code on the crypto.com app so I can get a free 25 bucks just for referring somebody. Do that. Let me know. Follow me. We can talk about it. Because there
Okay.
are people that do want to get involved with crypto, and it's really easy.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, sure, but you're not actually overall going to improve people's lives through crypto. Like, it's not going to do
I'm
anything
not saying
because you're
I'm
not.
improving people's lives. I'm just
But
doing what I
that's what.
can to
Okay, but you're not even doing what you
help
can. Like,
people
it's
out.
not. It's not helping people out. Like, overall, it's
In
not helping
other
people out.
news today, Green Bay, even though they were first seed, they decided, it's smart. All right, we're first seed in the NFC North or in the NFC, so we're like, all right, let's just play starters second half,
I
and
have a
then just
good question.
beat
Do you think the
beat.
NFL helps people out?
Sure, yeah,
Yeah, it's fun to watch football. It's
it's
helpful.
fun to watch football. It gives people careers, and they're also doing some other stuff.
Football
But
also
is it
gives people
worthwhile?
concussions.
Yeah, it gives
It
people
also gives
concussion and
people
pugilistic dementia. People like go crazy when they turn 40. And it's
Seriously.
environmentally wasteful too.
the NFL. Yeah,
Well,
but damn, is it fun to
And
watch?
it is, but at the same time, it involves people using cleats that tear up the grass. Not like the same way a pig uses its snout to till the soil for more crops to be grown, but they tear up the grass with their cleats in the name of football, just so it can,
Yeah, but
you
you
know
can
what I
just
mean?
grow more
I'm just
grass.
saying.
You can just grow more
You could just
grass.
grow. Why can't we just grow more weed without being bothered by the government?
Our governments
Grow
are
more
building
weed.
up an unparalleled surveillance
You can
system.
grow more weed
Crypto
if
is
you
one
want
of
to.
the weapons that
No, we
can
can only
defeat
grow
that.
12 plants.
Well,
according to the government,
you can do it. You don't have to tell the government.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of an interesting topic because sometimes, like, and some occasions, I've gone like full like
Defeat.
to opposite side and gone full Nazbol and just wanted to like
Defeat.
ban everything that didn't have obvious social utility. So like just banning like not just drugs
But
but like
when you
junk
grow
food
weed, you're doing
and
something good for the environment.
no, well,
Yes, you are.
sort
You're
hey,
you're,
well,
you're
no,
homeboy
helping
got a
because
reduce the
point.
carbon
Homeboy got a
footprint.
point.
no, because then you're burning it again. Like you're just harvesting it again, and you're just when you smoke it, like
You
when you
don't
have.
have, but that no, Nathan. Now you're doing too much. But anyways, fucking, you are reducing the carbon footprint by growing weed. Yes,
Well, as long as you've got weed
it's just
plants
like
that are
growing.
there, as long as the
It's
weed
just
plants
like
are
growing
there,
cabbage.
as long as you don't completely take down your weed plants at any time, then yes. As long as you've always got some weed
But you
plants
would
that are
have to.
growing
You would
there,
have to, because it's just like
some,
trees.
yeah,
Trees need to be
yeah,
manicured too, or
and
else
it's true.
there's
Yeah,
going
it's
to be
true.
a bunch of forest fires.
It's true. And as long as you're doing it somewhere where there weren't other plants previously.
So you have to chop the weed plants down,
Yeah,
or and light them on fire, just like
yeah.
trees do. Fires are good for the environment too. It's just when it's arson, it's like that's when it's induced. But forest fires take place so that you know
Well, they
new
do
trees
put
can
carbon
grow.
back into the atmosphere, but it's true that they like lots of
But it
ecosystems
doesn't.
depends on
It
fires.
puts carbon back into the atmosphere, but not on the same level that cars and trucks and
Yeah,
boats do.
that's also
You got to put that one in there.
and it's true that lots of ecosystems depend on fire. That's true. That's true. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Full force.
there's a there's a
Remember, you're the boss, so
another topic.
maybe yeah.
Who says he was the boss?
I mean,
I mean,
That's
he's
a
the
good
look,
point.
it's
host.
true.
Isn't the
That's a good
host?
point.
The host should be. Okay. Well, yeah, because I sort of operate according to my typical sort of mainstream capitalist framework, where the original founder of the company is the boss. So
Nah, we're cooperative here.
I
Everyone's a
see.
boss.
I
Gavin,
See,
see.
Nathan's the one going against the grain. He's trying to overthrow everything just so he can come out on top, telling everybody what to do and what they should do and that they should get back. Y'all got to pay attention to Nathan, man. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? Do you mean like an
You
absolute?
mean
Yeah,
what,
I
Nathan? You
want.
mean what?
Are you talking about my absolute plan of my universal state that occupies the whole universe?
I keep telling you, people call Nathan a Nazi for a reason on Twitch. I'm telling you,
Don't call me
absolute
a
all
what,
Nazi.
right,
Nathan?
all right,
You want
guys, all
absolute what?
right.
Um,
We're gonna play nice.
yeah, no, I'm
It's
used
a
to, but look, I'm used to Boston.
don't
He's been
tell me
like
how
one
to
of my
play.
first.
It's a joke.
He's
Don't
one of my
try and
first
censor me.
viewers.
It's a joke.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't worry about Boston being mean to me.
Don't try.
Okay.
I hate people who try and censor like
If
black
he's
people.
mean
Don't
to
do it.
anyone else, you
Black
can yell
people
at him.
should be not trying to censor black people. Don't do that.
If he is mean
Wait,
to
what?
anyone
Play
else,
nice. Play nice. What does that mean? Play nice.
I say it
Do
to
you
my
get on
cats
Call of
all the
Duty and
time.
play nice?
Damn right I do.
okay. So what do you? So like, since I brought it up, what do you think of that? Something sort of more unusual, right? My thing. I've written my constitution for the universal state. I want it to occupy
Nathan, you have
both.
your own constitution.
Yeah, didn't you see my I plus I
Let's hear
redid
it.
it. Well, no, I can't. It would take hours. I already did it twice because I amended it. But like, what would be
Fart
your
Force
take on this?
Media.
Nathan, I want to hear
Universal
your
universal
own. I want to
state.
hear Nathan's constitution. I want to hear this shit. What is
Well,
Nathan's constitution? I'm genuinely interested.
Unfortunately somebody wanted to listen to music as a break while I was going over the Constitution, and unfortunately that made it be censored, so you can't watch it. I'm sorry.
That's
But
crazy.
I could maybe send it to you like on a Dropbox thing if you like really want to or something. But
Send it to my email. Send it to my email. I'm gonna whisper you my email.
okay, yeah, I'll send it to you by email. Um, yeah, so for a one
Yeah, send it
single
to me
like
in a whisper.
state,
Send it to me in a whisper.
well, no, I mean
Oh no,
you'll
no, no, no.
no, you
All right,
send me
now I'm
your
gonna
email
whisper
because
you my
we're
email.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Um, And then, so my idea is not just to have it on Earth, but then it would actually take over other planets, and like any other like humanoids, like any other like aliens that we meet would be like incorporated into the universal state. And so you just have one universal state as far as you can go, as far as we can spread across the universe. And uh, so I like thinking sort of in the long term. I think we tend to sort of focus too much on the present and not sort of think ahead. So this is sort of my contribution to thinking ahead.
Telling you, Nathan wants global power.
No, I don't want me. I've never said I would. It's a democracy. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
well,
like politically, what I would support is like a mixed direct and representative democracy. So you do sort of like with Switzerland, what they've got. Also California, they've got that. Where you can actually vote on actual bills, or like the whole population can vote on bills.
What fuck
Um,
just happened?
and
Oh my
also
god. It
representative
kicked me out?
democracy. I would have like instead of electoral democracy, you have sortition, so the representatives are not elected, but they're just chosen randomly. Anybody who wants to be representatives just is in a pool, and then some of them will just be randomly selected. And for like the three branches of government, so you just have like a chamber for executive, legislative, judiciary. That would be the way to do things, even just for one country, like not for a universal state, but also just for any country, that would probably be the best system.
Hmm. I mean, sounds like an interesting idea. The thing with like alternate government types is kind of don't know until they're like tried in practice. So I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
I mean, direct democracy is already completely tried.
Well, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
direct democracy is already completely tried. Sortition really does not have any like obvious reason why it shouldn't work. If like I also supported income cap. The main problem with sortition would be even greater potential corruptibility, since these people don't even rely on re-election, right? They're just chosen randomly, so people aren't gonna be like, they can't punish them by not re-electing them. So that would be a potential problem with sortition, right? So sortition is, when you choose people randomly. So just anybody of the population, anybody who wants to, can just be a representative. And so it'd actually have a much more representative sample of the population. That's the idea. It's kind of like the same principle as you have in polls, right? Where you just take a small, fraction of the population, and it's very probable that you'll have a pretty representative sample of the whole population. That's just sort of how statistics work. And that is how sortition will work as well. Obviously, sortition can only work when you've got like multiple, like quite a few people that are collectively chosen, right? You can't have sortition for just like one person. You can't have sortition for president, because you could just end up with any terrible person, right? So it has to be only for like a chamber with quite a few representatives. And so that what I suggest is simply replacing all the positions where there's just like one person or a few people with a chamber where there are quite a few, like quite numerous people, and they're all chosen by sortition. Um, and that way, so you wouldn't have any kind of political, all this stuff where you have to, candidates have to either have money of their own to finance their campaign or be funded by other people, and then they're dependent on their donors, and so their interests will be aligned on their donors, and which is why typically like there's so much elitism in government. That you would do away with. And again, well, there's the issue of corruption, whereas like you could have lobbyists go and like give money to the people of sortition, but uh, so another thing I support is an income cap, not annual, but more like a lifetime income cap. And so that would basically mean that you don't have any of these really rich people that would be able to, give out lots of money to elected representatives and thereby corrupt them, as well as all the other ways that corruption happens, like through the media and just like, biasing public discourse through the media. So there really is a very good case for sortition. I think there really isn't. We know that with elections, there's just so many issues, and we know that we like you never get a representative sample. We know that we never can have like a proper, like there are all these different ways of doing elections, right? But you never have a situation where everybody is really content. Um, and sortition would be just much better. So you get rid of things like congressional districts. You get
Abolish
rid
the
of
party system.
get rid of people from your area being like sent out to bigger thing.
Carbonism
Um,
says abolish the party system.
Hmm?
If you do that, like, then what?
what?
That's what carbonism says in Nathan's chat.
Oh wait. Oh, somebody's been saying something in my chat. Oh. Oh, okay. Why am I not hearing anymore? Oh. Abolish the party system. Yeah, well, that would abolish the party system, obviously, and that would be great. And finally,
One of
it
the
would get
biggest
rid of
issues
this
in
all this
today's political
polarization.
climate
Also,
is people
you
being
just
too
have
closely affiliated with a certain
yeah,
party.
yeah. You just
Now, I
basically
do agree with him.
people
I
just
do
focus
agree
on
with him to a
policy.
certain extent. I agree with Carbonism to a certain extent. He said one of the biggest issues in today's political climate is people are too closely affiliated with a certain party. I do agree with you to a certain extent. Um,
Yeah,
which is kind of why, like, I call myself a true independent because I'm all for what works. Like, I'm not for this person, that person, this party, that party. I'm just for what works,
exactly.
and you know, that's it.
And sortition would do that. Sortition would just get rid of parties as we know them currently. You just have advocacy groups still, but you wouldn't have parties as they currently exist. And people, representatives now wouldn't be, wouldn't try to like follow the party line. They'd just be voting on whatever their opinions on a policy. They're voting on any bill would just be based on what they actually think would be best and not based on any kind of political tribalism, as is currently the case. So, I mean, obviously that is the way to go. Um, there's there's a website with lots of people. There's like a big blog with lots of people discussing this. It's called Sortition Foundation. No, I don't know what they changed it. Like the actual blog is called Equality by Lot. Um, and so that they sort of provide lots of stuff there. I mean, there's various papers and stuff. I kept a few, but like that is really the way of the future. That is actual democracy. Elections are never democratic because it's always basically the rich people that get elected because they're the ones who are able to fund campaigns. So
That's
yeah,
why Bernie Sanders lost.
in part, probably. Although it's much more than just that, right? It's also that the media is owned by rich people, and then the media will bias people's public opinion, not just during the campaign, but over decades prior. They'll bias public opinion against policies that are basically anti rich and that tend to be more populist, in a good sense. So yeah, that is really the solution to me. And that is why, I mean, that's why I'm streaming it, because I think this is what we need. Like, I know this is obviously what we need. Pretty much everything else is crap. And I think people are just kind of fumbling around in the dark. They need more direction. They need something to go towards. I mean, we see this like with BLM often, for instance, is that they know that there's something that they don't like, but they often seem to be lacking concrete solutions to actually help things. And I think that they like clearly aren't focusing on the real solutions that would help Black people the most. And so in that sense, I don't support BLM because they're
But
actually not
what are the real
supporting
solutions that'll help Black people the most? Because I feel
UBI.
like the white people's tax is like the perfect solution, but
No,
nobody thinks that.
UBI, drug legalization,
Why are you so quick to rule out the white people's tax,
because that's racist.
Nathan?
Because it's
No, it's
racist.
not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's racist.
Oh, reparations, damn it.
So, like, okay, if you literally just wanted to benefit Black people at the expense of other people, then yes. Um, like, yeah, you're not wrong in that sense. If you actually want to benefit only Black people and at others' expense, but if you want to benefit Black people in a way that doesn't particularly harm others, then the solution
How was
is
that
UBI.
harming? You get taxed anyways, Nathan. What are you saying?
Well, because
You just don't want to see Black people get ahead for once. Like I'm Nathan.
I plenty want to see Black people get ahead. I don't mind that. I don't want them to
You're
be.
racist. You want to see
I think where
plenty.
you
Why not
grew up
see
and your
every Black
financial
person get it? Why
status matter
plenty?
more than your
These
race in this
You
issue.
still want to see some at the because you still want to see some at the bottom.
No, I,
Nathan, I'm on to you, bro. I'm on to you.
Okay, look. I mean, we know that that's absurd, right? Like a white person tax is pretty much absurd, but that is actually pretty much the converse of reparations. I mean, you could consider reparations to basically be a white person tax. It's like the net effect would actually be the same. So in practice, I kind of see what you mean. I would be okay with reparations for people who actually lived under apartheid up until 1965. People who lived in the South up until 1965, I think. But beyond that, no. Beyond that, no, because they weren't
We
victims
need to
of
look at wealth to help
institutional
the right
racism,
people.
even if they suffered from the consequences of institutional racism. But then it becomes just too like then you should give reparations to everyone. You should just give reparations to any poor people because they got discriminated against based on a system that just doesn't work for them and that has literally been unfair to them. So at that point, we should just be giving to reparations to
So
pretty much everyone.
apartheid hasn't been fair to white people, is what you're saying?
No, it wasn't fair to black people. I said we should give it. We could. There is a case for giving reparations to black people who lived under apartheid. That's what I'm saying. Um, but the problem is
And
that
not
in any
slavery.
case, because
So
nobody lived
giving
under
reparations to
slavery.
people to black people that lived under apartheid and not slavery? Yeah, that
No,
works.
nobody is alive who lived under slavery.
Yeah,
That's
there is.
who are there 200-year-old people right now that are like still like
No, you're talking about in like slavery in its prime. What about people that lived through the Civil War and the
they're not
freeing of slaves, the Emancipation Proclamation, and are like 98 right now? Just give reparations to those folks
Boston,
and not
Boston,
not the descendants of them.
Boston. Do you really think that there are people still alive that were born in 1860? Okay, do you understand that this means that they have to be 160 years old? And that would mean that they'd just be little kids. If they were toddlers during the
Those aren't
Civil
the people
War,
I'm talking about, Nathan.
Boston, you're not understanding the
Nathan,
timescales here.
Nathan, no, Nathan,
Nobody,
you're not understanding what I'm talking about, Nathan.
there's
Those
nobody
aren't the people.
alive that lived in the 19th century. There is
Nathan,
nobody alive
Nathan,
that.
Nathan. Those aren't the people I'm talking about. Those are the people that have died, Nathan. I'm talking about the ones that are still alive, Nathan.
Yeah, but they didn't live through slavery. They lived through apartheid, what we call like Jim Crow laws. All right, that's apartheid. They lived through that. They didn't live through
Nathan,
slavery. That's why I didn't mention slavery.
Nathan.
What is? I don't like
You're
this.
having a hard time understanding. Like,
No, you're having a hard time. You understand absolutely nothing. You don't understand that there is nobody alive who has lived
I don't
through
understand
slavery.
anything, Nathan.
There is nobody alive that has lived through like the institutional kind of slavery. Like there's been slavery in the sense of forced labor, prison labor, if that's what you're talking about. We could maybe give reparations to those, okay, but not the kind of slavery, in the sort of classical sense of slavery. There is nobody alive to give reparations to, okay? You understand? You understand this? Like, seriously, seriously. There's like presumably
Hear
you
me
can
out here.
understand this, right?
Race is overall important in this issue. The entire reason
Does
that we
anybody
have
else want
wealth
to weigh in?
disparities
Like,
between the races, it's because
Yeah,
of the
somebody help him out,
discrimination
please.
during and after slavery in the
No.
United
You guys
States.
keep going.
Yeah, you
But
guys
we
keep
now
No,
need
going.
to
I'm
focus
not.
on the disadvantaged
Listen,
communities that
though,
have been created due
don't
the
put in your
practice.
2 cents from the sideline. I'm trying to like, you know what? You gotta mute like other people like when it like shit like this. I'm trying to get them to understand that there are people that have lived through the very end of slavery and are very old right now. He
okay,
doesn't
please.
believe that.
Hold on. What's like? Is there a good? I've kind of been following along. Is there a good name to call you?
No. Don't even. Please don't even, because it's not gonna help me out. Because
Okay.
you're like wagging your finger like no. I do not fuck with that shit, bro. Please.
No, you're
If
fine.
you're
You're
gonna
fine. You're
talk to
fine.
me, fucking talk to me,
You're
bro.
fine. I just want. I
Don't
just
Fucking
want to.
talk to
don't
him,
don't do
Gavin.
that, bro.
Don't
Okay.
do that.
Listen, man. No, I don't understand. There are not people who are alive today who were
So then you
like
should have said
slaves.
that. You should have said that.
What did I say? That was wrong. Like real talk.
You
What did I
said
say?
no. Like you were talking to like somebody that like what?
What? Okay, I
Okay,
apologize for that.
so
I
Gavin, please,
yeah.
just yeah. To clarify again, Gavin agrees with me that there is nobody alive today that lived under the sort of classical slavery that existed until the end of the Civil War in the United States. Okay.
All right, so go on Google and or go on YouTube and look up slaves that are still alive today,
And we're
or
gonna find
like
some wacky conspiracy theory or like some sort of wacky
people
false
that people
theory.
that
Oh, it
that because
autofilled
I don't
for
know
me.
them
Nice.
personally and I don't know their names, but I'm pretty sure
Last
they
survivors of American slavery. Adeline Dade, birth 1853, death 1941. There are some people who have grandparents that were alive, or maybe
yeah, but
parents.
and that's the thing, like, and they don't have to necessarily like. There could be people that are like, very up there in age that's still like, you know what I mean. But even then, like, it still goes down. Like, it still goes down like to their children, their grandchildren. Like, they were around to see a lot, so that trauma is still there. So it's damn near like they were there. You know what I mean? Because they had to watch the struggle of their parents and grandparents
Well,
through
hold on.
through the damage of slavery. So it's still like you're already there. For example, my grandmother is an immigrant. She
I don't think that
came from
slavery impacted the
Dominican
kids as
Republic
much
to
as the
America,
financial
worked her
situation
foot
as
down to the
slavery
bone,
put their parents and
and got
grandparents
herself a
in.
house and paid it off.
Mhm.
I'm a second generation immigrant.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
It's
I
those kinds of things is what I'm is the
Look, at
point that I
that
was trying to
point,
make
so
yeah,
if
but
you're
the
talking
whole
about like
time before some
things being
Nathan, you
systemic,
cut me off. It's those kinds of things that I'm trying to bring to you guys' eyes. It really matters though. That stuff really matters, and you can't say it doesn't.
so
It
if we're
does.
talking about like the issues of things, something being like systemic, yes, that's under what you're saying is true.
That's
But
not
then,
systemic. That's generational.
Which is
well, by systemic, I'm meaning the
Slavery
effects of
doesn't
something.
slavery doesn't span over a certain time span. It spans over generations. Lots of black people died. Not just one generations of black people died because of slavery. And that's what you have to understand that if you don't understand that, then I don't think we could talk.
well, I think we
Your int-
understand that.
I
No,
understand the intent, but your very first
It's
statement
not the
was,
intent, that's facts. Generation of black people died. That's facts.
yeah, but they're not. They're
dude,
not.
dude, I'm gonna be real. I totally understand. I'm missing half my family tree as
It's not
well,
it's
dude.
not even
But the
totally understanding. It's facts.
do you know what a tautology is?
I don't know what that is, but all I know is facts.
If you okay, if you say something is true, but and then proceed by saying something that's exactly the same thing that's also true, that's called a tautology. And I just want you to know it wastes time. So like you said something, you
Alright, well, I don't
said
want to waste your time. My bad. I really
it's
don't want to waste
not
anybody's time. All I'm saying is slavery spanned it over generations, and that's facts. That's it. I don't want to waste anybody's time. Like,
Yeah, nobody's denying that. No, no, nobody. Hi again, Ruka.
I'm back.
What
welcome
happened
back.
to you?
I had to go do something.
Okay. We're now discussing like there's basically Boston Strong is advocating for white person tax to benefit black people. Um,
Based.
yes, yes.
so I've said that I'm
It
against
started as a joke. Let's just say
racial
it started a joke. 'Cause
specific
Nathan,
policy.
you got to put it out there that it started as a joke, because people
Yes.
will think I'm serious and start being like, "Oh yeah, white people don't need to pay taxes." Yeah, 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 yeah." No, no. It started as a joke, and then like, it's still a joke. So if you take a joke seriously, that's the dick that's caught up in. You never mind.
Yeah.
If you take it as a joke, then it's like, all right, that's on you. Like,
Yeah, but I mean,
I
we're still.
don't
I
have
mean,
nothing to do with what you think.
the thing is that
But
if it's a joke, then we just can't. We're just not going to talk about it. We'll just say like we'll just chuckle once and then. So I mean,
Yeah, it's just a
but
joke.
it
yeah,
is
but to
worthwhile
but
to.
to but to say that but to say that slavery doesn't span over generations, that's like kind of crazy, because like
It definitely does.
No, like there's a legacy of slavery, but the thing is that being the your
That's not a
great grand,
well.
if no, there's a if
Slavery is not a legacy, though.
yeah, it is. You suffer from the consequences downstream from what your ancestors suffered, of course, but it's still not the same as
Traumatic
actually.
legacy.
There's still
I
not
guess
the
you can call
same.
it traumatic legacy. I
Yeah,
guess so.
that's what I mean. But it's not the same as actually being a slave
Crazy.
yourself. It's not the same as actually being a slave yourself.
Yeah, but you
Okay?
still suffer some of the
No, you
consequences of
can't.
it.
You still suffer from the consequences, and it's like slavery was so it affected the brain. It just overlaps. That's why I feel so deeply on it, because it's like the blood that runs through me is of my ancestors.
True.
But I feel like we're actually like it kind of keeps you stuck in the past and it makes you actually not really
The blood that
overcome
runs through me keeps
like
me stuck in the past. Are you crazy? So I should just forget about my ancestors, forget about slavery, forget about all, not just
well,
the millions, but just forget about all the people that died, all the
not so
good
much
people, the
forget
bad
about it,
people. Forget about everybody that died.
We have
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna do
remember
that.
it.
Yeah,
but don't keep fueling it. Don't like keep fueling yourself. Don't keep
No,
wallowing
they're
in it.
not the ones fueling it. It's
nobody's
white
fueling
supremacy.
it. I'm talking about it
The people who are still
because
fueling it
I
are
mean,
white
because I
supremacists.
don't
Those
want
are
to
people who
forget
still.
about it.
I honestly I don't
What?
think that
Why
white
not? Why not
supremacists are
talk about it?
actually
I'm not
all that
fueling anything.
big of a thing at this point. Like
No, the people who
at this
still
point,
fuel like the problems of slavery are white supremacists who are still like
I
fucking oppressing people. That's the
I
real
I just
Exactly.
I
problem.
Like
disagree.
I was
I
just
disagree.
talking about being unvaccinated, and this dude called me the N word without a ER, but I'm fueling something. Like, come on now.
Yeah, they're the people
Let's
fueling
be
shit.
for real.
Yeah, okay, no, so that yeah, of course that yeah. That is fueling stuff. But I don't think that overall the system now, like the institutions now, are still fueling stuff, which is why I'm not really a fan of this
I
term
mean,
systemic racism because I'm not sure really what
They,
that means, and
but
the institutions today are
I
still
feel like
racist as
people
fuck in a
won't
lot of ways.
understand, and
I
they'll say
disagree.
things like that because they just don't understand and they don't get it.
Okay, so hold on, Nathaniel. I have a question then. So, why do you think the war on drugs disproportionately affected black people so much harder than white people? Why do you think that was the case?
Yeah, okay, so that was definitely a racially targeted policy to sort of fight against sort of burgeoning black power.
Yeah, and that's still
All
affecting people today. There are
that's still
people who are
affecting
still in cages.
that is still affecting people today. I would agree. It's not an how do I put it?
So how are we just
It's
gonna
not an
forget?
overt. It's not an overtly, but it is a covertly. It is a covertly, intentionally racist policy, even though it is not explicitly so. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. I just what I mean is more that not every instance of like disparity, of inequality of outcome is a result of institutional racism.
Nobody's
That
saying
Not
that though.
yeah,
yeah.
but that is institutional racism indeed. Although again, I would like to point out that fundamentally the problem isn't even racism per se, but rather the fact that we're just putting innocent people in jail. That is
Well,
really
it's
the
affected a certain demographic much harder, so it is a racial issue. You can't really separate that.
Oh,
well.
got a blast.
I guess. Oh, you gotta go.
Like, like you can't be colorblind about issues that like affect certain demographics so much harder than others.
Well, I think you could
Who
by
said
simply
who
getting
said
rid
oh
of
I
the
got a
issue
blast
entirely.
and just like
Like you could just get
why'd you
rid
have
of
to
the
make an
issue.
announcement?
You
Just
can
leave.
you can
But
get rid of the issue
not. It's not just about
by
getting rid of the issue. You also have to right the wrong, and you have to help these communities that you fucked over.
well, already by legalizing drugs, you'd help it enormously, and
Well,
you'd
no,
pretty
because
much get rid of.
these communities are still going to be affected for generations by like having their family members locked up in cages.
Well, no, because they wouldn't. Okay, well, from having in the past, but that now they wouldn't be locked up in cages
The
anymore.
past would
Firstly,
still affect them, though. The past
well,
would still
it
affect
would
them,
still
though.
affect them through being poor mostly, and so you'd
Yes,
correct that. You'd correct that through UBI. That's
For being
UBI
poor,
is not.
it's more than just being poor. It's this and just there's people that have come out of slavery and catapulted themselves into being rich, but that wasn't everybody. So it doesn't automatically assume that you're gonna be poor just because of you know racism.
Also, stuff like this,
But at
like
the
stuff
same
like
time,
mass. Sorry.
there's a lot of slaves that committed suicide after slave. Like that shit matters. Like it's like I don't know. Like
but my
Yeah,
point is that
because
some
what
people
I was
just
gonna
don't
say is
understand. They don't get it.
Yeah, like stuff like mass incarceration is gonna have like effects on generational trauma. It's gonna affect communities like for a long time. You can't really just like wipe it away.
But I feel that the problem is that people are just focusing on like it's almost like they just want to talk about the trauma and not actually implement the kind of policies that would actually get us past that.
Well, I support
And
like policies that like are against that. Like
but
obviously,
Well, it's hard to do that when you have like people that grew up through these times in the 50s and 60s and 40s that are still in office today in the House of
true.
Congress,
We
still
still have
there
like
holding down that seat that they've been holding down for 50 years.
yeah, we still have racist in power. That's kind of like one of the problems.
well, I my feeling is that overall, like what we're seeing with lots of this activism is that we're seeing these BLM people that are mostly focusing on telling white people that they're racist, and that just basically pisses all the conservatives off. And they're not actually proposing very concrete solutions
What
to
BLM movement was focused around telling white people they're racist? Like, what are you talking about?
And then, like,
like,
what do you think, like, racism, like, what do you think fueled racism? Pissed
that
off white people.
like
True.
basically the basic and not just BLM, but the sort of this general sort of racialist activism that is going on is actually not even proposing the proper institutional changes that would genuinely benefit people and
Well, I mean,
particularly black
BLM was
people the
talking
most.
about police reform. BLM
What?
did talk about police reform.
It did talk about, I mean, I agree with police reform, but it also tended to, send this message of simply abolishing the police, which actually is a bad idea
All right,
currently
but
because as long as
look at the first. Google the first the
Hey,
runaway slave enforcer badges, and then look at the first sheriff badge.
yeah,
Identical.
of course, there's a continuity, and of course there should be a break from that continuity. Of course, I'm not actually, um, I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be like I would like to see the police force sort of change and maybe be more kind of centralized and have more oversight. Definitely, definitely. But on the other hand, I don't think we should be particularly downsizing the police because the police exist in response to violence among the community. And
I mean, the police never really get downsized. There's new folks working for like the police force like every year.
yeah, but I mean, there are definitely calls
It's
among certain
never
activists to downsize
really
the police.
downsizing.
I don't think that's the way to do it. It's like people are suffering from the side effects of chemotherapy, and that let's say we'll make everything better by getting rid of your chemo. No, because then your cancer takes over
okay,
again.
so
You
what's
can't compare
what?
chemotherapy and cancer to
Police,
cheese, man.
police is a solution.
Oh
It's a
fuck,
solution to
man,
a
Nathan,
problem.
you're wrong with
No,
Police,
they're
that one.
not. No, they're
yes,
not.
no, of course it is.
You're
The
wrong
police
with
is a
that one.
solution to violence. It exists in all countries. Like just
S- s-
people are excessively
no,
focused
we're talking
on.
about America specifically.
Yeah, but
So
it doesn't matter.
police in America killing like random black people, is that like a solution to violence?
But they're not killing random black people. I mean
Yes,
that
they are.
like there
That
might
Yes,
be a
they
they
are.
are.
few instances. Most of the BLM instances was not
In
police
several
killing
All right, so
random
instances.
Trayvon Martin, you think that was like random? And
Yeah.
he didn't even get killed by a police officer. He got killed by a private investigator.
Trayvon
Also, what
Martin.
about
We
George
don't.
Floyd?
George
George
Floyd
Floyd.
was one guy. Okay, George Floyd was like one guy.
There's been multiple instances of random black people getting killed.
It doesn't
Multiple
matter if he was
instances.
half a guy. It doesn't
Understand that
matter.
there's
He was still a person. That
the thing
doesn't
is that
matter though. If it was just hold on, Nathan. You gotta stop there. It doesn't matter if George Floyd was one guy. He was still a person.
of course, but you can't just go based on one guy who gets killed by a policeman.
It's not just one. It's
But
not just one. It's
it
happening
is
across the
just
board.
one because most of
No,
the
so you're
time,
saying that
most of the time they're
hold on.
dangerous.
You're saying
Most
that
of the time they're dangerous.
only one black person has been wrongfully killed by police. Is that what you're saying?
No, not only one, but my point is that most police shootings by police are ambiguous at best. Okay,
What do you mean
there's
ambiguous?
ambiguous
All
in the sense
police
that
shootings are by police.
they are these people are mostly dangerous. They appear to be dangerous. They could be killing somebody, and they get shot by police because they appear likely
George
to be
Floyd didn't even have a
about to kill
pocket
somebody.
knife on him. How did he appear to be dangerous?
George
He was like
Floyd,
he's like
George Floyd
six
was
five, six
wrongfully
six,
killed.
whatever. How did he
You
appear to
do,
be dangerous?
yeah. You,
George Floyd is an exception to the general rule that the police do mostly kill people
An
who are being
exception.
threatening. Okay, George
so
Floyd,
hold on.
indeed.
How are little kids like? There's literally like cases of 13-year-olds getting like killed by police. How are they threatening?
because they have guns.
No, they had like there's one case where the kid had a fucking plastic toy gun.
How do you
Because they thought
assume?
it, because they like, people are paranoid because there's lots of violence. Policemen are afraid. They're afraid for themselves.
What?
Policemen
It's
get
because they
shot a
were
lot.
scared of a black person. That's the answer. They were
No,
scared of a black person.
they get scared of a
No,
gun.
that
They get scared of a
no,
gun.
they wouldn't have
There's
done that to a
racial.
white kid. They wouldn't have done that to a white kid.
White people get shot more per homicide rates than
We have to do.
Exactly. It happens to everybody. So it's like,
So it's not a
if
racial
for
issue.
example, the dude in Arkansas that he got shot go on his way to work putting antifreeze in his car. White dude. What if I was like, oh yeah, that's just one white dude.
The point is that there are 15 times more civilian homicides than police
Just
homicides.
bypasses
So
it.
if you're
He just
concerned about
bypasses it
homicide,
and goes talking into something else. You can't do that, bro. You can't do that.
I'm not talking about something else. I'm literally making
Are
my
you
point.
a humanitarian?
What do you mean by humanitarian? I care about
Like,
I'm a
are you?
utilitarian. I'm a beneficiary, and I care about maximizing well-being. If that's what you mean by humanitarian, then yes.
Yeah, you should care about the well-being of every person, not just
Yeah.
you know
And that's kind of my point, is that
I'm not.
focusing on police violence
I'm
doesn't
just
care
saying
about the
like
well-being of
you can't
everyone.
you
You're
just
only
can't say, oh,
focusing
George.
on the police,
Bottom
and
line,
not
you just
you
can't
don't
say
care about
George
people
Floyd was
getting
just one
people.
person. You can't do that.
But you can, because it kind of muddles the narrative, because it kind of ignores the fact that 14 out of 15 people that get killed are killed by other civilians and not by the police, and we're basically
Yeah, but we're
ignoring
talking.
those people. We're ignoring those
That's
people,
just
and we don't
no.
care
We're
about them.
not.
We
We can
are.
talk about multiple
We
issues at
are.
once.
Because
No, we're not.
if you severely downsize the police, those homicide rates are going to go up, and so
No
you're
one's
actually going to
saying
get more
like
people.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we have to understand the police is a fucking problem.
I think both of you guys are kind of right.
What about
in
Ahmaud
points.
Arbery? What
I
do you
think what
think about that?
Austin or
Wait, let Gavin speak.
I think what
Let
Nathan
me
is trying to
speak.
say is that it's an exception, not the rule. But there also needs to be very big reforms to the police to mitigate because we don't want, because like you were saying, like George Floyd was the exception, not the rule. Nathan, was that kind of what you were getting at?
Yes.
So we
It
need
was.
to make sure that that rule or that exception never does become the rule. And there are times where, unfortunately, it just seems like that's the case, that the exception is becoming the rule. So I believe that there's definitely reforms, but overall, the principle of having police is to better society. Is that always what's happening? No. But
Hey,
at
check
this
full
point in
force media.
time, I
Check this
think
out.
it
Check this
is.
out. Look in your chat. He said that is already proven. Homicide rates are exponentially up in 99% of Democrat-run cities. No, Corbin, you're wrong.
Up by 99%. Can you cite a number? Like, where are you getting that
Let me
from? 'Cause
tell him.
that's
Let me tell him why he's wrong. Because Ahmaud Arbery, look it up. 3 white dudes shot and killed him. I think he got killed by 2 different guns. I think he got hit with a shotgun and then a revolver. Yes. He got shot with a shotgun and a revolver. 3 white dudes chased him down and killed him, and it took a year to put those his murderers in jail.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like what kind of Call of Duty shit is that? Like why did he get killed by 2 different guns? That is homicide, and that didn't happen in a Democrat ran state. Because there's no such thing as a Democrat run city. It's about the state. All right. So
Well, I mean, there are local
like,
police. There are city police departments.
all
So
right,
kind of
city,
Nathan.
is a
state,
city.
whatever, tomato, potato. At the end of the day, it happened in Georgia. Like,
Hey,
I don't know, man. So
you got
there's
covered.
some viewpoints that like come from people on Twitch, and I'm like, yo, like, are you guys?
You
Do you
okay?
meet up with people, drink coffee, and spew out points like that? Because that's crazy. That is crazy.
Well,
Chicago, millions of people ran by Democrats. Top city with homicide.
that's
Oh my God! Why do people it being people? Do you even live in Chicago?
That,
Yeah,
and
I
also
do have
that's not
COVID,
true.
but I'm
Top
good.
city with homicides. That ain't true.
Because
wasn't it
Chicago's really
St.
not that
Louis?
bad.
The top, yeah, it's
Or
St.
St.
Louis.
Louis?
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's St.
I
Louis.
was gonna
It's
say.
Get
But,
well.
yeah,
I mean,
that-
Missouri's bad, but yeah, even like, come on now, like, never
St.
mind.
Louis, New
Just forget
Orleans.
Corbin in chat.
You
Just
wanna
stop
join
even
the
like
chat?
acknowledging it. 'Cause you're saying dumb shit. Just like stop.
Well, he's just making shit up. But, yeah, anyway. Like he's saying, like homicide rates rose by 99%. I don't think in the entire
I
country
might.
that's not the case. I think in the country, I think it rose by like 10% or something.
Nobody's making
Like,
you jump in
fucking-
Discord, but you should take that choice. You should make that decision
I'm
to jump
gonna
in
watch
Discord.
for a little
If I can make you
first.
do things, that means you're my bitch.
I'm
And you
just
should
playing
follow me on
right
Twitch.
now.
I'm just saying.
Hashtag bars. You guys are
https://discord.gg/kdmgft9.
Make them jump in
Say
Discord.
that's like, don't make me
Might
turn
not
this
last
car
much
around.
longer.
Shit, dude. Fuck.
All right, get in the Discord, Corbin. Get in. Give him the link. Give Corbin the link. Corbin, get
I
in
can't
Discord.
add more people to this call. It fucking because we're gonna have to wrap up eventually here. So I can't keep adding more people.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah.
But like, I guess like my point is that we're focusing on these issues that are not clear cut when there are obvious solutions, and basically BLM is focusing on solutions that aren't obviously right, whereas there are solutions that are obviously right that we should be focusing on instead.
So what
That-
solution?
I'm not gonna say that I
specifically?
like BLM and I'm a big fan of BLM, but I don't. It's not that I don't not like BLM. I think Black lives do matter. Yes,
Of course. I mean, yeah, of
they
course.
do. But at the same time, I also think all lives matter. But I support BLM. I don't not support it.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to the sentiment. Yeah, go ahead.
Nathaniel, so like what policy are you talking about? Like specifically?
Well, the stuff I've already said, just actual
Like UBI?
basically, yeah, UBI plus drug legalization plus federal funding.
Yes, I don't think UBI
distributed.
is really the solution here.
If you're talking about the like clear solutions,
For example, UBI can fuel homicides because you can get a check from the government and spend it on guns.
That's pretty,
Well, that's
pretty
kind of not
tenuous.
worth
That's pretty tenuous. But somebody wanted to say
Pretty
something
tenuous.
in
It can
progress.
happen. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but on average, people are going to be much better off. They're going to less be tempted to go into criminality to survive.
Okay, the problem I have with UBI
not criminality. Just because you have a gun doesn't mean you're gonna commit a crime. Like, what?
This point is kind of dumb, but so the thing with UBI though, like, I guess the problem I have is these communities are in very different places economically, so you can't really like treat them all the same. Like some groups are gonna need more support than others. So I feel like UBI is kind of like a broad stroke to like a very specific problems.
But
Nathan, I feel like you need a
would
gun.
cover everything. It would cover like how is that a broad stroke to specific problems? It would give everyone money to it like
because
solves
some people
all problems.
like
See what I mean?
some people need more money than others.
Guess who's
Like
back?
Jeff Bezos doesn't need a check the same way like people like that are fucking poor as shit do. It has to be like more proportional.
Well, of course, but the thing is that like giving Jeff Bezos, it just doesn't really change. It just makes it more simple. Okay, we can just give everybody UBI like Jeff Bezos, but then tax Jeff Bezos more. In any case, I don't want people like Jeff Bezos to exist at all. I support an income cap so that we just don't have any of these billionaires at all.
But why? Like, why do that?
But you at the same time, it's like kind of redundant because you're using Jeff Bezos for capital gain. Like this is his app.
No, that's just a silly right wing talking point. I'm really not interested in that.
So the problem
silly
is like
right wing talking. Nathan, man, you're silly. You're really silly.
So the problem is with like UBI, like some communities need a lot more than like a $2,000 check in the mail. Like this really isn't like these situations are very specific. You can't really like do a broad stroke across the entire country.
Explain to me, like, provide me an example of someone who actually needs a significantly bigger UBI than the average person.
I said a
I
right wing talking point. I want to know that because I don't associate or like identify with the right. How is that a right wing talking point? Because this is Jeff Bezos' app. I'm just saying he owns Twitch and you're on it.
Okay, so let me just say. So obviously we can understand that someone that's like making like $60,000 a year does not need the same support as someone who's like a single mom with 3 kids. We have to understand that the support needs to be more proportional.
Okay, so from that perspective, yeah, I understand what you mean now. Now I understand. what I would simply suggest is to just, it simplifies things to just give everybody UBI and instead just tax higher earners more. And the net
Well,
effect would be the
How
same.
does that?
The net effect would be the same,
How,
right?
how does that simplify things?
That makes it
Wouldn't
more
be
Person wearing
simpler?
turban dark
Yeah,
skin
because
tone
you're
male
giving
sign
money and
person
then
wearing
taking
turban
it
male
right
sign
back.
Oh, no.
person
from
wearing
tax.
turban light skin
When you
tone
could
male sign
focus a
person wearing
policy and
turban
just
medium
give
light
it
skin
to
tone male
begin
sign
with.
person wearing
Yeah.
turban
Hashtag
medium skin
tax
tone male
immigrant.
sign.
Yeah, like why are you giving someone money just to tax it away like a fucking year later? Like that's just very strange.
Like that's why there's like in the evidence I've seen with UBI, there's only been like one study that's come out with it, and basically what it said is it just the positive effect was mental health, but like economically, I'm pretty sure even in this, like I was just looking at this today, it just
Hashtag
basically like
tax Tina too.
it basically just kind of like overcomplicates things. It's like you could give a more focused policy and just be like, okay, people that make under a certain amount get this much money, and then you don't
Yes.
have to give it out and take it right back.
Everyone is different. You can't do like one size fits all. Everyone
Well,
has a
no.
different situation.
The idea here is that you get used to just getting this check, and so it's not associated with poverty. See, like it's not like, oh, I'm suddenly poor, so now I'm getting government checks, and so that way also rich people aren't going to feel like this is a thing for the poor, right? It's like they're
Who
getting
cares about
to.
the feelings? Who cares about the feelings?
But I just,
We want to do what's
conceptually,
actually better.
I think this is better. You just tax rich people more, and it's just a tax rate that's higher, so it's not more
So
complicated,
so
right?
why
You're
give them
just
the check in the
taxing
first place if
Yeah,
they're just going
just
to tax
tax
it away?
destiny.
because the actual like how can I explain this? Basically, you're either going to
How can
have
I explain this?
no, yeah, because either what you're going to have, if you have like a sort of guaranteed income where you get progressively less guaranteed income as you earn more. So you're going to
Yeah, that
have
makes sense.
basically, so yeah, but that's not what I'm advocating for. Why? Because instead of having just one blanket UBI, which is the same for everyone, you're going to have different, like a different gradation for different people. And so obviously it's going to like, it creates complexity in as much as you're not going to be giving the same amount to everybody. That does create an extra level of complexity. It's of course it's plenty feasible to do, right? I
Sure.
just conceptually I find
Yeah,
it
but
more
what does this
satisfying.
have to do with the Gorth?
I
Okay,
find it
hold
What
on.
does this
But
have to do with the Gorth?
sure. But once you get to like, can we understand that once you get to a certain point, this kind of universal program isn't really as necessary. Like we understand that like Jeff Bezos doesn't need universal income.
Okay.
well again I of course Jeff Bezos doesn't need a universal income, but it would
Yeah, so why give it to him in the first place?
because it's more simple. Like in terms of data, you just ask like
No, we can just
how
look at
if you had
income
to
brackets. We can look
no,
at
but
tax policy.
we see what I mean. If you actually had to write out your tax and UBI or whatever policy, if you had to like have a piece of paper, okay, you imagine this. You've got this document and you write out
It'd be
specifically
unethical to rule Jeff Bezos out of UBI though. He's still a
the
human being.
He doesn't need
He
he
still
doesn't need
has
the
an
money.
equal right to UBI
okay,
just like
wait,
the next person.
but bear with me. Imagine that in both
Taxes
instances,
may be different,
imagine in
but
both instances you've got like a progressive tax rate. Okay, so you've got tax brackets for, and so you've got to write out each tax bracket so we know, so that people can know exactly how much to tax each person. And then you've got in this document, you've also got the brackets for, you know, guaranteed income. And so you write out the tax brackets for each level. Okay, so imagine how long that document's going to be. You're going to have several rows that will list out each tax bracket, right? Now imagine you just give a UBI to everyone. Well, you just have one row where you say the UBI is this amount. So your whole document is going to be shorter because you're not going to have all these different rows for these different brackets.
You're kind of overcomplicating it. The IRS already has all this information. This is how we do welfare, food stamps, and unemployment. We already do it proportionally, like with means testing. I feel like you're making it more complicated than it really is.
Well, no,
and
it's
you do
more
the
simple.
census.
It's more simple because everybody gets the
No,
same.
but
So
you're
it's
making the average. No, but like what we do now is not like impossible. Like we already do it in this way.
yeah, but it actually and it disincentivizes work more because then when they start earning more, we give less benefits, so people are sort of less motivated to work
But
Well,
because
food
they're
no,
like,
we
I'm
stamps
would
going to
make
be
it more
losing.
proportional.
form of UBI though.
What? Sorry, Austin.
Okay, hold on. So Nathaniel, what you said
Yeah.
is like not true. Like so,
What do you mean?
like welfare. Like people think that welfare makes people not want to work, but no, that's not true at all. Like even if you're getting welfare, people still want to work and like earn more money and get to the next income bracket.
No, but you see what I mean though, that if you
Yeah, but it's
stop
not
getting
true
your
in the data.
if you stop getting, yeah, but it's going to be even less true with UBI. Like logically, it's going to be even less true because obviously, if you're getting welfare and then you stop getting it, if you earn more versus a
That's
UBI that you still keep getting if you earn more.
Do you know how
Obviously,
many like people live in like rural parts of America, like country ass parts, like black and white people and all kind of immigrants, all that rely on welfare because they can't. First off, they can't even buy a car. They're legit landlocked, stuck in that fucking area, unless they have somebody that has access to a car. They need that money to like get to the grocery store and stuff like that and shit like that to like do shit. There's parts of America that aren't city where you can just take a bus, take a train, get to this spot. You know, places with not that good infrastructure
yeah,
that
but
rely on that kind of money.
wait, well, what are you? What is your point exactly? I mean, are you saying that they need more money?
That changing that and switching over something that's called UBI would it might lead to people's starvation.
No, I mean, again, the UBI would be determined to be, you'd give an amount of UBI that is enough to ensure that people have their basic needs met. Obviously, another thing we'd have to do is typically, actually, it's cheaper to live in more rural areas
I think I
because of
think
high
I think the
housing
solution
costs
would be
in.
to just meet people's basic needs.
Yeah, and you meet their
That's the
basic needs
solution.
through basic income. That is the way you do it. You meet their basic needs through basic
Okay.
income. And that the basic income is precisely, it's designed. I mean, obviously, that's why I'm advocating for, right? It's a basic income that enables you to pay for your housing and your food and your healthcare. That is the way that it's meant. I mean, all UBI proponents, that's what they want, right? It's meant to be a living UBI. I mean, pretty much no UBI
Maybe
advocates
someday.
are what, but why not now? Like we could, like there's no reason to wait. Like this is exactly what people
You
need the
asking
most.
me?
Well, it's a rhetorical question. Like I'm not
Oh
asking
well.
because there's no good answer. There's no good answer. We should do it now. There's like no particularly. If you want to provide some sort of counter argument to it, you can. But like there isn't a valid counter argument.
I'm not arguing anything. I just I think it'd be good time for a topic change.
well,
Full
we probably
force.
got to wrap it up.
You want to wrap it up?
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah, it's probably about time to wrap it up because
Okay.
well,
I
I
mean
work
that's
really
fine.
early in the morning,
Oh
so
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. Of
if I
course,
don't get off
of
now, I'm
course.
going to like not get any sleep. So
Again, it's your thing. So
yeah, and we're past the 5 hour mark, so that's typically
yep.
like the longest I want to stream. So
Yeah,
freaking
absolutely, absolutely. Okay,
I
sure. And
just
you said
got
that
done
before.
filing my nails.
All
They
right,
look so nice.
all right. We can end it there. I'm okay with that. All right. Well,
yep. So
thanks for the big discussion. Thanks for being game for this.
I hope I
I
wasn't a.
appreciate it.
I hope I wasn't a problem today.
nah, you're good.
I better
Honestly,
not
this
be.
is
I better be good.
honestly it was it was fun. I want to start hosting panels. This so
Yeah,
yeah,
Right.
we'll
invite
do
me,
this
man.
more.
Invite me. I like to debate. I like to be heard, and I like to listen. You know what I mean? I like to. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
like. I like. I like the debates. I like the talks.
Look,
I feel like
Boston.
they need it. Like,
Boston, how
what's up?
about you hop onto my Discord and I'll join. We'll have Joe Mama come on. Okay.
Does he have half a brain?
Yeah, he. I think so. Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
let's do that. Let's do that. All right. See you around, full force.
All
All right.
right.
Later.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, Joe. Joe, are you there? Do you want to have us come onto your Discord or wait, this is mine, isn't it? TS, the Nathan L server. Uh, okay. Let's just hope there's none of my secret stash of young person porn. Ah, that everybody thinks I must be having. Okay. Yeah, come to mine. Come to mine and we'll just do some sort of satanic ritual as we always do. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I get people to come onto my thing? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me? I don't know what to do. Here's my username. The Nathan L hashtag 6135. Wait, can I invite people? Invite people. Here's Dr. joemamma. Okay. I'm invited to my own server. Thanks for the invite. I'll make myself right at home. Okay. Wait, so how do I do this? So I go voice 1, I guess, right? Okay, go on voice 1. Okay, well, I'm there. Just come on to, so click on that invite. Everybody, anybody who wants to come, also the rest of you, if you want to come on, you can come and join. Okay, Boston? I'm not
Yeah.
hearing you. Oh, yeah, now I hear. Joe? Where's Joe? Okay, do you want to keep talking?
Oh my god.
Okay, so what did you want to say more still? You
Nothing.
wanna,
That was it.
nothing?
Say more still about what? Like,
Well, what were you talking about?
I don't know. Like, there's really not a lot going on in my head. I like it. I go from one subject to the next. I talk about it.
Oh shit, what's up?
Oh, here's Joe. Hi, Joe.
What up? What up?
How's
That
it going?
before it's going good, Nathan. I haven't talked to you in so long.
I
Yeah,
know he
I know.
resurfaced.
I know.
I'm gonna
I
pop this out real quick.
yeah.
Um,
So you're feeling okay?
no, I feel like dog shit.
Uh, Sorry to hear it.
It's okay. I
But but you see, I'm like so ahead of you. Like you're so like back of the trend. I got COVID back in March 2020. Like,
well, I got COVID actually too, and I got COVID in 2020 as well. But
did you get it in
I,
March?
I no, I did not. I don't know when I got it, but I was asymptomatic when I got it.
Oh, really? Oh, wait. So you got tested and like you were, and it
Yeah,
said you
and
had
then
it.
I got, yep, and then I got my vaccine and shit. And then I got COVID again, and now it's fucking terrible. I've had a fever for like 3 days,
Oh no.
but it's okay.
Wait. So
All
you
right,
had so you had the vaccine and you're still sick.
I've had the vaccine. I've had COVID already, and I'm still sick.
And how many? What vaccine did you get? And how many shots have you had?
I got I got one Moderna shot and two Pfizer shots.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we know that they're not perfect. They don't
No,
protect you
they're not.
completely. Mm.
Yeah, in fact, they're actually a government conspiracy.
Yeah. Of course. They actually implant little devices that will track your location. The government knows exactly where you are at all times.
Yeah, it's like a new smartphone. I was already getting
Yeah.
tracked with that, and now I'm getting double tracked.
Yeah. And actually, it also is a thing that kind of like if you say that you don't like Biden, it explodes.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it
Is that
explodes.
why everyone's saying "Let's go, Brandon" instead?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because they're
Because
too afraid to
they're
say
too afraid
let's.
to.
They're too
Yeah, you
afraid to say
can't say
"Fuck Joe
Biden.
Biden."
You can't say Biden, right? You can't say Biden because it
That
might
makes
because
sense.
it can explode. But the first time it doesn't explode, so actually, like it just explodes a little bit and it releases a bit of virus, like a modified virus, and that's why you're sick. Is actually because you said Biden, and so that's how you got sick this time around, despite being vaccinated. It's actually the
I
vaccine that
see.
makes you sick when you say Biden.
Wait, so I wanted to talk. I listened to a little bit of the conversation. Who are you talking with? So it's Boston Strong, who I've seen
Yeah.
before.
Okay.
Boston Strong, I'm one of your biggest fans, by the way. I see your epic Apex Legends gameplay in the political section.
There's
And
lots of Warzone.
oh, Warzone, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Warzone from Call of Duty.
Well, I know Boston Strong from Nathan's channel. And who were the other people you were talking to?
It was Full Force Media, who's also a sort of small streamer, small, just sort of right-wing streamer like me, but just a good right-wing streamer. And like
What is a good white right wing streamer?
it's a person who like believes in markets and private enterprise, but that also wants to, care about the poor.
Oh, okay.
It's what
I
it's what Republican voters call a commie.
I see. And what are the other? What are the? There was another person in there too, right?
Yeah, that was just like another viewer that well, there are two others. One of them was Ruka, and another I don't remember the name. I don't know them. I don't know.
Okay, so they
I
don't
haven't seen
stream
the
or
stream.
anything.
Not really.
I gotcha. Well, I tuned in around the time that you guys were talking um, about UBI,
Yeah.
and I wasn't going to talk originally, but now I really want to. And
Okay.
so Boston Strong was the guy who was talking the most about it. So I really am glad that he's the one I get to talk to.
Yeah.
And are you there right now, Boston? No, he's
Boston.
not there. I was so
Boston.
excited for this moment.
Boston. Oh, maybe his jack got unplugged. Boston. Close the what is it? Like the browser. Close your browser, then reopen it and make sure your jack doesn't get pulled out. And like close your Discord with like the Discord browser and then reopen it, go back on Discord, come back here, and
Yeah,
that should work.
otherwise you're going to be grounded.
Yeah. Or you're just gonna be mute as you're currently apparently. I don't know. Okay, well it's just the two of us then. Very intimate,
Well,
so no
we
one's up on
agree
decks.
mostly on the issue.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Have you but you didn't agree with me before
Yes,
because
I
you thought
did.
my
I already
no, I
agreed
know,
with you.
I
I
know you
just
agreed, but you like what you disagreed with is that I want to get rid of other like
All right,
benefits,
I'm
like
here.
other welfare. Right. Oh, he's back.
yeah, yeah, I don't agree with that. Well, wait, Boston. So I listened to your talk about UBI and stuff, and I really wanted to talk to you about it.
Okay.
I and I also you also wanted to know if I was like a big brain or something or a dead brain, something of that matter. I'm a fucking moron. If that answers your question before, whether or not I was a dumb brain or something. But I had that. So wait, what are your issues with UBI, Boston?
I don't have any issues.
You don't have any issues, and why aren't you? You didn't support it when you were talking to Nathan earlier. You were arguing against implementing a UBI policy.
I wasn't against it.
Wait, then what were the contentions?
I just wasn't for it. I wasn't.
Okay, I see. Why aren't you for it then?
So I think that's just gonna be the light switch fix to everything.
What? Well, do you think any policy is supposed to be a light switch fix to everything? You think like a government passing a policy, a local government passing policy to repair a road down the street is a light fix switch to everything?
Say it again.
Why does a policy have to be the light switch fix to everything for you to support it? So, like I
It
said,
doesn't have to
uh,
be.
the local government filling the pothole down the
It
road.
does.
That's not
It does.
well.
It doesn't have to be.
So then, why are you saying that's your contention with it?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said why don't you support it, and you said it's not the light switch fix to everything.
All right.
I'm just trying to understand your point of view. You're talking a lot to Nathan about it, and now you're giving me radio silence.
I'm not.
You're acting like this is a bad first date, and we're like texting afterwards.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get you to elaborate. What's the if it's not the light switch fix to everything, right? No policy is. So why don't you support it beyond that?
Because I don't.
Because you don't. So you haven't thought about it. You just don't support it because you just haven't thought about it?
What do you think?
I don't know because you're not giving me any answers.
No, what do you think about UBI?
No, I think it's a fantastic idea. If you want me to elaborate, I can. You just got to tell me what you want me to elaborate on.
I don't know, just talk.
there's no guidance here. There's no like guidelines. I'm trying to understand your point of view so I can try to I guess accommodate that point of view. I'm trying to respond to what your issues are
Like
because
we've got
I
The
don't
people
more
who
under,
you
have.
and Nathan talk about it, the more I have a point of view and understanding and stuff.
Well, okay, so one of the things that I think that you said earlier, and I could be wrong because I don't really remember, I was in the bathroom and had my speakers on. And so I think you said, or someone said something about, no, you brought up Jeff Bezos. That's what it was. So one of your issues was giving Jeff Bezos UBI. Let's work from this framing. The
Actually, I think
government.
Joe. I think it wasn't just to interject. I think it was another person that didn't like the idea of giving Jeff Bezos UBI, and I think
Exactly.
Boston Strong objected to taking
Exactly.
Jeff Bezos's money away in taxes to fund UBI.
Oh, I see.
Exactly.
I see. So you were against taxing Jeff Bezos for UBI.
No.
You're not against taxing Jeff Bezos for UBI.
If UBI was a thing, I think Jeff Bezos should get UBI just like everybody else.
Right. Yeah, of course. But someone asked, it wasn't you that asked this. Someone asked, um, why get Jeff
It sounds like you
Bezos?
vaguely heard it, or you came in at like the last second or whatever.
Yeah, I did. I came in really late.
All right.
Someone asked why Jeff Bezos would be given UBI, and I just to answer that really quick, it's just easier to pass a UBI policy where everybody gets say $2,000 a month than it is to try to differentiate between people based off particular tax brackets and whatnot. The bill's significantly easier to pass in that regard. And it doesn't leave anybody left out because Jeff Bezos getting $2,000 a month in the long scheme of things doesn't actually
Make
harm
a difference.
anybody.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
exactly.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you.
Yeah, so it's just significantly easier. But I I I don't know. I don't remember exactly what you said about it. I don't know how long you guys talked about UBI either because I only came in towards the end. I from what I understood, it seemed like everyone disagreed with Nathan on it.
Yeah, they kind of seem to disagree to some extent. Well, I think Boston Strong is just more like he's not all that much pro UBI in general, and the other people were more into the sort of typical like means dependent welfare benefits where you give more to people who are poor. So that's kind of the array of positions that we had. Boston Strong mostly believes in pulling oneself
What I
up
think is
by
that
one's
Nathan has
bootstraps
like
through crypto investments.
you're telling people how I think. All
Yeah,
right. So
Well, to be fair,
what
you're
I
not
think
telling
is
me what
that
you think,
Nathan
so
has a utopian mindset about UBI, but he doesn't believe that nobody's gonna spend money on guns using UBI.
well, actually,
He absolutely believes that.
if you look at the data, obviously not nobody's going to spend money on guns, right? So when you look at like the stimulus checks, a lot of people use them to purchase luxury goods, but it was depending on the data you want to look at, 88 to 94% of the money that's being used for UBI or stimulus checks, that money gets used on bills or food. And so, not that nobody would use it to buy a gun, or not that nobody would use it to buy a pair of shoes, or whatever you're worried about, but 80 to 88 to 94% of that money does get used to purchase bills or food.
and guns aren't luxury goods anyway. Like
Yeah,
guns
they
are
are.
actually no, they aren't. You can defend yourself. Like it's like that's kind of the whole reasoning
You
behind.
don't need, when I say a luxury good, I mean something that you don't need, something that you want. Like a pair of shoes is
Okay,
not something that you
okay.
need unless
Well,
you really need a
kinda.
new pair of
Yeah,
shoes.
yeah.
Like, but I'm talking about like getting a new pair of
A gun
Jordans.
could be a
Like,
need though.
Okay,
no,
but what you mean?
yeah,
I don't know if it's luxury. It's sort of intermediate.
If
It's
you
like
if you
non-essential.
live like in a certain part of Montana where you gotta hunt to eat, well, not have to, but
no,
no,
you
no.
get. What do you mean
So
you
I'm being.
gotta have to
Hold on,
eat?
hold on. Say if you
There,
live like a very far away from Walmart and your fridge is is about to be empty, your deep freeze is almost empty.
You go to Walmart.
you
You're
go
gonna
to
go get a
Walmart.
deer.
No, it's going to be easier. Like, there's nobody in the United
No,
States for
Nathan.
whom it's
That's
going to be
all right,
easier
Nathan.
to go
Okay,
hunt and
Nathan.
kill a deer and then, like, sort of take it apart and sort of butcher it and prepare it than it
Yeah,
Yes,
is
you
to go to
process.
Walmart.
Yes,
Like,
Nathan.
for
Process
everybody,
the deer. Yes.
every single inhabitant of the United States is going to find it easier to go to the nearest Walmart than to kill a deer and prepare it.
I completely agree with that. That was a ridiculous point of view. I'm sorry about that, but that was. I like
Or a
it though.
fishing rod.
Its career it takes way longer time to catch a fish, clean it, and cook it than it will to just drive to a Walmart that's 30 miles away. I like the creative
All right.
thinking though.
Yeah.
Boston? Have you? I feel like you're gonna say yes, but have you fished or hunted in the past?
Yeah.
It takes a really long time to
Yeah.
turn that into edible food.
Still get fed.
I'm talking like an entire day. If you're lucky, maybe a couple days.
Joe Mama's point is that you don't need a gun because you can just go to Walmart
You
and it'll
could
be
just go to the
easier.
grocery store.
Right. You can just go to the grocery store, it's always going to be easier.
And you also don't need a gun necessarily to defend yourself. You can just call the cops.
So
So
you're gonna call the cops on a deer?
what?
A deer
No,
attack.
we've worked past that point. I said to defend yourself. I mean, if you want to argue the defense position, I can't really say anything to prove against that. But it's ridiculous to say
I
that you
mean,
need it to hunt food. Let me close my window. Hold on.
no, there is a point. Like, you could be attacked by someone and you don't have the time, right? You don't have the time to call the police, right? You get attacked
Yeah,
and somebody's, and you
like
don't
I'm
have the time to
saying,
call the police, so you got to shoot the person because you can't wait for the police to come. Um, there is reasoning there.
that's fine if you want to debate that point, but it is extremely statistically unlikely
Yeah.
that that's going to happen to you, and that's why I'm putting the guns under a luxury service because most people aren't in a category to where they feel like their life is so like they actually have a rationale to understanding why their life would be so threatened. Like maybe they're related to a fucking mafia member or some shit, and in that case, it would be a need. For the large majority of
Let's not even
Americans, it's
think about
definitely
it
not a
like that.
need.
What if you get really close to a bear? Who are you gonna call?
Why did you get close to the bear in the first place?
What if the bear gets
A
close to
bear,
you?
a bear can. Yeah, I was about to say a bear can get. It's happened to me before.
It's happened to me before too, I guess. But that's not,
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, there are rural people that have regular encounters with like bears and like
yeah, I don't. But we're both
cougars.
sitting here today. Neither of us had to shoot the bear.
How
True,
about cougars?
I've
but
seen a cougar in person too. I didn't have to shoot it.
mountain lions do chase.
The mountain lions don't hunt humans.
Sometimes they do.
It's extremely rare.
All
It's
right,
extremely rare.
never mind.
Wild
Go on.
animals are not really a threat to human life.
Well, they can
Listen,
be.
no, that's why I said not really,
Yeah, okay,
because
yeah.
the large, large
Okay,
majority
but
of
we
the
can
time.
agree that by and large, a gun is not all that needed. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah,
Okay. So
that's the point.
yeah, that's the point. But in any case, Boston's point is precisely he was agreeing. Okay, Boston was agreeing and saying that guns are basically an unnecessary thing that leads to violence. It's not just unnecessary, but it's actually harmful, and that people are going to purchase guns with their UBI. And it's sort of the opposite argument that people like that
Wait,
lots of
but let's break that down real quick. Who's purchasing guns using their UBI? Now, before you answer that, think about it like this. Like I said, the large majority of money being used through the stimulus checks or UBI is being used on bills and food. Now, and then also consider that close to 60% of Americans cannot afford a random $500 emergency expense. If they do, they go bankrupt. Okay, so now
You have any records of this?
I'm not gonna pull up like that. You can look it up if you want to, but I just copped on out of nowhere, and so no, I don't have all my shit prepared. I don't have my spreadsheets out and shit. If you want to later on, I can go like get through my fucking. I have like a list of citations somewhere in my Google Drive stuff.
Send it to me.
All right, I will later, or we can. You can also research it right now and try to fact check me.
I'll send it to me.
All right, I will later. I'm not gonna do it right now. So the point is the majority of Americans cannot afford a random $500 expense. That number has gone up by 10% from since the COVID pandemic. And what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought now. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So considering those factors, who are the people that are buying guns? And now that we understand that it's not like a service or an item that's truly, really, really needed by the most of the people in districts in regions that are considered to be more violent are also the more financially insecure, and so those are the people spending most of their money on bills and food. Whereas most of the gun owners in America are not in those regions to begin with, and they're a little more financially stable most of the time, and so they live in. It's interesting, and I don't want to say they live in like safer areas necessarily, because if you look at gun ownership per capita, it's actually been shown that the more guns a county has, the more dangerous the county becomes, the more violent crime goes up. However, you also have to ask yourself, would those people in those places to begin with be purchasing the guns if they had UBI? Like, are they that financially insecure, or are they that financially stable that once they get their UBI, they would just spend it on guns? I don't know if I made that point clear. I might have made that a little confusing.
Boston?
Huh?
Boston? Are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to Boston. Or talking to
I'm
me.
talking about both of you.
Oh yeah.
The fuck am I?
Okay.
What am I gonna say?
Well, do you agree with Joe Mama's assessment?
Do I have to?
No, you
No,
don't. You can
I just want to hear
say
your point.
just say what you
I don't have one.
just okay. Wait, but your whole
All right,
point. But no, your whole point was that UBI would would give
What what do
more.
you want? All right, what do you want me to say? What do you want? What do you
You're
want me to
Boston.
It
say?
was a
Boston. I don't want you
rebuttal.
to say
Boston,
anything,
it was
but
a rebuttal.
you're
Look, I'll try
Boston.
to
You're
explain it.
alluding to. You're making the implication that because you think that gun ownership increases violent crime, right? Which is true. That's a fact.
Oh,
There's a lot of data to back that up. And you implied, because you said that if you are given a UBI, people are more likely to buy guns. And because gun ownership increases violent
I
crime,
feel like you took what I
UBI.
said and you're using it to make a
I am not doing this in any
trying to make
hostile
stuff
way
make
at
sense.
all.
Never said that. Like you're taking what I said and you're like trying to make stuff with it, and it's not good.
Well, hold on. I'm not trying to make anything with it.
You gotta listen to what I'm saying and then like
Nathan
interpret.
told me that
It's
you
been done
said
good.
no, Boston. Nathan told me that you said that people owning guns is bad for violent crime rate.
I never said that.
So you don't think that gun ownership increases violent crime rate?
Why does what I think matter?
Well, because I'm talking to you. What do you mean? I don't understand.
Talk. Like talk. That's what you do, talk.
What do you mean? I'm waiting for you to respond to me. I'm not. I
Talk.
don't want
I'm
to
waiting
fucking
for you
sit
to
here and
talk.
rant.
Talk.
Well, I can't respond to something if I don't know, like, because then I'm gonna say something and you're like, oh, you're just assuming my point. But I can't. All I can do is
I
assume if
never
you don't
even
tell me
used the
anything.
word assume. You gotta talk, bro. If you're gonna talk to me, talk.
Okay. How about you talk?
About what?
I don't know. Whatever you want to talk about.
All right, I'm done.
All right, see ya.
Wait, what is this, Joe? What?
No, I'm done. Like, is it? I'm until
Huh?
something else pops up.
Oh, something else about that. All right, cool.
Okay, look, this. Okay. Um, all right. So, I've been thinking a bit about what
This
you
is
said.
this is your this is your Discord server, by the way, Nathan. Like,
Yeah,
talk to this dude.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
thinking.
Talk. Yeah, talk to
I've
him.
been thinking, Joe. I kind of I can see your point about like people being sort of used to high standards of living in places like the United States, and who would object to having no other government given welfare but 800 UBI a month. Which is why I've given some consideration and decided to do something that is less objectively fair, but that would actually probably satisfy people more overall, because people overall tend to be more sensitive to
Okay. I got one thing. Benjamin needs to stop sucking dick.
What are you talking
what?
about?
What?
That's the one point you want to
That's
make.
This
it.
Is
is
that
That's it. Yeah,
Benjamin
this
wants
that's
to
it.
needs to stop
Yeah.
sucking dick?
okay.
All right, cool.
Okay, so anyway, back on track. Basically people are more sensitive to changes than to absolutes, and so like people will be really happy when they like suddenly get become a lot richer, but they won't be all that happy from being all that rich, even though they are like from what I can tell, data does indicate that people are basically happier the richer they are, but there's also a large component of the change, right? And likewise people will be particularly affected by becoming poorer, and so and especially people will be very resistant to becoming poorer. And so from that perspective, instead of kind of taxing
Make
away
make
the
it sound
wealth
like
of
COVID. Like,
a lot of
you stop. You need to
you
be
know,
resistant to being poor. Make it sound like COVID or something like that. You need to be resistant to
yeah,
COVID.
yeah, um, I think that what I mean is that not that they need to be resistant, but that they are resistant, and that we have to sort of deal with that to garner political support. And so you can't really, if you're going to tell the majority of people in the United States that they're going to become significantly poorer as a result of your policy, that's going to be a pretty hard sell. I mean, it's already going to be a pretty hard sell to get them to relinquish their national separate sovereignty. So it's going to be an even harder sell if you want to tell them that they're also going to become considerably poorer. So I think it makes more sense actually to just keep the rich countries as rich as they are now, and let other countries just progressively come up instead. And from that perspective, I think we can advocate for a much higher UBI in the United States, and then just give a lower UBI elsewhere, and then just sort of wait for the other countries to catch up. And meanwhile, of
Other
course,
other countries kind of are. Well, I don't know if you call Puerto Rico another country, but Puerto Rico's doing better. Um, with the rise of crypto.
no,
That's the answer to everything. Wait, maybe this is the one thing that Boston is willing to talk about.
this is the one thing that I'm not willing to talk about.
Why?
Because it's boring as a heck. It's just a useless thing that is
I
not
said,
like,
but it's your Discord server, so talk.
yeah, I do not want to talk about crypto. Crypto, I just like no. Crypto, no. So what we could do, like what I've been saying, is that we can actually have a much, much higher UBI than what we've been, having up until like what we would have if we gave everybody in the world the same UBI, and what I was advocating for. And so, for instance, we could actually implement a decent UBI that wouldn't actually even raise taxes particularly, which would be also, in that sense, that would be pretty politically viable
Listen,
to
Nathan,
implement.
I like this idea of UBI. I've been a proponent of it for a long time, but I think
Uh-huh.
Boston has moved me now. I
We
think
need we
that
need a we need a Dogecoin.
yeah, exactly. I think we just need everyone needs to invest in crypto and pull themselves up by their bootstraps and buy monkey NFTs.
Oh no,
For real
another
though.
one has
I
fallen
want to
to.
get one so bad. I want one of those.
You want a monkey
They look cool as
NFT?
fuck.
Hey,
I'm
you know
not gonna lie, it look cool as fuck.
if you had
I like the
UBI, you'd be
gold
able to
one.
afford it.
Uh,
Exactly. We do need you guys.
Oh
oh,
yeah,
there's
we do
another
need
one.
UBI. You do need UBI so you can buy monkey NFTs.
All right. Okay, so it's the UBI for crypto. Yeah, fair enough.
There it is.
Fair
Dude, I
enough.
Nobody's
moved him on
making
the
a
issue.
mockery of it. I'm just saying, it's an idea.
I'm making a mockery of it.
Okay, well, anyway, what we could do is without raising taxes particularly, um, we could probably have a UBI in the United States of about $1,500 a month. And that would also mean that, like, if you just, we could potentially, if we were willing to raise taxes, we could have it considerably higher. We could have a UBI of potentially up to 3,000. Well, that would bring taxes to pretty high levels.
I'm gonna buy the next monkey NFT. I'm getting it.
Well, you
You're
want
laughing.
the? I think it's funny. They're so expensive.
So,
Uh, the board ape. That's what it is, right? No, that's just the
Yeah, the
one.
Bored Ape Club. That's what.
oh, yeah, okay. Um, so basically, I think right now what I'm advocating for, I would advocate for the most viable sort of solution for now would be just yeah, a UBI that's basically that corresponds to the GDP of your country currently.
How would you
And
implement UBI right now in the midst of COVID? I want to know.
just do it. You just sign a bill that says we're doing it, and
Wait,
then you do it. Like
why would
Would
I?
you
Why would
would you
I?
just do it right now? Or would you wait
I would not wait.
like
There's no reason to
for
wait.
a perfect time, like until would you implement it using the vaccine? Saying, oh, like would you make it like a
No,
part of the bill that like, oh, you got to be vaccinated to get
no,
UBI? Because
no.
that's what they're doing in Australia with their Fortnite
Fort,
checks or their Fortnite
Fortnite
yeah.
checks.
What
What?
the fuck are you talking about?
Fortnite.
Do you not know what that is?
The V
Each fortnight,
Fortnite?
if you
Oh, you mean
stop talking,
every two
if you
weeks? You mean?
if you every fortnight they get money,
Okay.
and that's like their UBI.
Oh, every
But if you're not
fortnight. I thought you
vaccinated,
were talking about the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So if you're not vaccinated, you don't receive your fortnight income, and then one fortnight is 2 weeks. I don't know why
Yeah.
they call it fortnight, but that's just
Okay.
what it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Fuck unvaxxed people. Get vaxxed.
Yeah. Get vexed. But at the same time, I wouldn't actually do it. I wouldn't do it like that. But I mean, because
I wouldn't do it like that either.
that's not a proper UBI. What I would do is just give everybody some monkey NFT and look, I no. What we're doing, what we're doing is a
Nathan,
thing
are you
for
trying to be
everyone.
funny right now, Nathan?
No, we're trying to do a thing for everyone. Okay.
Let's see.
I am doing a thing for everyone, which is 1,000. I would suggest $1,500 a month to start out with, and you can try to push for more if you know if the economy seems to be handling it okay. I think we can already pretty much start out at 1,500, and I don't think that would be too much of a problem. And then you just sort of graduate because that's basically just your basic needs. I think
You don't think black people should get 4,500?
I don't.
I don't think that would be much of a problem.
I don't.
It should be completely indiscriminatory. That's what Nathan's saying.
Yeah, I think everybody gets the same. Everybody gets the same. Everybody gets 1,500 a month to start out with, and potentially that can be raised up to 3,000 a month. Although that likely would see like excessive levels of
Oh shit.
like unemployment,
Do you
like
think that
voluntary
do you think some state workers
unemployment.
shouldn't receive UBI? Like,
No,
do you think
I
police officers
they should
should get
everybody
UBI?
everybody should
Do you
receive
think
UBI.
do you think UBI would affect certain government jobs like
What do you mean?
work
Why?
performance?
Just some people might quit. A few people might quit. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Like as long as it's not a lot of people, like a large fraction of the workforce that quits, that is okay.
I
I
guess
don't.
so.
If it's a small
All
fraction of the
right.
workforce that quits, it's okay.
I have all the monkey NFTs now.
You have all of them?
Really,
All of them.
bro?
Yeah.
You own them.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
I found all the pictures in one collage. Here, I'll post it in Nathan's channel right here.
That doesn't mean you
There.
own it.
What do you mean? I got it right here. Saved it on
Oh
my
wait,
computer.
oh wait, Joe, you've got to defend
So
yourself here.
you minted it and bought it.
No, I didn't buy shit. I just saved it. Just right click, click save.
Oh, okay.
There's all of them right there. I got all of them. I have them up on my stream too.
Joe, why are you racist?
Why am I racist?
Yeah, Anglo-Chain tells me that you're racist.
When did you stop beating your wife?
Last week.
Okay.
Hey,
But
Why am I racist? What did I do?
I don't know. Just tell Anglo-Chain why you're racist.
Well, why? I am curious what I did that's racist.
Well, it's not something that you did. It's something that you are. It's
Oh,
racism
I'm not
essentialist.
racist.
He's
No,
a
I'm
racist.
not
He's a
racist.
racist. No, he's a racist essentialist. It's your
Oh,
identity.
because Nathan
It's
thinks
your-
I'm racist. Is it because you think I'm racist?
No, it's because you are racist. It's your identity.
What?
It's like you're born
you
racist.
cannot be racist. Have you seen this girl? She is not white.
My who?
Who?
I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's
Never
going on either. I just don't know why you're racist.
I don't know. Well, you're the one calling me racist. I don't know why I'm racist either. Why am I racist?
And why are you so
Maybe it's
defensive?
his fiance. I don't know.
I'm not defensive. I'm curious.
Look, I don't know.
I don't understand. I'm confused.
I'm confused either. Anglo-Chain, you explain this.
Wait, I thought you were the one saying I'm
Anglican, you
racist.
gotta get
No,
you gotta get in the
not me.
Discord.
No, not
You
me.
gotta get in the Discord.
I'm not saying it. I'm just relaying the information. I've just been told this by Anglo-Chain.
Oh, I see. I thought he was saying I'm racist because you said I was racist.
No. It's the other way around.
Oh, okay. I don't know because I think some race cars are faster than the other ones.
Yeah, that is very true. That's actually a very astute observation, and I think that's
Formula One.
That's really why you should generally listen to joemamma in general.
Yeah, F1 cars are faster than Honda Civics.
Yeah, that's very true. I can attest to that. I really second that. Anyway, joemamma, tell me, would you
You
be
can just call me
okay?
Joe.
I know, but for some reason I want to call you joemamma.
Then call me Mother.
For some
Yeah,
reason,
mother.
I just want to call you Joe.
I know. I don't know
Some
why, because
reason.
Joe's just too short, so it like almost can sound like it's maybe just like an accident. Like I've got Tourette's or something, and I just sort of like sneeze out Joe or something. I'm like, if you see what I mean.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of one-syllable names. You do that with the name Tom.
Yeah,
You don't
I
like
know.
to call it. How about
Because
Bill?
I know, but that's the problem, is that it's too like it's not long enough. So I feel like I can't really grab people's attention enough if I just say Joe. I'll try to say Joe, but I'm afraid it won't.
But Joe's such a common name. I don't understand.
I know, I don't understand either, but just sort of I'm trying to explain why instinctively I kept saying the mama. I mean, there's
All right.
not any actual logic behind it.
Why?
So, would you be okay with getting rid of all the other welfare stuff if we had a UBI of no longer 800 but $1,500 a month for every individual and not household per individual?
No.
No, but what's wrong with you, Joe?
Because
What is wrong with you, Nathan?
you're first of all, that will not change based off inflation. When welfare goods are being distributed, like things for like food stamps, that's not currency that's affected by welfare. That is stuff that's giving you food. When you have some sort of disability check, that's a supplemental income based off of your disability. If you are only getting UBI and everybody else is getting UBI and you're disabled, you're stuck at that UBI that everyone else is getting at. You're not getting anything else supplementally. There's a lot of
Why should he get
because you're
anything
disabled. You
supplemental?
can't. It's significantly harder for you to find an actual job.
Okay,
It depends on the disability, obviously.
okay, but you don't actually deserve more. Like you're not. It's not like you're doing more. Like why should you
What do
get
you
more
mean?
just?
It's the government's obligation to protect and care for its people that cannot protect and care for themselves.
Yeah, but the UBI does that already.
No, it does not. Not enough. Not for people that are completely disabled.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you're completely, I mean, if you've got big disabilities, you're going to have extra expenses, like,
Not just
for,
extra expenses, not in income to take care of yourself. If you're a mother who is taking care of your son, who is an
yeah,
adult, and you're caring for
okay,
them their entire life,
yeah,
and they're mentally disabled, and they're stuck like with the mentality of a 5-year-old for the rest of their life.
okay.
That is a massive financial burden, especially when they're an adult. And so, why should that mother who is burdened? I'm not using this in a negative connotation. I'm just saying this is like as an objective, like legal statement. She is burdened by that responsibility that most adults don't have to deal with,
Well, no,
and
because
it's not rational to assume that she would be able to just move up in some corporation to offset that financial burden, and everyone else is getting UBI. The economy is now functioning around this idea of UBI. Why should she be hindered by her son's massive disability?
okay, well, so what you're saying is that okay, so she's not hindered in the sense that because of the son's disability, she is not able to like progress in her career. Is that the reasoning?
No, it's not rational to assume that she would just be able to progress much faster or at an exponential rate just because she needs to make more money for her son.
But she doesn't need because the son is also getting UBI, right? So like for all the needs of the son, she just used this as the son's UBI. She would like have custodianship over the son, but she'd still get
But
the son's
the
UBI.
son's an adult and he's not working, and the UBI is not going to be enough to pay your bills
It
without a
is.
job.
It is. That's the whole
What
idea of
fifteen
UBI.
hundred
At
dollars is not
5,100,
enough.
it is. It is enough. Absolutely. It is
It's
absolutely
not.
that. No, I've looked at that. Come on, come on.
Fifteen
We
hundred
can.
dollars is enough to
fifteen
live in New
hundred
York
dollars
City.
is not in New York City, but any in a sort of a cheap place like Pineville, Louisiana. You're
But
absolutely.
you live in there's 9.75 million plus people in New York City,
But they can
and you're giving
move.
UBI to them.
They can
Oh, you
move.
just move. Okay. You sound
And
like a right winger right now. The right wingers that you were making fun of earlier.
no, I am a right winger.
Oh
That's a
shit!
right wing. That's a right wing talking point. Just
I am a
move.
right winger. I am a right winger.
A silly right wing talking point.
So so
just move.
no,
Just move away from your family. Just move away from your friends. Just don't live in a
no,
place that you want to live in.
no.
Just
They
don't live
can
in a
move too.
geographic area you want to live in.
They can move too.
Oh yeah, they move too. All right, then they can move away from their family and their friends. Oh wait, I guess they move too. Well,
Yeah,
those people
they.
can move away from their
Yeah,
family and their friends. Oh wait, but those people move too. I guess
look.
the entirety of New York City should just move to buttfuck nowhere, Missouri. Oh, but now buttfuck nowhere, Missouri has 10 million people in it. Huh? Interesting. Maybe they should all move to New York City. It
Look,
doesn't make any
people,
sense.
it does make sense. People move
They're
around
not coming to
already. Like,
Boston.
it's okay. Like, you
That's
can't,
not gonna happen.
people move already and they accept that they're gonna not be seeing their friends as much anymore because they're not living like in the same state or something.
That sucks.
Like,
Why do people
yeah,
have to do that just because of your UBI policy
but no,
that's
people
taking
already
out
do
all
that.
the.
People already do that for job opportunities. Like, they find a new job in another state and they're already doing that a lot.
Occasionally, some people do that, not
Lots of people
everybody.
do that. Lots of people do
But
that.
the thing is, why should you have to? That's a voluntary decision. Why should you have to?
Okay,
And
so what
most
you're, yeah.
people, even $1,500 a month is not enough to move. I mean, there's people that make that you would assume make enough money to move from Flint, Michigan. I don't understand why people still live in Flint, Michigan. They've had lead in their water for 4 years, 5 years now. No,
Um,
longer than that. It's
yeah, that's a
longer
lot
than
long.
that.
It's a lot
It's
longer. I don't know how long it is,
it's
but it's long.
it's 8 years, something like that. I don't remember whenever they switched
But
their like pipes over to shitty lead pipes.
But like, the thing is, in any case, I also advocate for getting rid of excessive zoning. Oh, Boston's gone. Okay, of excessive zoning, which is why the prices of housing are so expensive in New York City.
That's not why.
Yes, it is why. It is
It's only part
absolutely
of the
why.
reason.
It's
No,
pretty much,
a lot of the reason is because vacant property um, investments.
well, there's also
It's
that.
massive, and the fact
There's
that the banks sit on vacant properties as well.
There's also vacant property investment, of course. But the thing is that why aren't we then seeing problems in like, rural areas of vacant property investment? Is because it's still
Because
not
they're not as
necessary.
valuable.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
why are they
exactly.
not as valuable? Is because there's basically a scarcity compared to the demand. You see, so there still is a thing where there's basically less supply than demand, and like so there still needs to be more housing built, and obviously
I don't know. I don't know about less supply versus demand. In at least in LA, I actually don't know what the statistics are for New York City, but you could use LA as like a really good example. There's double vacant properties than there are homeless people in LA. Uh,
yeah, of
so
course
you could actually house all the homeless people.
you could.
The supply actually does meet the demand. The people that don't understand that, the people that don't understand that banks and investors are sitting on such a high volume of vacant properties,
Well,
they're
no, but
saying that we should increase construction projects.
my
No,
my point is that demand in this case also includes the demand for vacant property. You see,
hey,
if you
thanks. Sorry, thanks, Sounder Desk. And we were talking about NFT stuff a second ago. I own the entirety of this monkey collection now. Sorry, Nathan.
no problem, no problem. So like, do you understand what I mean? Like, this is there is not just demand for housing, but demand for stuff that could provide housing, but that's actually just being used as a vacant property. Like, there's also demand for that. And so obviously the demand for just um, you know, houses and buildings that could be used as a primary residence, but that could also be used just to kind of help make money for rich people. That is the combined base actual demand for housing products, if you will. And obviously that demand is not being adequately provided for. Does
Sure.
that make sense? Do you see
Yeah,
sort of what
except
I'm getting at?
I completely understand what you're getting at. I mean, obviously, but that's a completely your solution is different than the solution that seems more commonsensical, which would be not allowing people to sit on vacant properties.
Yeah, but then you're forcing stuff. You see that's more like coercive. That's
That's
big
fine.
government.
That's all.
That's
A regulation's always forcing stuff.
yeah, but that's leftism. That's terrible government.
What's
That's like
wrong with
North
that?
Korea. That's like North
No, there's
Korean.
no blanket slate. There's no like big government bad, small government good. There's it just like you have to look at everything policy by policy.
Look, I know. I'm sort of being facetious here, but
Oh, okay, good. Thank
like,
God.
yeah, no, but nonetheless, if we were to liberalize like zoning restrictions, we would also be able to make housing prices go way down without having to have any of the kind of regulations that you were suggesting. And it would probably be more satisfying to like these people who like to have vacant houses, which I agree is completely useless. But in any case, what I also advocate for is an income cap, like a sort of multi-decadal income cap, so which also amounts to wealth cap, of course, because all wealth initially would start out as income.
Wait,
Um,
so you're trying to work around allowing people to have investments in these extremely expensive vacant properties, but you're not. But you also want to have an income cap.
yeah, I prefer a simpler system. So basically, if I can do away with regulation, I'll prefer that just out of simplicity. Um, and so what I suggest instead is that instead of having some sort of regulation on what rich people can own, we simply not have rich people.
I guess
And that's more simple. See, and that's the right wing solution. It's to have a more
the
simple,
right wing
yeah.
solution is to have less rich people.
Hmm. Yep.
That is not true.
Yes, this is the egalitarian right wing solution.
Egalitarian? You mean like an egalitarian authoritarian solution? I don't understand.
No, no, like a very sort of
You
libertarian, like a very
the
libertarian, egalitarian right wing solution.
how is a libertarian solution? How does that equate to a strict regulation on income capping?
Well, it's not a major restriction on people's freedom, right? I mean, it's most people aren't going to be affected.
That is actually a massive restriction on people's freedom. I listen.
No, it's not.
I'm all for talking about an income cap,
Mhm.
but it is actually objectively a huge restriction on super rich people's freedom.
Oh yeah, of
Uh,
course. But again, but I don't like. I have three fundamental ethical principles, which is beneficence, fairness or like equity, and freedom. And so basically, just got to sort of tease out like you sort of equalize those as best as you can and sort of maximize all three of those. And basically, the rich person's freedom to be super rich comes at the expense of the principle of fairness or equity. And that principle is being violated a lot more by allowing rich people to be rich than the freedom of rich people is being violated. And in particular, because what I believe in is equity of liberty. See, I believe in fairness of freedom. I believe in equal distribution of freedom. And so what you need is to basically redistribute freedom by redistributing the money of rich people to other people, which thereby giving more freedom to other people.
I mean, so I understand where you're coming at. I get why. I understand your concept of freedom too, and I actually mostly agree with you. However, it just seems so weird to work backwards from your solution. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to word this properly. Um. Uh. It is. I don't know. I understand where you're coming at. Capping rich people would solve a lot of the problems developed specifically by greed. However, and it's definitely not a right wing position.
It
So
is.
I don't understand.
It is a
I
right
don't, I
wing
don't
position.
understand. It's not a conservative position because this is not something that's considered a
No, it's not.
historical like conservative value,
No,
and
it's
it's
not
not a
conservative.
libertarian position because it's
It is
such
libertarian.
strict regulation.
No, but it is libertarian as much as it actually gives more people more liberty. So it actually creates more liberty for the average person.
But that's not what libertarian refers to. Libertarianism.
Yeah, but I'm using. I'm.
Libertarianism is
It's not about
referring
liberty.
to no. Libertarianism is referring to less government action.
Yeah, but
And
that's
in
not
theory, that
libertarianism.
would
That's just Ayn Rand cultism. That's not libertarianism. They just call
I
themselves that.
understand what you're getting at. I'm telling you that's what current libertarianism is. I understand if you're trying to take the concept of the original libertarian concept, the socialist libertarian concept,
Yeah,
uh, and I understand what you're saying, and I
yeah,
would agree with you if that's what
yeah,
the word libertarian meant nowadays, but that's
yeah,
not what libertarianism is anymore.
yeah. But I'm just using
Libertarian
it to mean what it should mean.
Oh yeah, libertarian is yeah, but then you're going to get a lot of people disagreeing with you, like me. There's
Yeah,
not going to be a lot of people that you're going to talk to that understand the original terminology
it's not just
regarding
original.
libertarianism.
It's not just original, but it's etymological. And by
I understand that
you see what I
too.
mean? So in that sense, I'm actually
However,
being more accurate. I'm actually being more accurate in the
I
sense I'm actually giving
I
people
agree
more
with
freedom,
you.
which is
I
why
agree
I'm
with you.
reclaiming the term from the people who have usurped it.
However, political the terminology for political viewpoints
Hmm.
is not parallel with etymology or linguistics or whatever.
Of course,
It
but
is so I'm telling you when you're
I'm just
talking to
reappropriating
people
it.
and saying that this is a libertarian word, sure you could reappropriate it in some fashion, but you probably should try to reappropriate it in a way where more people are going to agree with your viewpoints and want to use the word libertarian in that sense.
Well,
However, the
yeah,
libertarian, the people now understand libertarianism as less government action,
I know.
restricting behavior.
Of course, I know that.
Right.
I
So I'm telling you that it's not a libertarian viewpoint.
I know.
Not
Okay,
anymore.
like of course I know that. Like
So you
like
yeah, so you can't argue that point. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to disagree
I
with
can
you, and you're
I can
never going to
argue
move
that
them on
point.
it.
No, my point is that I'm doing this precisely to make them understand that their idea of freedom is not actually freedom, but something else that is not really very valuable.
I
That
try to make people understand it all the time. I talk to fucking anarcho capitalists,
yeah,
and I try to explain to them that when you remove the government as a factor and allow a private entity
yeah,
to govern over the people, you're actually
yeah,
causing more authoritarianism.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So
But
I'm just
they
that's
don't
what I'm
understand
getting at.
that. They're still libertarians.
I know,
Oh, I almost
but
coughed on the cough.
if you just constantly if you constantly say that, if you constantly say I'm a libertarian, like obviously if it's just me, it's not going to work. But you see, I'm basing myself off the perspective that I'm going to become ultra famous and I'm going to be like influencing public discourse at large. And so with that in mind, I have this idea already, beforehand of I'm already envisioning myself doing this of basically changing the words to mean what they actually should mean. Okay. So this is just my optimism and narcissism speaking, essentially.
I just noticed something, by the way, Nathan.
Yes.
You might not want to show your Discord chat like that on your stream.
Oh, really? Okay.
Um, yeah, because like, hold on, let
Well,
me.
was there something bad?
No, I'm just saying like anybody could join your Discord
Oh
and
yeah, but
just post
I'm.
whatever they want to.
Oh
And
yeah.
so if you're showing it on stream,
Oh yeah. Okay.
say I was a nasty person and I just wanted to
Yeah. And they.
post like some bad picture. I put here's a
Yeah.
monkey picture.
Oh yeah.
They can't see it on my side, and I can just post
Yeah.
it on your
Okay.
side, and it's going to show
Yeah.
up on your side, and you can get banned.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
first started
Thank you.
on Twitch,
Thank you.
people were like sending dick pictures in my chat,
Oh yeah.
in my
Yeah.
stream chat.
Oh no. I'm sorry. Really?
No,
Did
you don't have
that
to be
really happen?
sorry. It's just
Did that really
yeah,
happen? Really? Oh no.
yes, yeah. Like
Seriously.
because my stream, my Discord channel was like on my stream,
Yeah.
and
See, I
and
think that had to happen.
there was an invitation link, yeah, and then a bunch of people joined and started spamming dick pictures.
Well, I think that the thing is that mine doesn't have an invitation link, so I don't think they can. Oh yeah, yeah. Above here, there. Oh yeah, you gave me invitation link actually. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, you should do that. You want more people to join it.
Yeah.
I like people being in here and adding to the conversation. I like talking about politics and
Oh wait.
stuff,
So what?
and I
So
like
oh
people
yeah.
posting links.
Oh my God! You posted a monkey.
Yeah, I posted a monkey.
Oh my God. Is that allowed?
You know.
Okay. Okay. So yes, I'll put it on the voice thing instead, so that way you see our little logos.
Well, you know what you can do. Do you have OBS opened?
Yeah.
You ever use the window capture thing?
What is that? Oh yeah, window capture. Yeah. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
that's what I use.
But what do you mean? Like I'm already that is how I'm showing you on
Oh, so
stream
if
is the
you're
window
showing
capture.
your Discord too, if you're showing Discord like that,
Yeah.
you can put your mouse over that little thing where the two of our boxes are. There's a
Yeah.
pop out option on the bottom right,
Wait, no,
and
you
you
mean
can
on
actually
Streamlabs? On
no
Streamlabs or on Discord?
on Discord.
On Discord? Wait, so I clicked on you now. You come up bigger.
No, there's a pop out option. You can make that
Oh
screen a
yeah. Oh
separate
yeah.
screen.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Pop out. Sorry.
Yeah, and then you can window capture that screen,
Okay.
and then you'd be able to open up Discord in the background. So if you look at my Twitch,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I get it.
you
I get
can't
it.
see it, yeah, and I can look at my
Well.
Discord all I want to.
Oh yeah. 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 Well, the thing is that there's nothing interesting. Okay, but thank you. I've got nothing interesting on my Discord thing, so I basically.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
Yeah.
telling you,
But
just in the
thank you.
future.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
just saving
Alright.
you from a potential ban.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You have to be really careful.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
So, and you can also anything can be clipped.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
I know.
I said
know.
that
Look, I've
I
been
was
banned already, so like yeah, from being clipped.
wait, yeah, for what? I forgot. For saying the N word, right?
Yeah, I didn't say it to anyone. I just said it, sort of, in an abstract sense,
It's so
to make a
stupid.
point. To make a point.
Yeah, you made the point. You got banned.
Yeah. Well, now I won't say it again. But see, now I'm not. Now I won't restrain myself out of prudery, but simply out of pragmatism.
Yeah, that was a bad big no. Would you say the N word again right now?
No, because I gotta get banned.
Okay, I'm just making sure. It was a test. You passed.
Right.
Anyways, all right. I'm gonna get off.
All right.
And I'm gonna get back on Twitch later. However, Nathan, I miss talking to you. And wait, where are you at? So
What do you mean, where am I?
I think I saw like you post something on YouTube, and you're like watching birds or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah,
What did you see?
I think I'm subscribed to your channel.
Yeah, you can subscribe. It's real good. Now I've added it to my Twitch name as well, so people get it.
Yeah, I think. Am I not really subscribed to your YouTube channel? I thought it was.
I don't know.
The point is where's your here your YouTube channel? Here it is. I really wasn't subscribed. Yeah, I saw you posting videos of like you walking around and like looking at birds and stuff.
Yeah.
Were you just like taking a break from the internet?
Well, kind of. Mostly. Like I wasn't taking a break from the internet. I was taking a break from streaming. I mean, yeah, yeah.
And then you haven't posted any new TikToks.
No, I haven't. I haven't. Um,
I uh,
I just don't
I
see.
don't ever go on TikTok, but I do go on TikTok occasionally to see if you post any new videos.
Oh, really? Well, thank you. Well, I'm sorry. I have. I just basically. I mean, that is even sillier than all the other stuff that I'm doing. Like, um, I don't really see much point. Like, I don't know. I like to be able to actually express a full-fleshed argument, and like TikTok doesn't. It's not really the platform for that. And I mean, obviously, if I could achieve like more notoriety, well, more like more no, that'd be in French, isn't it? Notoriety is like a bad thing in English, but
Notoriety? No,
yeah,
notoriety is fine.
is notoriety? I had the impression that
Yeah.
that meant like that had some
No,
negative
note.
connotation.
No. People are making note of you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so like if it could enable me to have more notoriety, in that case, obviously I would do more TikToks, but given that it doesn't seem to be the case because I'm obviously not entertaining enough or whatever, um, I don't really think I'm going to
Yeah, I
pursue
think
that
you are.
particularly.
I think TikTok. If you stuck with the Gorth thing on TikTok, if the TikTok was Gorth related and Gorth focused, I think you'd be fine.
Like I haven't I mean, you've seen my
You just
Gorth
gotta get straight to
TikToks.
the point. It can't be as long form. You gotta get straight to the point.
You've seen my Gorge TikToks. I can't just repeat myself over and over. I'm just gonna be the same old shit. Um, I
You go too far into detail.
Yeah, but if I don't go into detail, people don't understand. Like Gorth requires a bit of
And
explanation.
you gotta work up to that. You gotta hook them first.
Yeah, but most people don't even like see like the sequential TikToks. You know, most people just get like shown one, and then they're just not gonna understand. Like they're gonna arrive somewhere in the middle, and they're
No,
just gonna be.
once you get a follower base, they keep coming back. So if you hook them and they're like, "Damn, what the fuck is the Gorth? This shit's crazy. What's the Gorth? This is insane," and you keep them coming, then yeah, you got them.
Yeah, but I've got like 5 followers. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the whole point is that I'm not doing this just for the heck of it. Like, I wouldn't do this. Like, I don't talk about politics with most people in general. I don't bother. I wouldn't bother doing this generally, and I didn't think that I would achieve success in any case, and I only did it because I thought I should at least give it a shot because, well, if I did achieve success, it would be more, I would be more useful than just having a regular job, whatever. But obviously it would require me to first achieve success. But it really, it's not because I want to become famous. It really is just out of the yeah, out of utilitarianism, out of beneficiarism about wanting to, help people. Um,
Dude, well, I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, man. If you
mm,
make simple Gorth videos on TikTok, and your goal is to hook people, into wanting to learn more about the Gorth, then you got to be like, you gotta make a video like, hey, this thing is gonna destroy the universe. Watch out! Its name is the Gorth. Come into my TikTok for more or something, or I'll explain something in the next video or something like that. And then next TikTok, the human consciousness is like look at a fucking like
okay, yeah, okay, that's maybe. I somehow don't say so. I'll tell you my plan actually is that so I got I went to Wellington. I don't like in my latest YouTube video. You can see I was in Wellington, and
William Knight. That's the guy's name.
I did some what they call these sort of sleazy guys. What they call like a day gaming. Have you heard of that term?
No.
Okay, so what it refers to is you go out in the day in public and you go towards people that you want to have sex with and you tell them as much, and that's basically what it amounts to. Um, right, because I will remind you that I'm a virgin in cell, and so obviously I am attempting to change that state of affairs. Um, so uh,
I'll help you out.
so you can watch me do that. In fact, when I was there in Wellington, um, and
Oh
so
wait, yeah, you made a YouTube video about it. Wait, that was the day you were doing that? I thought we were gonna do some impractical jokers thing.
what? Now you're just messing
You
with
know,
me.
no. You know the impractical jokers. You know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like they're like a bunch of dudes. They have like They have like a fucking feed in their ear, and they tell the person what to say.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You wanted to do that?
Yeah,
The thing
yeah,
is,
yeah.
I have to get a feed like device thing.
Yeah, just get headphones.
Yeah, just like the small ones, the earbuds. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, just get like earbuds and put them in. I'll fucking listen. I'm so good at talking to women. I walk up to a girl and be like, "Hey, you look attractive. You want to have sex?" And she's like, "Yeah, 100%. That's smooth."
I like
Or
your
I go,
voice.
nice shoes, sex."
Yeah. So I mean, I already did that. I already know all the words and stuff.
I see
I
you're wearing neon pink Converse, high top, anal.
Yeah, no, that's more or less what I was saying. So, I mean,
Were you? Damn, it didn't work. That's crazy.
no, it didn't work. That's the thing. Well, I don't have your beautiful muscular arms like you're showing on your thing with,
Oh,
I, yeah, I can't, unfortunately,
that's actually why that's what you're supposed to do. So you're supposed to go. You're supposed to say, "I see your shoelaces. They look expensive. Sex."
yeah,
You got to
that's
add the
more,
flex into it.
oh yeah, oh, the problem is I don't have the right voice. I can't voice like that. Like my
Yeah,
voice
but
is,
my voice is it's just because my voice is all raspy because I have COVID.
yeah, but still, like I don't have the like, you see if I do that, I sound more like, I sound practically more like a girl that's trying to sound like a boy. Like so like it doesn't
Then
work.
you got to roll with that. Be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
listen, I'm a girl that sounds like I'm a boy that sounds like a girl.
Yeah.
Sex? Do you have to add the sex part in? Did you add the sex part in?"
No. But no, well,
So
I didn't say it because I was afraid of being too forward. So instead I basically did the sort of the cowards thing to say I wanted a girlfriend instead, which is probably not.
oh, what?
Yes,
Man, you fucked up.
I fucked up so hard. I
You
know
didn't
I
add
should,
the sex part in. You got to be
I
like,
know. I
"Hey,
know.
would you want? I'm looking for a girlfriend. Sex?" And then flex.
I I I almost am tempted to try this. This is the level of my desperation.
No,
Um,
I'll tell you, I've never I don't think I've ever initiated like a sexual encounter with a woman ever.
right. So
I
just rub
think
it in that they're all sort of flocking to you and sort
that's
of,
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to relate to you. I'm saying I'm shy.
okay.
I'm not good at
But
talking to people.
hundreds of girls swoon over you every day.
That's not true. That is big. I don't see 100 girls every day.
Okay,
I don't
so
see anybody every day. I stay in my room all the time.
okay, but if you didn't stay in your room, then you would really go to
Who
town.
knows? Because I do stay in my room. I also have
Hmm.
a girlfriend,
Yes, I know, and
and
I don't.
you know where I met
And
her.
no,
I met her on Tinder.
okay, I've done Tinder. I don't
Yeah,
have a girl. Yeah, and I
Tinder
don't have a girl
works.
for you. See, you
What do you
got a
mean?
hot. So you went on Tinder and you got a hot girlfriend. I went on
Yeah,
Tinder and I got a stuffed cat.
really?
Well, I mean, there's no logical connection, but I didn't actually say there was a logical connection. There's an and. I didn't say like I didn't say I got a stuffed cat through Tinder, but
Yeah,
I
I thought like a girl gave you a stuffed cat or something.
no. All I mean is
Damn, I
that
was gonna say that's crazy.
this is the closest I've gotten. I purchased it. Okay, I just went on internet and independently from any of my
Oh,
Tinder, independently of any of my Tinder forays, I acquired a stuffed cat for
dude,
$19.99.
you just need. Listen, I'll coach you, man.
Yeah, except that
Download a dating app and go talk to women. Put me in your ear, and I'll coach you through it.
well, if I download a dating app, I don't think I need to be coached in the ear. You can just like send me a message,
Wait, you should what? You
or
should
we could
come
just
to
talk on
America.
Discord.
You should come to America and come hang out with me, and we should go hit bars.
Um, yeah, except that would require going to America, which is like
Yeah.
far and full of COVID. And
So
so wait, so you're in Boulder. Now I've actually got.
I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, you're not in Boulder? I thought you're in Boulder.
I'm near Boulder.
Okay. I've got a family member. I mean, a family sort of unit in Boulder. Um,
Really?
so yeah,
Yeah, come here.
yes.
Boulder has a bunch of college kids on it. I'm dead fucking serious too. Like for
All right.
real. Come here.
Well,
I
you can
will. I will
hey,
fucking.
come to Auckland. You know.
Yeah, I don't have the money for that shit.
You think I've got the money for that shit?
Yeah, I think you do. I
Uh,
have a job, but
Wait,
I'll let
look,
you.
you have a job, and I don't have a job, and yet I have the money to
Yeah,
pay.
exactly. I can't fucking just walk away from my job and travel across the world. I would love to. Give me a year and I'll do it. But look, I'll give you my couch to sleep on. You can sleep on my couch for a week.
That's really nice. But you actually
Actually,
you actually mean
I have
you,
two I
I
have
don't know
two
because
air
you're like
beds. I have.
the problem, Joe. The problem, Joe, is
I'm
that
not
you like
joking with you. I'm being
the
dead
problem is that
serious. I'm being
the problem is
serious.
that you joke so much is that it's very hard to know when you're being
No,
serious or not.
I swear on my mother's life, I will let
Okay,
you.
well, look, no need to be so
I have an
dramatic.
air mattress.
No need to be so
Well,
dramatic.
I'm telling you, I'm being serious. I have an air mattress, and
Yeah.
I will let you sleep on my air mattress in my living room for a week.
Okay, that's
And
really really kind.
we'll go downtown and shit.
That's like really kind of you to offer to defecate together downtown. But I
Yeah.
I um wait, what was I saying actually? No, I wanted to actually no, because I was actually getting at something. Okay, well, thank you. I would very much appreciate that. I might indeed consider that since I'm sort of like to go at some point to the United States, since I am bizarrely a U.S. citizen from birth, and yet I've never actually resided there. Um, but anyway, I yeah, so I was saying I was in Wellington, and so I did this approaching stuff with, being super suave with all sorts of young maidens as usual.
Suave, yeah.
Suave. Yeah, sorry. I'm overcompensating. Uh, anyway, and that was to get my passport renewed. So I'm waiting to get my
Wait,
pa.
you were talking on the street
What do you mean? Yeah.
with girls? Oh, let me see. Hold
Well,
on.
yeah,
I'm
you can
looking at
look
the
on the
video.
YouTube. The problem is that most of the time I'm just walking, so you just occasionally, and I haven't put timestamps on when I actually am talking with them, so you'd have to sort of watch quite a bit before like you see me do it. But um, I mean, I went to a fair few, like maybe 10 total
You know what women love?
shows.
You know, wait, what?
What?
You say
What did it?
Jews?
No shoes.
No, not shoes. Oh yeah, it's shoes, but
Do you think they don't love
women.
Jews? You shocked that women might like Jews? Are you?
Um, I don't think. Well, okay. Anywho, women, they all are part of a hive mind, right? You
Yes,
ever
of
watch the
course.
pickup artist videos? They're
Yes,
all
of
part of a
course.
hive mind,
Yes.
and they're all self harming uh, gold diggers. And what they love is a brute man with a super misogynistic New York accent, like Danny DeVito.
Okay. Well,
Like Danny DeVito is a fucking woman slayer, and
yeah.
so you gotta be like, hey
I've got it.
broad,
Hey,
hey
bro.
cool, hey
Hey,
cool, get over here.
wow, you're actually really good. You're actually really good. Hey, Hua,
Oh
get
my family's from New York.
over here.
Like,
Hey, broad.
hey broad over there, yeah,
Hey,
come here
broad
real
over
quick.
there.
Hey,
Come
shine
here.
my shoes, shine my shoes real
Hey, you
quick, you
look real
whore.
nice.
I don't think I can say that on Twitch. You look real
All right.
nice. No, you're not supposed to
Oh
compliment them.
yeah,
What the
yeah.
fuck?
Oh yeah.
You're
No. Oh yeah.
supposed to
Sorry.
spit in their face and fucking slap them around,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
shit on them.
The problem is I'm not good.
That's what.
I'm not a good talker. Can I just like hit them?
No, because then you'll be arrested.
Can I hit them just like with an open palm? So like just slap them.
We need to watch pickup artist videos together.
Yeah, we have to. Well, but that
That'd
was
be
me.
really.
That was a pickup artist video. That my video in Wellington. That was me showing my skills of pickup artistry. Wait, we can find this. Come on, let's have a look at this. Let's have a
All
look
right,
at this.
I will. All right, I'm gonna get off for a little bit,
Oh
but
yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Sure.
later today,
All right.
I'm gonna hop back on anyways, and
Okay.
I'm gonna watch
Okay.
this pickup artist video, and
Yeah.
then probably watch some other pickup artist videos because I fucking love pickup artist videos.
Really. Yeah.
But
Let's.
I'm excited, and if you're still on, I'll hit you up. I'll call you.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Thanks for the chat. I'll see you around. And
Yeah,
yeah,
see ya.
and hope you get better with your COVID soon.
I hope I get better with my COVID soon too.
Yep. All right. Bye.
All right, goodbye.
Okay. I think I'll just end this at this point.